Good morning, everyone. We're going to start as a site event. So we have a very exciting site event here with multiple sessions, and it's about crop breeding innovations. So the first session is about the start of crop breeding. Where does it all start? It starts with market intelligence. We need to understand really what are the needs, what are the challenges, what are the preferences. Before we can even start crop breeding, we need to target. And so this first session, we will learn how CGIAR is organizing that type of work, the very first stage of the pipeline. So we have a few exciting presentations, but I'll first give you a bit of an overview, what it is all about. So a few years ago, several donors, they issued a statement that they want to see more market intelligence being used in CGIAR crop breeding, pipeline investment cases. There was a very strong demand from donors. And in 2021, CGIAR decided we need a separate initiative, market intelligence, to inform crop breeding. And so that was a bit of an historical moment because up to then, market intelligence was being used more implicitly, not really institutionalized. Everybody was doing it in their own way. And so the idea was to really institutionalize the use of market intelligence. And the reason was that donors noticed that we had great successes in the past, but often we still face low varietal turnover rates in farmers' fields. So we needed to look at how can we accelerate varietal turnover. So the solution was to start collecting market intelligence. I have a definition there on the screen, practice of gathering and analyzing data. It's all about opportunities. What are opportunities for crop breeding? It's all about impacts, return on investment. So return on investment and institutionalizing product design standards. It's important that we all agree on a common approach. How do we design those products? Who needs to be involved? Who is responsible for what? How can we make sure we don't just focus on productivity alone, but we also think of gender equality and all those other aspects, climate adaptation, resilience, and so forth. And so one of the things we started doing is really institutionalizing through digital tools like Glomip, and there's going to be a presentation on that as well. And so what is important is that market intelligence is really a pipeline in itself that feeds into the Breeding for Tomorrow pipeline. So it starts with a steering package of digital tools centered around the global market intelligence platform. That's basically the platform where all the market intelligence is collected, shared, exchanged, and that interacts directly with the breeding portal where all the breeding management decisions are made. So it's a very powerful interaction. Both interact to make sure that breeders at all times have access to the latest market intelligence. This is still in full development. It was launched last year in June, but there is still a lot of potential that needs to be developed. And so then we basically create a data pipeline that feeds into product design and prioritization. And so it's really a process of co-creation with the NARES, with social scientists, nutritionists, gender specialists. And the whole idea is that you start with impacts. The very first step is you look at impact challenges and mega trends. And through market segmentation, you then start to analyze those market segments with respect to those 5 impact areas. You look at people and opportunities. What do the people say they need? What are the market signals? And what do the indicators say in terms of impact opportunities? You bring that together, and then together with a transdisciplinary team with breeders, social scientists, you design products and you prioritize investments. So that's in a nutshell how we work. We also, once the products reach farmers' fields, we also have another high-level output, Foster, that looks at what are other conditions that need to be in place, behavioral, social, economic, and we will hear also a presentation on that. So we have a few exciting presentations lined up. Berber will first give us a state. Where are we? Do we use market intelligence and what are the potential barriers? Then we will look at what is in fact Foresight. How can we use Foresight and how can we make it more participatory? Remember, co-creation. That's really what is important here. And Sika will give us a few insights there. Then we will move to Nedu from ICRISAT and have a unique view on a non-food crop. We're also going in that dimension, and I think it's important to hear from ICRISAT how they see that. Then we go to Mel. Remember, gender is one of the 5 impact areas. How can we integrate gender into crop breeding? Then we'll move back to Berber, and she will look at behavioral, social, and economic intelligence. What are the drivers of adoption? And then finally, Bert will talk a bit more about GLOMIP and how we made an innovation package centered around decision support tools. So I would like to introduce the first speaker, Berber, who is going to talk about current use of market and behavioral intelligence in breeding. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks to see so many faces here. My name is Kramer, and I'm a senior research fellow with IFPRI, based here in Nairobi. So it's good to welcome you all here in my home city these days. And there's my clicker. Good. So I'll be talking about 2 studies that we've done to explore what are the potential impacts of market intelligence and what is the use of market intelligence and bottlenecks to the use. So the first study that you see here on the left is an experiment that we administered online in which 199 breeding professionals, both breeders, but also other natural scientists and social scientists participated. And this experiment aimed to better understand the potential impact of market intelligence on investment decisions, looking at how breeding professionals prioritize between pipelines, and also looking at what is the demand for information to help inform such decisions. And the way this experiment works is that everybody was presented with 2 pipelines that they could potentially invest in, and they had an allocated amount of funding that they could allocate between these 2 pipelines. And we didn't provide much information about the probability of a pipeline to actually create impactful or in-demand varieties. So there was ambiguity. And this is very much sort of the case as we're looking at real-life investments in pipelines. There isn't a lot of information available. And the point of market intelligence, the aim of market intelligence, is to provide and generate evidence and information that can help reduce that ambiguity. So that was the setup of the experiment. So then in the experiment, we varied whether market intelligence was provided. We varied the quality of that market intelligence in terms of whether the information provided was accurate and precise, the source of information, whether it was coming from a natural scientist or a social scientist. And then we look at how does this influence the extent to which people are using market intelligence to help prioritize their investments. So that's the experiment. And then we also have a survey with a much larger sample, which will allow us to do comparisons across different institution types, across different expertises and regions. And that survey really was aimed at understanding what is the current use of market intelligence and what are bottlenecks in the use of such intelligence. Okay, so the first finding from the experiment is that market intelligence, if available, is being used and it is being valued. So on the left figure, we show how much, to what extent do participants in the experiment prioritize into a given pipeline. And we see that in the absence of any market intelligence, that's the bar all the way on the left, we see diversification. We see that decision makers are placing some of their funding into one pipeline and some of their funding into the other pipeline because they don't quite know which pipeline to prioritize. Then as we provide more market intelligence and reduce the ambiguity, we see that investments are being prioritized more. It's easier then to allocate funding into what seems to be the most promising pipeline that will create the in-demand varieties. And then also we see that market intelligence is being valued. When we give participants a choice to purchase market intelligence, actually 96% of participants chooses to use some of their funding to purchase market intelligence. But only 38% purchases multiple pieces. And the market intelligence that they can purchase is still going to leave some ambiguity out there. It's not perfect information on what the probability of a pipeline is to succeed. And so that actually gets us to our second finding, that respondents find it challenging to combine multiple pieces of market intelligence. So I already mentioned that most people, most participants purchase just one piece of market intelligence, regardless of price. We see very strong anchoring on just purchasing that one signal of information. And we also see that if we're providing multiple pieces of information, which in principle would give you a more precise and more accurate signal of what each pipeline is going to do, we actually see that this reduces prioritization. So people don't seem they seem to find it challenging what to do with multiple pieces of information, even if these multiple pieces of information are not necessarily conflicting with one another. Also, we find that respondents are more likely to purchase intelligence coming from their own discipline, with natural scientists and breeders being more likely to purchase more units of market intelligence if it's framed as coming from a natural scientist. And the same for social scientists. They purchase relatively more pieces of market intelligence if it's framed as coming from a social science study. So there's a bias towards someone's own discipline. And also participants do not fully internalize differences in information quality. So we see more prioritization in response to market intelligence that is less precise compared to when we're providing more precise information. And we're making participants aware of this information is less precise, but the way it is framed is most likely study methods that they feel more familiar with. And that leads them to then act more on that type of information. And we even find that some participants reveal a preference for less precise market intelligence. If this is equally expensive as more precise market intelligence, they'll still stick to purchasing the less precise market intelligence in some cases. So that's in terms of the experimental findings. Then we have our survey where we look at current use of market intelligence. And we're finding that market intelligence is used to some extent, but there's still a lot of opportunity for improvement. On the left side, we have on the left to what extent market intelligence is used for market segmentation, for target product profile development, and in making investment cases. And we compare across CGIAR, NARIS, and private sector or small medium enterprises to what extent respondents indicate their breeding program is using market intelligence. And you see that market intelligence use is lowest among NARIS respondents. And we also see that market intelligence use is much less common in making the investment cases. So those are areas for improvement still. In addition, we find that where market intelligence is used, the processes are actually rather informal and depend on who is in the room, and oftentimes market intelligence being associated with the expertise of someone on the team rather than the process for gathering and collecting information and really having this being institutionalized. And so with those informal processes and this depending much on who is in the room, it's important to acknowledge that not everybody always can be in the room, and that then in that way you might miss out on important perspectives. And also somebody from a given discipline might not know everything that's going on in their fields. So those are some areas for consideration. In addition, we're seeing that in terms of what impact areas are being prioritized, we see a heavy emphasis still on poverty reduction and livelihoods, and other impact areas, especially gender equality, youth and social inclusion, and biodiversity and environmental health, are being considered far less frequently. Other survey questions that we're not showing here are showing that decisions are also mostly driven by where and what, rather than for whom. And so if we're thinking market intelligence and understanding your market segments, the who is also very important, the people and their preferences involved. All right, so now let's move to some of the barriers for why maybe we don't see a more systematic use of market intelligence. First of all, there's a lack of funding. And this survey was done end of 2023, beginning of 2024. So I think this might even be a lower bound for to what extent lack of funding is seen as a barrier, especially given some of the recent developments and changes in our funding landscape. So here you see that a top barrier reported across all the three institution types, CGIAR in green, NARIS in orange, private sector is the small, medium enterprises in blue, they all indicate that lack of funding is a real constraint. And this is not just lack of funding for market intelligence. We also see that only 40% of respondents states that they have sufficient funding to implement new or innovative breeding techniques. So in general, just funding constraints are a barrier to adopting innovative approaches, not just market intelligence, but also other innovations in breeding programs. So that's barrier one. Barrier two is now translating evidence into decisions. So here we see that sometimes respondents say, a lot of respondents say, especially outside of the CGIAR, that the benefits are not always certain, that the information is not actionable. And consistent with the findings from the experiment, we find that people find it difficult to combine information from different sources that may or may not provide a conflicting story, but it's difficult to do that synthesis across multiple sources of information. So translating evidence into decision may just require more synthesis and structuring of data into more conclusive messages and actionable decisions. Barrier number three is looking into what do people actually find, how do they perceive social science and market intelligence, and what incentives are there to adopt more impact-aligned breeding and breeding for varieties that are in demand. So first of all, we find that whereas most participants agree that obviously breeders and to some extent also other natural scientists should be on the teams, on the right side, in the left figure, we show what percentage of participants from different disciplines finds that a social scientist should be on the team. And here you see that less than 2/3 of respondents indicate from the plant breeder or the scientist discipline, indicate that a social scientist should be on the team. So maybe in that environment where not all participants in breeding programs or members of breeding programs agree on the need for having social scientists on teams, we actually see that social scientists say that they feel their technical background, being a social scientist, is limiting their ability to effectively participate in decision-making processes. And this is most pronounced among female social scientists. So maybe in that light also, when there's a link between we see a link between whether there's a female social scientist on a team and whether that team is breeding for gender equality, youth and social inclusion. We see that there's a correlation there. So perhaps improving female social scientists say, in decision-making processes could help move more towards gender as an impact area. We're also seeing that in terms of incentive structures, there might be opportunities or entry points here, especially in the CGIAR. A lot of respondents say that if they were promoted, this was because of factors such as providing leadership, rather than them having developed varieties that were having a social impact or that actually were being adopted by farmers. So the focus was more on your social networking skills and those kinds of things, and your leadership, rather than the outputs that you've been producing and the impacts of those outputs. So with that, I'll conclude. So we have 3 points here. First of all, we need to nuance the narrative that breeding programs are supply-driven. Breeding programs are using market intelligence, but the issues are more around what information is being used and the systematic nature, with processes still remaining very informal. So it's more about how the information is being used. And so there's much more scope for further making these processes more systematic. Then there's tools and protocols, for instance, the global market intelligence platform that Bert will be talking about. These can help overcome some barriers to synthesizing information and making the information that is out there more actionable. But this will also require changes in perspectives on the need for market intelligence, and also a shift in attitudes and incentives to say, yes, we really need these impacts with the pipelines that we're investing in. Then also incentives alone won't be enough to change behavior, because from the experiment, we do see that there's extrapolation of information that is not very precise, And so there seems to be a need also for building more professional capacity in evaluating information quality and interpreting evidence from less familiar disciplines. Remember, we saw that bias towards information coming from your own discipline among both natural and social scientists. So mechanisms are needed to help manage that, build capacity, and also structuring information provided and building in quality control processes so that really high quality information is weighing more heavily in decisions than low quality information that might be biased and imprecise. With that, I will turn it over to Sika.
But before I'll introduce Sika as a chairman. So I think the message from Berber's presentation is, I can summarize it in one word, co-creation. In discussions, I often have the feeling we still a little bit in an us versus them thing. Them, the social scientists, us, the breeders, us, the social scientists, them, the breeders. But we're in this together. This is a process of co-creation. I think we already recognize that we co-create with the NARAs. Let's now apply the same principle internally. We are co-creating breeders, social scientists, nutritionists, experts. We're in this together. A second aspect that Sika is going to highlight is the future. Market intelligence is all about the future. So Sika, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Matti. So welcome to my presentation. How do I okay. So welcome to my presentation, which is on using participatory foresight analysis to elicit near future market segment. So what we know is that normally investment in breeding, international breeding, take about 7 to 10 years before they can bear fruit in the form of improved varieties that are released for use by farmers. But within that time frame of 7 to 10 years, there can be some substantial changes that can happen on the biophysical side in terms of climate and how it would affect the production. You can also have some changes on the socioeconomic drivers, and that would influence both the production and consumption of agricultural produce. And so the market intelligence team in the cowpea product design in IIT, what we decided to do was to be able to help the product design team for cowpea to elicit near future market segment. So the way we did it is we did it in 2 steps. First one was to define what the near future trends would be for some key drivers that are bound to affect production and consumption of cowpea in West Africa. Then the second step is we brought together all the product design team for cowpea in West Africa, and we basically shared with them the information that we had. And from there, they were able to come together and basically elicit near future market segments. So here I'm sharing some of the results that we got. So you can see, for example, we used how erratic rainfall is going to be by 2030 in the areas where cowpea is grown in West Africa. So you have the Guinea Savannah and you have all the other areas. Then we also looked at how temperature will change, the mean average annual temperature in 2030 compared to the 2000s. Then we also identified the key drivers on socioeconomic, looking at urbanization rates, GDP per capita, and also population density. So I'll share with you what we did with the Nigeria team. So the Nigeria team, the product design team, this is the information we shared with them. It is in that first box that is there. We told them, well, when it comes to cowpea production in Nigeria specifically, there's going to be enhanced climatic risk. And then we also told them there is going to be rising urbanization by 2030. Already, more than 50% of Nigerians are in urban areas. And so we told them with this rising urbanization, there's going to be more preference for faster cooking time for any food, cowpea included. And so we also told them because there will be less people in the rural areas, there might be more preferences for varieties that are adapted to machinery. You know, there are 3 types of cowpea. That cowpea grows either in an erect way, semi-prostrate, or completely prostrate. And so in this case, there might be a need to have erect varieties that are easily adapted, you know, when it comes to a machine for harvesting. And then we also told them about high population density, because if you take 1 kilometer square currently in Nigeria, there are a good number of people. By 2030, the number of people would even be much higher. And that means there will be a higher demand for food, any food, including cowpea. We also have a recent study that was done looking at the income elasticity of demand for cowpea. And basically what it shows is that in urban areas, cowpea is a luxury good. So when you have an increase of 1% in the income of people in urban areas, you have an increase of more than 1% in the demand, the consumption for cowpea. So for the high population density and per capita income, we told the product design teams that there would be a need for high yielding cowpea varieties. So after we shared the information with the team, they sat together and then they looked at the market segment they had developed before we shared our information with them. And so you can see, for example, the title current market segment there. They did not change the names of the current market segment they had before we shared the information with them. What they changed were the key traits and features that they were going to consider in the breeding program. And you will see, for example, that one thing they told me was when it comes to the higher demand for cowpea in Nigeria, there would be a need to use agronomy to be able to boost the yields. And so that points to the idea of having innovation bundles. So yeah, you have an improved variety, but it should also come with some agronomic practices to make sure that yields can be boosted to be able to meet the future demand. So here I'm showing the key results we got across all the countries in West Africa. So the first point I will start with is the agreement with the presented market intelligence. So in all countries, they agreed with what we shared with them in terms of what the near future would look like, except in Niger. In Niger, they told us that they also had a very strong political will in that country to enhance the agricultural sector and make sure that agricultural sector is a key pillar for economic growth. And so they used that information to adjust also the market segment and the TPPs. So basically, in summary, you see that two countries did not change the names of a market segment. They kept these names for the near future. Nigeria and Niger, which are the largest cowpea producers in the world. And then, but these two countries adjusted the key traits and features of that they were going to consider in the TPPs. And then 4 countries changed, based on the information that was shared with them, they changed the name of a number of the market segments, and all of them also adjusted the either traits or features they were going to consider in the TPPs, except for Burkina Faso. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sika. So let's move to the next speaker, Nedu from ICRISAT. And now we're going to see how do we do all this with non-food crops. Is there any difference? And or what are we typically looking at in that case? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matty. Good morning, everyone. I will take the next few minutes, like 7-8 minutes, to take through the emerging opportunities for the non-market, non-food markets. And then I'm going to use a case of sweet sorghum for biofuel sector. So I'm Nedumaran. I work for ICRISAT. So one of our mandate crops is sorghum. So I'm looking into that as a case study. Sorry. Just to introduce about this biofuel industry, I just want to start with mainly to accelerate the global efforts to reduce the GHG emissions. Many developing and developed countries started incorporating biofuel as one of their energy strategies, mainly sustainable energy strategies and climate action plans. The biofuels is considered as one of the renewable energy source, and it's very important and crucial for addressing the challenge of climate change, and also to offset the price of fuel price. It's increasing. So currently the biofuels are produced using most of the food crops. Like for example, they use maize, oil seeds, and sugarcane. And then the dependence, we need to reduce the dependence of these food crops, mainly to offset the increasing food prices. So the biofuel, like sweet sorghum biofuel is a promising bioenergy crop because it is potential to produce the generation 1, generation 2, and also the sustainable aviation fuels in the coming biofuel energy sectors. If this sweet sorghum is used as a biofuel and then grown in the farmers' field, it will support the smallholder farmers, mainly who grows in the Asia and sub-Saharan Africa, the smallholder farmers. So considering these opportunities, ICRISAT is focusing on developing the hybrids, sweet sorghum hybrids, which is suitable for various agroecologies, leveraging the advanced breeding technologies. So with this, I just want to show what is the potential of global demand for the biofuels. You can see from the figure here, over the last 2 decades, the biofuel demand is increasing. For example, from 197 million metric tons in 2023, it increased to 203 metric tons in 2024. In the last 2 decades, it's also growing at a annual compound growth of 9%. Demand is growing in globally. Some of the forecast studies shows that by 2030, the demand will increase to 224 million metric tons for both bioethanol as well biodiesel. The major consumers of the biofuel across the globe is the US, EU, Brazil, India, and China. Since the biofuel industry is using the food crops as a source for producing this bioethanol, there is a huge concern on the food securities, land use change, and also rising food prices. So the biofuel industry is looking for an alternative feedstock for this biofuel production. We are seeing the sweet sorghum as an promising alternative feedstock, mainly because it is a high efficient bioenergy crop, which is a C4 crop with superior biomass yield. And also it requires low water and the nutrients. And also it has an enhancing climate resilience, even it can grow in drought conditions and also with low rainfall regions. It also has a potential for dual purpose use. We can produce bioethanol using the juice from the stalk, extracting juice from the stalk, and also the waste, the bagasse, can be used to generate electricity. This sweet sorghum has also have a potential to reduce the fossil fuel dependency. Just to show some of the data, the sweet sorghum can save about 3,500 liters of crude oil equivalent per hectare if you grow sweet sorghum. And also it reduces carbon dioxide emission from 1.4 to 22 kg carbon dioxide equivalent, depending upon how much yield we get per hectare from the sweet sorghum cultivation. It also, additionally, it also has another economic advantages, like it fosters new markets, and also it creates job opportunities if go through the value chains, and also it improves farmer income by providing alternative income sources. So this table I'm just providing to give a comparison of sweet sorghum with other bioethanol feedstock, for example, sugarcane, sugar beet, and corn. The crop duration, as you see here, the sweet sorghum is only 4-month crop when compared to sorghum, sugarcane and sweet sugar beet. Sugarcane is an annual crop. It requires like 12 to 14 months to grow, and sugar beet about 5 to 6 months. Sweet sorghum can also grow in all the seasons, but the other crops like sugarcane and sugar beet can grow only in one season. You can see the water requirement. The sweet sorghum is a rain-fed crop, as you all know, and then also it requires only 8,000 cubic meter per hectare of water. But when compared to sugarcane, it requires 4 times higher water requirement than the sweet sorghum. You see the sugarcane yield, the stalk yield. If the sugarcane is grown for 2 seasons, it can able to produce about 100 tons of stock, which is compared to other crops like comparable to other crops like sugarcane and sugar beet. If sweet sorghum is grown in 2 cycles in a year, it can able to produce about 4,000 to 7,000 liters of ethanol, which is very much equivalent to sugarcane and then sugar beet, which is mostly used for the ethanol production. So let's see what is the market potential for the sweet sorghum. This is suitable to grow. The sweet sorghum can be cultivated in tropical, subtropical, and then temperate regions worldwide. And then since we can grow this crop in 2 seasons in the tropical climates, it can able to maximize the outputs and the profitability of the farmers who is able to grow this sweet sorghum. Approximately about 60% of the current sorghum global areas, about 25 million hectare, will be suitable for growing sweet sorghum cultivation. The key markets which we identified for this sweet sorghum will be like USA, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, India, and China is also a potential market. And then in Africa, Nigeria, and Sudan can be a potential market to grow this sweet sorghum. What are the preferred traits which the bioenergy or the biofuel industry is looking for? Is the like high biomass yield to maximize the ethanol production is one of the key traits, and also they are looking for thick and lodging resistant stock for better machine harvesting sweet sorghum, and then they are looking for high brick juice content, about more than 16 to 20%, basically to increase the sugar cane extraction, and then they are looking for extended harvested window so that it ensures that continuous biofuel supply if we start growing sweet sorghum. Looking into the climate change, the sweet sorghum also needs a lot of biotic and abiotic stress tolerance, basically to provide a stable productivity in this sweet sorghum cultivation. So what are the future which we are looking for? There is a need for increased investments, especially in research, to enhance the adaptability yield and the biomass quality, and also to extend the shelf life of sweet sorghum stock and juice. Since currently if we harvest the sweet sorghum, we need to crush within 24 hours, otherwise the quality and then the content of the juice will go down. And also need a lot of research on optimizing the trade-off between the brick content and the yield, and investments in research in the second generation biofuels, and also sustainable aviation fuels, which is having a potential in the future markets. And then there will be a lot of investments required in scaling up the biofuel value chain, basically to empower the stakeholders if we need to provide this sweet sorghum to bring the smallholder farmers into this sweet sorghum value chain. So these are kind of market intelligence information which we generate, and then we provide to our teams so that they can able to generate new market segments, which the investments will go on. Thank you. I can stop here.
Thank you, Nedu. Maybe you remember from the first presentation from Berber, one of the impact areas that is a bit neglected and deprioritized is gender equality. And so in the next presentation, Mel will tell us a bit how we can start incorporating principles from gender equality and inclusion into trade preferences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matti. So I would like to start with highlighting why gender is important. And you see on the slide that the countries we are working in, we have a big gender gap. The more red in the graphic, the higher is the global gender gap. So meaning the discrepancy between male and female. But also we see that in the countries we are working in, there's a high proportion of female in agricultural employment. So there are a lot of women who do a lot of work in agricultural value chains. And these women work on the field. They do harvesting, they are doing processing, at the end of the value chain, the traders, but also the women are the ones who are preparing the food in the households. And therefore, we need to make sure that we also address the preferences and needs of women in our agricultural value chains. And this presentation is looking at trade preferences. So what kind of preferences do women and men have when we talk about products in the field? And we can evaluate this in many different ways. And because I'm a psychologist, I'm looking at this from a psychological perspective. So really looking into how do female and male farmers perceive different types of traits? Do they actually know what it means? Can they understand what a trait is, and can they even express their desires for specific traits? And I guess most of the people in this room know what a trait is. And for us, the most important part is that when we create products or product designs, is that everything needs to be aligned. And for example, it needs to be in demand, it needs to be impactful, feasible, but also gender intentional, so that we do not leave anyone behind, that what we create is not harmful for women, and hopefully is beneficial for all of the people we are, or the breeders are breeding for. So this presentation is not going to focus on specific results. It's more focusing on a research method, which we have implemented in different areas of the world. And we use a psychological experiment, which is a card sorting game, where we present all the traits that are possible in a plant. In this case, it's a rice plant, because we are working on rice, that are possible to be in a rice plant, and our participants have to sort these cards into different types of groups of needs. So what traits need to be in the plant you would like to have? And we start very broad, because I mean, your breeders know much better than I do, but there are many traits you can breed for. So there are different types of rounds we do with the farmers. And in the first round, they have to sort their first 20 most preferred traits. So what are these traits? And what we do with them is they have to talk to us. They are not just sorting, but we talk to them and they explain why these traits are important. In the second round, they have to reduce these traits to 10. So they have to make trade-offs. So because I mean, the breeders can't breed for everything. So they need to meet trade-offs for the specific environment. And in the last round, in the third round, they have to reduce the traits to 5, because the breeders say that there's not much they can do with loads of traits. They need to be very specific. So we have to reduce again. So they have to trade off again. And we discuss why they trade off certain traits, why they keep some in and others not. In the different regions where we're working in, we do it very specific for the specific ecologies, but we also use their language. So you see that we always have translations on those cards. We have a lot of people that are illiterate. We need to have people who work together with them to do the exercise, because they can't read. And you have to find mechanisms for them to participate as well. What we then do is what we call in psychology a mental map. So this mental map basically tells us how people categorize these different traits. So humans have the tendency to categorize. Everything we are having in our mind is in different categories. So they are the breeders, they are the social scientists, they are the agronomists. So we have all these categories, and we do that for everything we have. So I mean, even for cars, you have the sports cars, you have the SUVs and things like that. And people do that for the traits as well. And the breeders do that as well, because they have different categories of traits. So you have the biotic stress traits and the abiotic stress traits and the quality traits. So we had a look if people see it in the same way, if the farmers see that in the same way. And we can create with modeling exercises, we can create these mental maps and see how these farmers in the specific region see different types of traits. On the right-hand side, sorry, I had to turn on, those traits were not preferred. All the ones that are lumped on the right-hand side, they didn't need for that specific ecology. Everything which goes to the left-hand side is what what was highly preferred among the farmers. And then you have the different dimensions up and down, and the third one across, where we can see, for example, gender differences. In this particular study in Punjab, we didn't see many gender differences. And especially when we came to the last 5 preferred traits, they were the same between male and female. The only differences we saw was when they had the 20 traits. And that's what you can see here, but it's that's very specific for that region. So in that case, the male farmers were preferring the brokenness more than or traits that avoid brokenness of rice more than the female farmers, and also the grain weight was different. And the female farmers chose more of quality traits, like having the rice being fluffy, not sticking together, and for parboiling loose. So what we do with that type of information is we bring that to the product design team meetings. So we come into the product design team meetings to present this type of information for the specific market segments that are discussed in those product design team meetings. And I think that's me done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One important part of market intelligence is also looking at behavior, because at the end of the day, we want to trigger adoption, varietal turnover. So in the next presentation, we will learn more about that, behavioral, social, and economic intelligence.
Thank you. Yeah, so under behavioral socioeconomic intelligence, which is called FOSTER in the area of work market intelligence, we're looking at saying, okay, what if you have the right product? You've done your target product profiling with inclusive tools. You've taken into consideration those gendered preferences. You have the supply side in place. Then what else is needed to get farmers and consumers to start using these new products? Behavioral change is very complicated. For instance, when I was in the field a year ago talking to this farmer, he really insisted that he wanted to produce and plant the variety that produced the maize cob that you see here on the left, because that was a plant that was giving him 2 cobs per plant, whereas the variety from the cob that you see on the right was only giving 1 cob. Now that big cob was in total, even if it was just 1 cob, it was yielding more, but the farmer insisted on no, 2 cobs are better. So that was just one finding. There's a lot of other types of behavioral biases and other constraints to getting farmers to use new varieties. And so in the last 3 years, we've been looking at different types of barriers and how to overcome those barriers with different types of promotion strategies and interventions. Now, in doing this, we know that there's a lot of different solutions. It's highly context dependent. And so from the get-go, we said, okay, let's come together and really make sure that we can do synthesis and meta-analysis on our type of work. And also we recognize that most interventions, including providing farmers with seed trial packs, small samples for them to grow the varieties on their own and test them out, they're often very heavily producer focused. Now, from qualitative work, we knew that an entry point to make marketing strategies more gender responsive could potentially be to also approach it from the consumer angle, given that women often prioritize consumption-related traits relatively more than men. So that was our entry point. And with that, we started a set of coordinated trials on demand-side barriers in countries that you see here shown on the screen. And in these trials, we had the same design throughout each of the studies, whereby we tested the effects of trial packs, the effects of a consumption intervention that I'll talk a little bit about, and then also some studies had country-specific interventions, but those were cross-randomized, so we can control for variation coming from those country-specific interventions, and that will also help us learn about more barriers that there might be to adoption and how to address them. So the consumption-related intervention was a cooking demonstration, whereby then at the end of the cooking demonstration, farmers received a trial pack, for instance, of maize flour, so of the end product, and they could take that home to try out the product for themselves. And it was actually really fun to implement and very insightful for farmers, because oftentimes they would have the perception that improved varieties weren't tasting as good as the varieties that they were used to growing, local varieties. And this was across a wide range of crops. So that was baseline research baseline qualitative research was showing that, but then also during the cooking demonstrations, it turned out that they had these misperceptions, and the cooking demonstrations really helped correct those perceptions. So we did this in a coordinated way across all the 6 studies in 5 countries. And for one of these studies, we have quantitative results, but we also have done a qualitative meta-analysis based on the same interview guides implemented across all the 6 studies in 5 countries. And I'll be showing results based on both. So based on the quantitative results from the one study that was on maize in Uganda, we're finding that both trial packs and cooking demonstrations enhance respondents' perceptions, study participants' perceptions of improved varieties. So that's finding one, but then only trial packs increase adoption. And especially this is because trial packs give you planting material. So what farmers do is they plant the trial packs. At harvest, they like the variety and they say, okay, let me keep seed of this. But with the cooking demonstration, they got a trial pack of the end product, which they consumed. And so they didn't have planting material. Now, despite care that was taken in the studies in making sure that these were varieties that were available in the market, farmers did not go the extra mile to now purchase the varieties, and they would only keep using them if they had produced the seed material or the planting material themselves through trial packs. So what this is showing is, first of all, trial packs, commonly used as a promotion intervention, are indeed effective at improving perceptions and increasing use of the variety, but not necessarily through the mechanisms that we want, because if with open pollinated varieties, for instance, this is okay. But in the Uganda study, we were looking at a hybrid variety. You would not want farmers to be recycling the seed that they've been producing through trial packs. For a risk-averse farmer, actually, we do find that this is rational, but that's a conversation sort of for on the side. So that's one. 2 is that our consumer-oriented intervention could be effective, but you do need to combine this with seed system strengthening and supply-side interventions as well. And also the consumer-oriented intervention was not more effective than the trial packs. So trial packs just seem an effective strategy, but with the caveat of recycling in mind. Moving forward, we had the consumer intervention to be more gender responsive. Under FOSTA, the next phase, we want to bring in much more emphasis on social technical bundles that say, here we have the including target product profiles, products that have gender, that have been developed taking into consideration those gender preferences, but also we need to address inequities in access, use, and benefits to seeds. And so looking into bundling seeds with other interventions, for instance, gender responsive credit, behavioral change campaigns, or let's say machinery that might make processing easier, because not every gender inequity can be addressed through breeding. And you just need a combination of working on the environment, the enabling environment, bundles, as well as the breeding side of things. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Berber. We might be running a little bit over time because we had some technical issues at the start. But I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is going to talk about our decision support innovation package. Go ahead, Bert. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Matti. So before I start, and let me go to the slide first, I want to emphasize I'm presenting on behalf of the team. So big shout out to Neil, who was crucial in developing our platform, Global. So you might be wondering, why do we need another platform? Don't we already have enough platforms, enough websites within the CGIAR? Now, as you all know, we all live in a world of limited and ever-limiting resources. And the same is true for the CGIAR, right? But at the same time, we often talk about developing in developed countries, but development is never finished. There's always an unlimited set of different needs and different wants that we can work on, right? So facing this trade-off between limited resources on the one hand and this unlimited set of needs on the other hand, we need to prioritize the work we do. And we do this prioritization based on the impact that crop breeding, the work we do, might have in the field. So one of the questions that we ask ourselves is, how can crop breeding have the highest impact, for example, on poverty? Is it by working on sorghum in, let's say, East Africa, or by work on rice in South Asia. These are the type of questions we try to answer by collecting all of this market intelligence. And the step I'm going to discuss today or in this session is how we add an additional layer, building on all the information that has been discussed already, all the market segments, all of those target product profiles. How can we add one more layer to answer those questions? And a crucial step in making this available is building a global tool, because we don't want everything to be available only on our own desktops or only on our own discussions, but really make sure that we have a global public platform, which we call the Global Market Intelligence Platform, short GLOMIP, which is the main tool we use to disseminate all of this intelligence that again can inform this profiling, this designing, and all of those informed decisions across the CG and its partners. So you can see a link there. You can scan the code. I also invite you to visit the booth we have on the GLOMIP. So this is really the main tool that we have to sharing all of this market intelligence. Because we really believe that by sharing this in a kind of public way, creating a public good, we can really make sure that all this information is used effectively and can be used to make those breeding efforts more efficient, more impactful. Now, secondly, this work again does not exist in isolation. We really work in a co-ownership mindset. Matti mentioned the word already. We really try to make this a whole system that is interoperable, where all of the data being collected is shared freely and in real time, so we don't create any silos, really creating an interoperable system of sharing all of this information across the breeders and across the social scientists as well. So again, all of this is done to really support decisions, to create a kind of decision support system to make everybody more aware and to hopefully increase R&D investment and make it more impactful across all of our stakeholders. So the first portal that we developed is a market segment portal. So in this portal, you can find all of those, I think, more than 600 market segments freely available. So the user-friendly way to access all of those market segments across, I think at the moment we have 23 crops in the portfolio and we're still expanding. So you can go there, you can query the tool and really get all of that information for free in a very user-friendly way and see how many market segments exist. Is this upland, lowland, rainfed? Really get all of that information, and this is available to all of our stakeholders. And similarly, we also have all of those target product profiles available. And if you click on the website, you can see all of them are links. You can go from one to the other. Again, so we can see which traits, Sika mentioned, which traits are now being considered, which traits are now needed for all of those market segments. And again, all of this is available in a very user-friendly, queryable format for everybody to check and to access all of this data. As I mentioned before, to go to the final step to say, okay, this is all of the market segment, all of the traits, but how can we decide where might be the biggest benefit, the biggest impact available? For this, we launched the Impact Opportunities Portal, which goes the last mile by collecting all of this, let's say, economic, social science data on poverty, nutrition, gender, climate, and environment, and really bringing all of that evidence together in a single portal. And just a few highlights about what we have available. So at the moment, we have 46 crops. We don't only have the CG crops, we go beyond that set of 23. We have more than 200 countries available for which data is in the system. We have over 200 indicators, again, focused on those 5 impact areas: nutrition, poverty, equity, climate, and environment. So really comprehensive set of data that can be used to guide this evidence-based decision-making. The data can be used at different levels. We have national level data, of which Mel gave a snapshot looking at gender gaps. We also have national crop data, and then finally, the data is also available, of course, at the market segment level. So really different levels of data, again, to customize all of this analysis that can be used by the different stakeholders. And finally, we also have 25 aggregation levels. You can really go from the highest level, the regional level, for example, how does poverty look like at the regional level, Africa, Asia, Latin America, to really going to the trade level, to really zoom in, again, to make it as customizable as possible to cater to all of the different users that we have. So a few applications just to make it very practical, and just to know all of these applications are already being used despite the platform only being launched last year, early last year. So you can use it to do resource allocation to see should we focus more efforts in Africa, in Asia, which regions, which countries might be more scopeful or more potential for having an impact, right? Additionally, you can also check, do we need to focus more on poverty, hunger, which countries have, for example, high emissions, but might have better diets or vice versa. So also use this to see how can we kind of orient ourselves in that dimension of those 5 impact areas. A very very easy tool to really orient geographically, but also across the impact areas to do optimal resource allocation. And then building on that, you can also use it to mobilize resources. If you want to build a proposal, you can use this to, again, build stronger, more evidence-based proposals to hopefully get a higher chance of getting the donors to really support the work that we are doing in this breeding space. You can also use it to explore new dimensions. For example, if you work on something that might reduce digestive cancer, for example, by reducing toxins or something, this could also be explored. All of us work in market segments in breeding. It might affect different aspects of development. We might not be experts on all of that. Again, the platform can help you explore those novel dimensions as well. And finally, we can also use this data to refine existing databases. So if you have market segments, how can we see where market segments might be missing, could be expanded? So again, we can use the data to refine the data we already have available in the system. Looking forward, so I talked about what we have today, but we hope to add more food and feed commodities, maybe go to livestock and aquatic foods that is planned in the next cycle. Also, we have to look at the future markets. As Sika says, in 10 years, a lot can change. We have to make sure that we look at those future market segments, capturing climate change, capturing changing consumer trends. That is really key. And for that, we hope to collect some foresight. How is the world going to change in 10, 15 years to really embed that in all the market segments, of course, target product profiles we are building. One element we also consider is crop modeling, because crop modeling can allow us to see how crops respond to different climate changes, how do rice respond to drought or sorghum to flooding. This can be done through crop modeling. And similarly, we also try to leverage spatial data for this, because it might help us improve the accuracy and the depth of all the information we have. And finally, also AI, artificial intelligence, can help us to kind of summarize or even collect more information, more market intelligence to do our work in a more efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bert. So as Bert said, please visit our Glomi booth. You're very welcome there. You can win t-shirts and other goodies. We can give you a live demo for your specific research question. It caters to many needs. And most of all, we want to hear your comments. How can we further improve? Because that is how we built GLOMIP. It started with 10 indicators. We are now at 246 indicators. So it's always continuously being built up. So we invite you to visit the booth and we can have some conversations. Unfortunately, time is up. Sorry, we started a bit late and there is no time for questions, but feel free to reach out to us. We're very happy to respond to any questions and give you insights into market intelligence for your most urgent needs. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to the Market Intelligence Group. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you the accelerated breeding area of work, which is part of Breeding for Tomorrow Science program. We're going to break this up into 3 separate sessions, which are going to go deep into 3 of the areas of work, which I'll introduce shortly. Before we get into that, though, I'll give you a very brief high-level introduction to accelerated breeding, the area of work. Okay, so the mission of accelerated breeding is to develop improved varieties that are climate resilient, nutritious, and market preferred, and to improve the breeding methods and processes that develop these varieties. These are the improvements that will increase the rate of genetic gain delivered to farmers, that ensure we're being super targeted. The term I used on Tuesday when I introduced this was we're targeted like a laser on farmers' needs and on impact, and that all of this is achieved through partnerships that are more equitable and sustainable. And by achieving this, the vision is that the next generation of varieties will be represented by a step change in performance, and that there will be faster and wider adoption of these varieties by farmers. That as a result of these varieties with a step change in performance being adopted faster, we'll see greater food security, reduced malnutrition, increased income opportunities, greater adaptation to adverse climate events, which of course are now more prevalent due to climate change, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. To achieve these goals, we have 5 high-level outputs, or HLOs as we often call them. I presented these to the audience on Tuesday afternoon during the launch for Breeding for Tomorrow, and today you're going to hear directly from the respective leading scientists for 3 of these HLOs, Accelerate, Transform, and Discover. But before we get started, I'll give a very brief introduction to the high-level output, which will not be presented in detail today. And the only reason for that was because of who we knew was going to be here to present this week. And so the first is called Refocus. And here we ensure that the breeding investments and efforts are aligned with the greatest opportunity for impact. These are the market segments where an improved variety can really make a big difference. And to achieve this impact, we must, of course, make sure we're developing the right product. And this is what we refer to as the target product profile, the package of traits that make up that variety which we're setting out to develop. We're already really far along in systematically reviewing and all breeding objectives, taking a data-driven approach and incorporating market intelligence and our partners' insights at the country level to make sure our breeding objectives, including, like I said, the specific package of traits delivered through improved varieties, are in demand by farmers, that they'll be impactful once developed, that they're gender intentional, and of course that they're feasible to develop so that we can be sure of our success. The last HLO is the simplest and most important. The output here is the developed germplasm itself, the improved parental lines, and improved varieties, breeds, and clones. And CG breeding has, of course, had tremendous impact over the last 50 plus years. And through these dedicated efforts to improve our prioritisation, how we set our objectives and our partnerships, which collectively are really our processes and methods, we aim to have even greater impact going forward. So we've had now all of this work going forward in accelerated breeding. It builds on the progress made under Excellence in Breeding Platform, and more recently the Accelerated Breeding Initiative under Genetic Innovation. And we've even kept many of the names of these HLOs as the same as the work packages previously. And there really has been tremendous progress made and really impactful progress. And for more details on that, the Accelerated Breeding End of Initiative report will be coming out and is available very soon. And so we've made a lot of progress up till now, but our plans going forward are really, I find, really inspiring and super exciting. And for that, you're going to learn now a little bit more about some of those plans. And so it is my pleasure to now hand over to Dorcas Gemanet, who is leading Accelerate, to explain in more detail that area of work, that high-level output. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, I'll be talking about the breeding modernization, the past, the present, and the future. After which I will introduce, I will let some of our breeding leads take over a discussion on enablers and barriers of the process of breeding modernization. Sorry. Okay, so we can all attest to the fact that the CGIAR has made, and its partners have made tremendous impact over the years. They have been working together, and this can be shown in several studies and publications where it's been shown that there's been more than almost tenfold return on investment for each USD dollar invested in the CGIAR and its partners. But of course, given the current challenges and mega trends, we have to ask ourselves if this is enough. And we also have to self-reflect, and I'm using this example from the SIP breeding program for potato, where even though about more than 300 varieties have been released globally between 1982 and 2023, when we looked at adoption, it was below 40%, with the average age of the varieties in the fields being around 19 years. And so that calls for a pause and reflect. And as pause of reflect, of course, that's why we needed to modernize how we do our breeding. And so we embarked on a journey for the past couple of years across the breeding teams, across the 8 centers doing plant breeding. And the areas of focus have been having clearly defined a breeding strategy that is aligned with drivers of adoption and impact oriented, of course, drawing also from the market intelligence, redesigning breeding schemes to accelerate genetic gain, basing this on quantitative genetic principles, exploring genetic resources, and defining better strategies to use and share germplasm, ensuring that the candidate varieties that are given into seed systems have step changes in the traits that are of interest, that are drivers of adoption, but that they are first verified in farmers' conditions before going into the seed systems. We're also working towards better breeding networks between the CGIAR and the NARES. And of course, we cannot improve what we cannot measure, so we also capture and monitor impact-oriented key performance indicators in this. And between accelerated breeding and breeding resources, we embarked also on developing enabling tools, methods, and platforms. On defining the most impactful breeding targets, this has to do with the breeding strategy, and the goal is to ensure that the CGIAR and NARES breeding networks have clear breeding strategies and are aligned with the drivers of adoption. And in this progress made so far, there have been over 100 stakeholder consultation to understand what is really needed, what are priority market segments and target product profiles. And this information you can get from GLOMIP, as we have had from the preceding session. So far, we have over 800 market segments that are documented in the breeding portal, and the same number of target product profiles also documented there, along with 157 breeding pipelines. So that is tremendous work done, but there are still opportunities for further action on this. First, the breeding teams are encouraged to ensure that the information as it appears on the breeding portal is current and up to date, as it affects resourcing and prioritization of different pipelines. There is also effort to review those target product profiles to identify those that are most in demand and impactful, especially which traits will drive adoption in this case, but also working with quantitative geneticists to ensure the target product profiles as defined can be achieved through breeding, and what would be the best strategies to get that done. The other aspect is accelerating the rate of genetic gain, and the goal here is to make the breeding process more efficient and fast by optimizing the crossing, testing, and selection decisions, what we call breeding schemes. And we've made a lot of progress with the teams on this. First is that most teams are able to define the breeding schemes more clearly. About 58% of those crop teams have used simulations to optimize different aspects of the breeding schemes, including their population structures, sizes, and their testing and selection approaches. There is also, of course, reducing cycle length and ensuring that the time between making the cross and going into testing happens as quickly as possible, and several teams have put in place, for example, rapid generation advanced speed breeding technologies, DH technologies, multiplication methods in the RTB, among others. About 58% of the crop teams are also using genomic selection, and as a result of all this, between 2022 and 2024, the CGIAR breeding programs have reduced average cycle length by about 25%. But there are still opportunities for further action in this area, for example, documenting and aligning the breeding schemes with the target product profiles and ensuring that essential traits can be measured early in the breeding program. Of course, innovative ways to high throughput phenotyping for all essential traits early in the program, managed stress trials and optimizing some of that, optimal parental selection decisions, further defining of pipeline sizes, further mainstreaming quality assurance and quality control within our pipelines, and to further reduce cycle length by applying new and innovative methods, for example, the rapid cycle genomic selection, innovative testing strategies like the sparse testing, among others. The target is to bring the cycle length within the CGIAR and its partners to less than 3 years. The next is, of course, germplasm, and working with the right germplasm and having the right germplasm sharing strategies in place. We have to ask ourselves, do we have the right germplasm mix to achieve the TPP? And in this, we rely on the target product profile, the TPP, to provide direction on what essential traits to improve and what to maintain. So far, yes, progress has been made. Trait discovery and deployment are more focused now on essential TPP traits and not just as a research document. and about 74% of breeding teams have a germplasm sharing strategy from trade discovery and deployment and other pipelines. There are still opportunities for further work. Of course, ensuring that for each TPP we're working with the right germplasm with the trait mix, especially, for example, if you're working on end-use quality, if you don't have sources of those traits, then that's a big bottleneck for farmer adoption. How do we access the best traits for climate resilience for diseases? We have a lot of genetic resources, but exploiting those can be challenging because they are diverse and they can bring down the progress we've made so far in the breeding pipelines. How can we better use those? And how can we further streamline the sharing of germplasm across our pipelines globally? Of course, this needs to be taken as a team effort between trade discovery and deployment teams as well as the breeding teams. Under variety identification, of course, we want to make sure that the varieties we deliver have step changes in performance for those traits of interest. In doing this, we need to understand how our testing sites represent the farmer conditions or the target population of environments. We need to have clear check strategies in place, and we need to understand our genotype by environment interaction. Progress so far with the teams, about 53% of the teams have achieved on-farm verification trials in more than 30 farms. About 93% of crop teams have analyzed the relevance of the testing sites and environments, and about 90% of the teams have applied the recommended check strategy. Nevertheless, we have opportunities for further action, including improving trial quality, leveraging on station upgrade and CTH, as we'll be hearing later on, improving plotmanship, further refinement of the target population of environments, the TPE, and representing the target environments on station well using managed stress trials, developing effective partnerships with professional implementation of new testing strategies, and mainstreaming scalable on-farm verification methods to be able to reach hundreds of farms, such as the trichord, and collecting, of course, more gender or socioeconomic disaggregated data in this way, and also being intentional in applying those in breeding. On data standards and analytics between accelerated breeding and breeding resources, several information system platforms have been developed, including data management systems, analytical frameworks, the service portal, breeding portal, program management platform, each helping with this modernization agenda. There is still, of course, opportunity for further action in applying these platforms more effectively to support the modernization agenda. So with key performance indicators, we have mainstreamed the measurement of genetic gain across programs. As you can see, we're currently working on innovative ways on capturing other key performance indicators, especially via a harmonized crop report. Oh, sorry. So with this, we can show that breeding modernization has helped to make the CGIAR and partners work more impactful and effective. And together, the CGIAR and its partners have registered over 900 varieties in the past couple of years. And we want to thank our breeding teams for doing a lot of this work. And now I want to pass over to Kevin for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dorcas. The good news is I now have a great idea how we can save 26% of our budget. because only 74% of the breeding teams have a plan on how they're going to deploy products. So get rid of those 26% we can save right now. If you don't have a plan to how you're going to use your germplasm, you shouldn't be spending our money developing germplasm. Okay, thank you for that. We have 30 minutes and a warning to the audience. We're going to save 10 minutes for your questions. And if you don't ask questions, I will ask you questions, especially those of you who are on your laptops or cell phones. Okay, first question. These are breeding leads from different crops in the CG. What difference have recent modernization efforts made for potato breeding at SIP?
Thank you for the question, Kevin. So I think it all started with the BPAT evaluation that really pointed out what are our strengths and our weaknesses. And from there, we could identify, for example, that we already had lots of markers available. And then with EIB, we were able to push them into these low density and high density platforms. And we are now using them in the breeding. And that has helped us to replace phenotyping for certain key traits and also to shorten the breeding cycle. And then we have also benefited a lot of the quantitative genetics support and optimizing our breeding schemes, just making us be much more intentional and effective and organized.
How much shorter is your breeding cycle? You said you made it shorter. How much?
By 2 years.
From?
Well, so it actually depends. So the potato scheme changed.
How much shorter? 10%, 40%?
40%.
Excellent. Very good. Okay. How about in maize, Joseph? What difference has it made for you?
Thanks, Kevin. So in maize, in general, in CIMIT maize breeding program, I can mention 3 things. One is we have a common language for.
Go ahead.
Okay, a common language for our maize, our breeding program, whether it is in maize, wheat, or dryland crops, starting from market segment, product profile, and developing a breeding pipeline which match with that product profile. So that is in general. So if you go any breeding program, so they know what does that mean if you say a breeding scheme or advancement process. The second one is in terms of optimizing the breeding program, starting from selecting parent to variety release. So how do you select parent? What is the effective population size in each breeding pipeline? And the second is what kind of crossing you have to make. And then it's a selection. So how the selection environment is correlated with the target population of environment. And then finally, whether the breeding program is in the right track. So you have to do a genetic gain study. Now, in this case, you don't need to do ERA study. You can use the data and then see. And the last one is a variety release. So how do you release a variety? So currently, especially in maize breeding program, we have the on-farm, almost 1,000 on-farm site where we collect data and use that data in advancement decision. So that is in general how excellence in breeding and ABI help our breeding.
Has genetic gain improved? Has it increased?
Yes. So we did genetic gain both for on-farm and on-station. So in all our pipeline, the genetic gain is on average is, I can just say from 1.5 to 2%. For different breeding pipelines.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. Thank you, Joseph. Okay, let's go to Maria Fernanda. What challenges have you encountered in trying to modernize your breeding programs?
Thank you, Kevin. So we have a quite diverse portfolio of crops. So we had a lot of challenges for each one of them. But they were mainly classifying to one. It was regarding the strategies. So for that, Accelerate was a really good support when we wanted to change in terms of a strategy and improve it. We had to improve our capacity for quantitative genetics analysis. And in terms of operative and operations for rapid generation advance, we had a lot of challenges, CASAA establishing the lights in the field to speed up the flowering process. For rice, also setting up how to decrease or how to set up 4 cycles in a year. So I guess that a lot of, in terms of operations and advancing in terms of technology has been quite challenging for us. And also changing mindset. Mindset has been also a process. So
Were there any nervous breakdowns trying to move to 4 cycles per year? That sounds pretty stressful.
No, it's going step by step.
Okay, great. Thanks, Maria Fernanda. Hugo, any challenges that you guys have faced?
Yes, but I will build my answer not only on our experience at sea, but also beyond that. I would say that the most important thing is to understand what are you after? Because when modernizing a breeding program, you can really go for the very sophisticated things to do. And by and large, that's a mistake. I think that there are many low-hanging fruits, very cheaply to harvest. The first one is moving into only running your breeding program in elite by elite parents, right? So running on genetic merit. Secondly, understanding what a breeding program is all about. You could argue that it's about developing varieties. I would argue that not quite. A very successful breeding program, it has to develop superior parents based on genetic merit. So the recycling is critical. And actually, most of the recycling and most of the genetic gains, it comes from the recycling, right? From the varieties going to the market. Third, let's never forget the power of statistics. Simply moving into blabs, getting better designs, getting a better understanding of how can you increase your heritability, it will really give you a lot of genetic progress for little money. And finally, we need to recognize that we made mistakes. Actually, several years ago, while Dorcas worked with SIP, she ran a very brave study and actually encouraged her to publish it because, to make a long story short, about 20% of our breeding lines, they were misclassified. So again, it's about understanding what breeding is all about and going for the long hanging fruits. I work in industry for many years. Even in the large corn breeding companies, there is a very small proportion of misclassification. I would argue that in all breeding programs, in the CG and in national programs, the number of misclassification is much bigger. And we can fix it with very little money. And I think that, again, it's understanding whether you have to. Let's first go for the long-hanging fruits, for the cheapest gain to be achieved, and only then move into genetic selection and more sophisticated tools. Over. Thanks.
Yeah, Hugo, that was really fascinating, but I didn't hear an answer to my question. What challenges have you faced in RTB in modernizing the programs?
Well, okay.
Challenges. What has been the most challenging, difficult thing to do?
As always, changing the mindset.
Okay, excellent. Changing of mindsets.
Yes.
Thank you for that concise answer. Okay, John, where the rubber hits the road, has all this modernization made any difference for farmers?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Of course, the difference has to be observed in the farmer's field. I think that's the most important element. But I would draw some examples of how we've increased on-farm experimentation, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We know that progress will come more as we work with the farmers because of the differences between the research station fields and the farmers' fields. So I've got good examples. Cassava gives us a very good example whereby they have been working for the past 10 years of modernization, starting with next-gen cassava coming into excellence in breeding, the ABI all contributing to that. So the increased use of modern tools like genomic selection is actually provided new varieties quite impactful. They've actually released 4 varieties in Nigeria coming from that effort. But the most important thing is that these 4 varieties have come through on-farm experimentation across 6 states in Nigeria, more than 150 research plots, farmers plots, I mean. That's where the data is coming from. So we begin to see that the actual relative yield of these new varieties compared to farmers' preferred varieties, that is the varieties that farmers are currently growing on farm, you'd see an increase in performance from 25%, 30% to 60%. And the increase in relative yield also increases as the stress level is increasing in the farmers' fields. which is evidence that we are making progress in breeding for stress tolerance, climate resilience, and weather resilience. So there's quite good evidence coming. And in the predictions, we see that further gains will be made. I'll look at cowpea as an example in this case. At the current genetic gains in cowpea are around 2 to 2.5%. But we see that when all these systems we've put in place are well implemented, we can actually double the genetic gain in the next business cycle, going to 4 to 5%. That's tremendous. But also looking at the relative yield in the farmers' fields, the gains levels are not very different from the ones I've described for cassava. As the challenges increase, like drought and heat, we are gaining more. And he will tell you in maize, there are similar results in both CIMMYT and IITA maize. You'll find that under the El Nino-induced drought and heat stress in Southern Africa in the past season, we have seen that the increase in performance is much higher than when conditions are optimal. So we are doing very well, actually, with respect to addressing issues of climate resilience. And these results are coming from the farmers' fields.
Excellent. Thanks, John. I really like that reference to more on-farm trials. Now, you guys who are watching your cell phones and your computers, here's a quick warning for you. So, how many of you are now using on-farm testing more than you were in the past in your breeding programs? Anybody? More than before? Only 3. So I guess there really hasn't been much impact, or they're sleeping in the audience. But has on-farm testing been modernized, or is this just more of the same from the past? Anybody want to answer from the panel? Has on-farm testing been modernized in the last 5 or 6 or 8 years in the CGIAR? Joseph?
Yeah, so it is modernized in several ways. For example, now currently in CIMMYT, we are using this incomplete modified tripod design. So instead of testing 10 entries in one farmer, we are currently a maximum of 3 plus a check. And then data is collected is now automatically. So we have this Kobo collect, and then every person from each farm will get that data, and then the data return rate is currently around 80%. And then the socioeconomic data also included then, and the data analysis also improved a lot. So a little bit now we need more is about how to use those socioeconomic data, which is collected a huge data set, but out of that data set, we are only using a few in our advancement decision. So that needs a discussion with the other team, how we can use that data more. Specifically, if you collect this 1,000 data, environmental data, so apart from this, I think this data could be used even for product placement. So there is a little bit more work that requires to use that data.
Right, thanks. No, I've been around the CG for quite a few years, more than I would like to admit. And in fact, I've seen quite an evolution in how we're doing on-farm testing and on-farm trialing and using, in fact, data. And with the help of the quantitative genetics that somebody mentioned on the panel, we're actually now able to calculate rates of genetic gain on farmers' fields in a consistent way across the CG crops. So this is, I think, really a great, thanks for pointing us in that direction, John. I think that does, in fact, demonstrate that modernizing is improving impacts on the farmer field level. Okay, so now moving on to another question for the whole panel. So wake up over there at the other end of the panel. What should B4T do differently than what we've been doing until today? I mean, it's all been great. We've heard how wonderful it is, but what should we do differently? Why don't we just start with Ugo and we can come down and quick, 1 or 2 things. What should we do differently?
For starters, I think that we need to revisit the number of target product profiles that we're serving. To me, that's
focus on fewer target product profiles.
On figure, yes.
Excellent. Anything else?
Later.
Okay.
I guess that we have been focusing a lot on processes and we have been improving. I guess the next phase is also going into the delivery and scaling with a slightly more effort that we are also addressing through the on-farm trialing. So I guess.
Are you saying we should actually have a plan for how we're going to reach farmers with our products? Is that kind of what you're saying?
A plan and scaling. I think that we have it, but we need to go stronger. So we develop a lot in terms of the strategy and optimizing the breeding, and breeding is like slightly advancing, and we need to maybe make that effort in terms of scaling.
Stronger scaling plans. Excellent. Joseph, anything we should do differently?
Yes, now we have a lot of data optimization for the last 7-8 years. I think now in the future is probably just upstream research in terms of AI, predictive breeding, even gene editing. So that is just an area which we need in the future.
More upstream research. Okay, thank you. John, what should we do differently?
Yeah, I think let's create more impactful products. Let's talk through products. I think product leadership is an area that we need to emphasize. And to achieve this, let's put more boots on the ground so that we drive resources that are practical and tangible benefits to our stakeholders. Thank you.
More boots. I'm sorry, can you be clear? What should we do differently? More people on the ground? Is that what you're saying, or what?
Two things. The first thing is let's create more impactful products so that we speak through the products. We need leadership in product so that our stakeholders get the tangible benefits that will drive resources and sustainability. That's what I think we should do. We've done a lot in terms of process improvement. We'll continue with that, but let's put more resources on driving impactful products. But to do that, we also have to put more boots on the ground, pushing more resources to teams on the ground so that we can drive the impact in the on-farm experimentation. Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes ago, you convinced me that we have had impact on farmers' fields. Now you're saying we have to have even more impactful products. Okay, so we're doing well, but not well enough. Thank you, John. Hanele, differently. What should we do differently?
So when we modernize, we usually try to modernize many things at the same time, and that can be a little bit chaotic. So maybe make a kind of prioritized list of things to modernize and focus.
Okay, so maybe not everything at once. Just do 2 things instead of 8 things at one time.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, great. So there's lots of things we need to do differently, but what should we not change? What's working so well that we should actually maybe even do more of it? Hanele, over to you, and we'll go back that way.
Yeah, so the support for the teams on the quantitative genetics front and optimizing breeding schemes, I think that really needs to continue. And at the partnership connection, the work with how we work with the NARS partners.
Great, two excellent ones. I think we all agree. John, what should we do even more?
Strengthening partnerships and growing, bringing in more new partners into the system.
Hanele already said that one. Do you have a new one?
It's been covered. Okay. More employment of modern tools, because we assume that the modern tools are working. So
more tools, what kind?
I'm saying more integration of modern tools, because we see they are working.
Okay, more integration of modern tools. Excellent. Thanks, Joseph. Anything we should do more of?
Yeah, we have to improve the shared service. Currently, it is only fixed. I think we have to have a little bit of.
Wait, that's what we should do more differently. What should we do more of?
Yes, more of. So we have currently a shared service, for example, for genotyping in a few area, but we need more.
More shared services. Okay.
Yes. And yeah, that's.
Thank you. Maya Fernanda.
I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat.
Oh, that you'll get challenged from me then. Go ahead.
Approach and shared services. It's good, but I think that ANENGS knows that we are always asking for more in that regard.
More shared services and
quantitative genetic support has been completely important for all the changes that we have put in together. Can I mention something?
You better, please.
And maybe to do more discovery.
Discovery.
As we are going into new traits, into better adjusted product profiles and product concepts and traits, I think that discovery is also needs a little bit of more.
Excellent. Thank you for that one. Ugo, you got a toughest job because everybody's mentioned several things. What should we do more of?
I'm repeating myself, so it will be very easy. No, 2 things. I think that we need to empower even more the CGIAR nurse breeding networks. I really believe that, we need to keep just pushing on that direction. And the second one, I think that we need to rethink how the testing in the last mile is done. Let me give you just one example. I don't think that we're paying enough attention to what mechanization means. And I believe that I have my bias for LTV crops, but I believe that developing superior products, more and more, it will mean superior products able to do well under mechanization. And I don't think that we're not even thinking about that. Over.
Okay, thank you, Hugo. So that was great. We have 1 second left. Oh, my timer is not very loud, sorry, but it's ringing. My timer is just now ringing. I did want to say one thing though. What should we do different? I was confused by something Michael said right at the beginning. You showed us the 5 HLOs, I think you call them, or HLOs. And the first one was about refocusing and prioritizing. But just before this session, there was a market intelligence session. So is that one and the same thing, or are these two different things that we're doing in one group and separately in another group?
Yeah, good question. We're working really closely together. So here we're talking about the breeding, what's actually being done. And so to make those decisions, to set those objectives, to set those target product profiles, we need those insights that are coming from market intelligence. So they're going out, they're gathering the market intelligence there, and then we're using that to set the target product profiles and define what it is that we're setting out to develop. And it gives us clarity on what's needed and to do that job that we're doing better.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. All right, now 10 minutes for audience. Any questions from you, or shall I ask you questions? Okay, we have one over here. You have a microphone, or where's the other? Yeah, Julie's going to help us with the microphone. Who else has a question? We'll take 2 or 3 questions and then some answers. Anybody else have a question? Okay, one up front. Okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much. My name is David Ndungu. I'm a researcher and also a smallholder farmer here in Kenya. I just wanted to ask Professor John, the kind of impact that you're talking about on the modernization on farmers' fields, whether you're also seeing it, is there a variation in terms of degree of adoption or over regions or maybe different crops in terms of the impact the question that you were asked about impact on smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. We'll take a few questions and then we'll answer your questions. Go ahead, please.
Previously, all these areas of work were under genetic innovation, and now we're all under breeding for tomorrow. Do you see any differences in the way the area of work of accelerated breeding will relate to the other components that gets that impact in farmers' fields?
Okay, I'm not sure who's going to answer that, but we will challenge someone. Any other question? Yes, please.
I have a question about on-farm trials. So do we have any uniform system which can be used across the countries and crops? Because it seems there are a lot of challenges when we talk about these.
I can answer that one. The answer is yes. No, we'll have an answer from someone. Don't worry. Thank you. So take notes. One more question. Did I miss somebody? Somebody was pointing out I missed someone who wanted to. Yes, please.
Okay, so I heard the word gene editing when the panel was talking, right? So, means in CG, there are several institutions who are working for gene editing for the long time, but right now is quite a standalone thing, So what's the strategy for the B4T to integrate gene editing as like a pre-breeding tool?
Excellent questions. Thank you for all these 4 questions. Let's take really quick answers. So hopefully we have a chance for another round of answers. Let's start with John, the question about smallholder farmers and impact on farms.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. I hope I got your question right. It's variation by region or crop. Is there variation by region or crop? That's what your question is. Yeah. Definitely, I expect that. I don't have a definite answer to that, but definitely from the crops that I'm familiar with, there is difference. We see more in cassava, for example. I gave you a good example of cassava. We are seeing more performance in that compared to other crops. And it goes again to the system being used. Some are already using the tricot system. Others are still using older methods in the on-farm experimentation, and also the resources. So it definitely varies by country and also by region, depending also on the quality of the collaboration on the ground. we still also have to capacitate the collaborators to do more in this regard. Thank you.
Yeah, please approach these colleagues afterwards and ask them your question again. Michael, you want to answer the question about that integration?
Yeah, so I mean, largely what we're setting out to achieve is very, very similar, and I think what we've got now just represents an evolution of how we're working increasingly more and more together with those other now science programs. So before they were action areas. In terms of how, I guess part of your question was how are we the same and how are we different to before? So very much we're the same. We are better integrated now also, I believe, with the various bilateral projects that exist across the whole system. And I think that brings us all together, and there's a greater level of alignment is probably how I'd best describe it. So with there are many projects across the CG, and with that there's a risk that each is going in a little bit of a different direction, whereas we're looking to align that and be clear on what is our overarching strategic plan and direction, and then align projects, but also align how we interact with those other programs, so farming systems and the climate program, to be clear in terms of what it is that we need from them to so that we can be more successful, and to be clear on what it is that we're doing so that vice versa, so they can be successful as well.
I think we don't have much more time, Michael. So he did answer the question about integrating market intelligence with Refocus, but I think this is a very complex question we need to just keep improving and working on. But please give us your suggestions on, if you have any specific ones, we would like to hear those. There was a question, I think the next one was about on-farm testing. Anybody want to, maybe Joseph, do you want to answer that one real quickly?
Yeah.
Is there a standard way that we're using on-farm testing?
Yeah, so in general, that is a tri-coat, but I think there is a different version of that tri-coat, a modified one, so that you can collect the data. But that is more or less standardized. So incomplete factorial design, so not more than 5 entry per farmer. So the initial one is a tri-coat. It has everything in terms of data collection, but you can a little bit modify it so that it can fit on your purpose.
Thanks. So tricot, that's what we're using, most of us in the CG now. Please talk to your colleagues and find out more about tricot and how you can adapt it for your specific crops and needs. The last question we had was about gene editing. I think it was Maria Fernanda. Oh, you want to answer that one, Hugo? But Maria Fernanda said we need to do more discovery type work, right? Or either one of you, please go ahead and try to respond to that question.
Maybe both of us can add. So I guess at this point, it also depends on the crop, on the capacities for the crop. But for discovery, many of the centers are using it to validate traits. But it depends on the capacity. And we really would like to make clear that it's for validation and not for direct use.
Yes, and building on that, just to go forward and develop products, I think that we can do it just like you will manage a transgenic event in a commercial reading program, where essentially you will develop several events and then test it better, and only that one take it as a product forward.
Anyone on the panel would like to comment on any last comment before I ask a question to the audience? So anybody on the panel, Hanele, do you have any last thoughts you'd like to share, or you're good? All good? John, anything you'd like to share? Joseph? Maria Fernanda? Okay. Hugo? All right. So now, question for the audience. What would you like to see done differently or better in B4T? Who has a suggestion or a request for B4T? Okay, please.
Hi, I'm Sunil from SIP. I'm based in Vietnam. I think we need to find different models basically for delivery, especially in these high volume, low margin crops. Because delivery is something that we have been really struggling on some of the crops where it is really hard to replace very old varieties. So we need to got some good models to engage with private players where we can get bigger impacts. I think that is one thing that we need to do differently.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We need better impact pathways and scaling models and delivery pathways. Thank you. Oh, I'm asking the audience now. You had your chance, Hugo. Anybody else in the audience? Yes, please, Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. I work for the.
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now.
Yes, thank you. I work for Development and Humanitarian Aid Organization, and I'm missing a little bit in different meetings here across the conference even now. How do you want to engage and involve as part of your participatory approach the people or the most vulnerable people and households in the most crisis affected settings? Smallholder farmers, refugees in the Eastern Congo, in South Sudan, and whatever countries. How are you approaching them? How are you engaging them? They live in parts of the country where you hardly can go. So how are you involving them, and how are you involving development and humanitarian organizations in Breeding for Tomorrow?
That's an excellent question. We are giving it a lot of thought in the CGIAR. It's a complicated interface between conflict areas and how we can have a greatest impact between assistance and development. What is the interface? I really encourage you to talk to maybe Sarah Hearn or some of the others in the room who would like to, anybody who would like to have a conversation about this. I think it's a super important area that's one that we're working, how to work with WFP, how to work with other groups like this in terms of trying to bridge between relief and development and what we can do as a CGIAR in this domain. Super important area, but thanks for that request. Anybody else have a recommendation? Okay, one here and then in the back from ASEA. Go ahead, please. Well, your microphone is not on. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think listening to this, it was great, but I wish to have more also inclusivity. For example, there is no rice breeder represented here. And also I think nutrition would be good, like now biofortification, not part of it. And genome editing, not only as a tool for validation, because a lot of NARs interested to develop gene editing. So I know that there was a problem because of the donors, but I don't think it's every donor is against genome editing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we do. I think many of us share your sentiment about gene editing. I thought the previous group had too many rice breeders. So there were 2 rice people on the previous panel. So I thought probably we have enough. Oh, and there's another rice breeder here. So sorry, I'll have to nix that one. But Godfrey, you have a recommendation or a request?
Yes, I think a lot of progress in terms of good products, compelling products, but the challenge on the ground is low adoption rates. So we need to build on refining the target product environments, but also learn, be guided a lot by market intelligence so that we can be more targeted for improved adoption.
Okay, that sounds a little bit like the colleague to your right, that we just need more impact pathway, more help on having impact on the ground. Our time is up. And I don't know if there's anybody who has a really great suggestion. Okay, please, I'd love to hear it. Just get close to a microphone, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I need to disappoint you. It's not a really great suggestion. So I'm Sarah Schmidt from GIZ in Germany. I can first say one word on the gene editing, and as Lina and Ines know, I'm not an opponent, but if you include gene editing as product development in the B4T, none of the European donors can contribute to pooled funding unless the legislation in Europe changes. So that is a problematic point, but that's the reality we have at the moment. So that's just very unfortunate. On the second part, so my colleague from Welthungerhilfe already mentioned acute hunger. And actually, I think that with breeding, we cannot change acute hunger that arises in conflict or war zones, because breeding is a long-term solution. It's not a really good solution for short-term, like for conflicts, like acute hunger situations. So I think what Ines mentioned, nutrition, that's actually the important point, and hidden hunger, which is affecting much more people. And there, my question is, how do you prioritize that? Because hidden hunger is disproportionately affecting women and children. And women who are undernourished cannot raise or don't have the capacity, the children in the womb will not develop. So that's affecting the next generation as well. So how is that included in the priorities for B4T? Because that's the essential question. And I would like to really see impact there, because that's where I think CGIAR can have the biggest impact with breeding.
Thank you very much for those three comments. I'll take one moment, additional minute of our time. I think indeed breeding for nutritional impact is a priority for most of the programs. There's probably other sessions. In fact, I know there's been other side events on this topic. We don't have time to repeat, but please seek out colleagues or those colleagues who are working on that area. Sarah Schmidt would like to talk to you about this. The issue about conflict zones, it's also similar to Stephanie's question. We're doing a lot, not in breeding in conflict zones. We're doing a lot on seed. Trying to have seed availability to farmers in conflict zones is something more immediate that can be done. Working with a lot of NGOs on the ground to try to provide whatever support can be provided to farmers. Again, it's a very complex topic. I can't summarize it in 30 seconds, but please seek out our colleagues to address that one. And on gene editing, we're very much aware. Not every funder wishes their funds to be used for this purpose, and that's why we do keep it quite a separate component within the CGIAR, which is not part of the initiatives. It is a separate project that is funded by those funders who are interested in it, and you can be assured that your dollars, your euros, your shillings are not being used for gene editing unless you have specifically requested that your funds be used for that purpose. So thank you, though, for pointing that out and reminding us of that concern. It's not only about gene editing. Other funders have other specific requirements. They don't want their funds to be used in a certain country or region, etc. So we do respect those requests from our funders. I want to stop here because I know I've already gone over time by about 6 minutes, but I want to thank the panel. I want to thank the audience for your participation. And I want to hand back over to whomever I'm supposed to hand back over, I guess to Michael. Thank you, panelists. Maybe a small round of applause.
Thanks, Kevin. That was excellent. And thanks, Dorcas and panelists. Like I said, there's a lot of, at a portfolio level, the accelerated breeding report, which I referred to earlier, describes our progress at that portfolio level, but to hear the specific stories from those panelists was excellent. So next, I'm going to hand over to Bish Das, who is leading the Transform effort. And from Bish, you'll hear details about that high-level output. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Michael. So we'll also have a bit of a panel discussion at the end, so I'll ask the panelists to come up as I get ready. It's very welcome to make a dignified entrance to the stage. Trushar and I were at a different session earlier this morning where we had to dance onto stage. So I'm happy we don't have to do that. No one wants to see that early in the morning. Yeah. So Julie, how do I do the slides? Okay, that side. Okay, sorry. Okay, so yeah, so as Michael said, Transform is another, it used to be an area, work package in the initiatives. It's now a high-level output as part of accelerated breeding. I will give a quick overview because our time is a little bit limited, so I'll compress it. If anyone wants more information, there are brochures floating around. We also do have a website. So I'll be fast. I'll give an overview of what we've done and what we want to do in B4T. I'll hand over to my colleague Lenin, who will talk about some clear capacity development efforts we've made, and then we'll go into a breakout session and we'll have an opportunity to hear from some of the partners that we've been working with closely. Okay, so I've just gone over that. That's the outline of the session. And this is the team. Just to acknowledge the team, Lenin is here as well, but we've got Vish, Dragan, and we used to have Sanjay, who is helping us in South Asia. So we have a global footprint. Okay, so the purpose of Transform was to strengthen breeding networks and provide capacity development support to many of the NARS partners that we're working with that are part of regional breeding networks. So to understand what areas of partnerships we needed to focus on, we started off by having a lot of in-depth consultation, particularly with national programs in Africa. So we consulted widely, had in-depth discussions in over 25 countries, had leadership consultation meetings, collaborated with regional organizations, the funders, GFAIR, and so on. And what's come out of these consultations is 8 clear areas for prioritization, for improvement. So they involve things like increased need for co-creation and alignment with nationally defined priorities, a need to increase the role of national partners in regional breeding networks, improved attribution, the need to incorporate a wider range of partners as well. And these are all areas that were agreed both by the CGIAR and NARS, and a lot of these discussions were facilitated by the sub-regional organizations. So many of these things can sound abstract. Partnership is a very abstract thing. So what we've been focusing on over the last 3 years is to try and define and develop some tangible, scalable innovations that can help address some of these things that can sound very abstract and intangible. So we focused on 3 steps. So the first was to define the network. So who actually is in these networks? Can we formally define them and have a process to prioritize the countries that are in these crop by region networks? The second was to focus on this issue of co-design and national alignment. How can we understand what's needed at a country level and make sure that the CGIAR regional efforts are really well aligned to what is required at a national level? And the third was to augment partner roles. And this is a very clear ask coming from all the partners. They wanted to play a much greater role in regional breeding efforts, but we had to develop a systematic and objective way to understand what partners are capable of doing and how to assign responsibilities. So I'll very quickly go through the methodology. So we've developed a tool to help networks prioritize the countries they need to focus on. It's a very simple tool. It uses FAO data because that's the best available data we have. We know it's not perfect, but it's the data that is available and that is out there. We use the World Bank Income Index, and we use the existing collaboration of those particular NARS with the CGIAR. And based on that, we've been able to define 55 global networks. 26 of them are in sub-Saharan Africa, and we've supported a lot of the networks to define the priority countries within those networks. So this is the first time we've done this across the CG in a systematic and objective way. Secondly, trying to align with national priorities and understand what are the individual country requirements. So we developed an innovation, the product design team meeting. It's a multi-stakeholder meeting where we get views from across the value chain, seed companies, farmer groups, researchers, processors, and they all contribute and help define market segments and target product profiles for individual countries. And then these are aggregated at a regional level, and they feed into what the CG is doing. So the CGIAR is now responding to what the network members are saying. So it's a bottom-up approach, it's a client-driven approach. So again, another innovation that has been introduced and scaled, and we've conducted over 102 of these product design team meetings. And the third is, how do we address this issue of augmenting the role of partners? So what we quickly realized is that NARS vary widely. NARS between countries vary widely, but even the breeding programs within individual NARS are at very different levels. And it's very difficult then to just assign responsibility without knowing what the capacity is. So we've done program assessments, over 125 of these, to determine what role individual breeding programs can play in regional breeding programs and the roles that they can assume. And again, over 125 of these have been done. And how do we pull all this information together? So I've stolen a slide from the DCP team from CIMIT, Happy Dawoodi, and I saw Harish here earlier. But this is a summary of how all that work comes together for a particular network. And this is an example of groundnuts. You have the various market segments that the teams have jointly defined. You have the countries up there and the prioritization based on the assessments, their T levels. and then which country is contributing what to the network. And we're in the process of defining these summary tables for most of the networks we're working with. And this gives us a very clear framework of how now to engage with the networks and augment the role of partners. So going forward, as we extend into transition from GI into Breeding for Tomorrow, we want to extend a lot of this work to Asia and Latin America. So our focus has primarily been in Sub-Saharan Africa. We want to expand the type of partners we're working with and expand it to universities and the private sector. We want to transition those product design team meetings into product advancement meetings, because now once we've defined what the market is and what the target product profile is, we don't need to have this kind of extensive consultation every year. Instead, we can build that into the product advancement process. We need a renewed focus on capacity building, and we want to scale another innovation that I didn't mention, the network membership agreements that the RTB program, so Hugo and Tiago and their team really pioneered, and that has really worked well. And we want to scale that to the other networks. So with that, I will stop and I will hand over to my colleague Lenin, who will talk about some of the key, some of the real tangible things that his group have done with some of the national partners we've been working with. So over to you, Lenin.
All right. Thank you very much, Bish. I'll go into the details of some of the work that we have done within the CGIAR networks that we are working with. Some of these things that are being done within crop networks. And one of the most important thing, or one of the innovations that we have brought in, is to cost out breeding programs within networks. So the main purpose of costing out breeding program, one, is to ensure plant breeding approach their business, their work as a business. In other words, we want to retain maximum genetic gain in terms of investment that has been made. We also want to align a resource allocation of product profile relative to market share. All these market segmentation which is being done, we then want to align in terms of the resource allocation. We also want to look at the things that are being discussed here. Innovation which is coming in, technologies which are coming in. What's the value in terms of comparing alternative breeding pipelines and also strategies? There's also the issue of just general understanding in terms of estimating the cost of running your breeding pipelines. And the most important thing, after costing has been done for all network members, there's also the need for the crop network to allocate and prioritize resources within the network. Not every network member has the capacity to do the full breeding pipeline. Others have only the capacity to do testing and release. Therefore, we need to allocate these resources accordingly. And for us to do that, we're using the University of Queensland costing tool. I don't need to go into the details, but for those who want access and also to do a test run and also to get assistance from us, you can also go through the link for the tool. So I'll give an example of a crop network that has been costed out. And in terms of the work that was done, initially it starts off with the market segmentation. I think Bish has already used the example for groundnuts, but in this case we have sweet potato. So I'll not go into the details of who does what. He has already explained that. Anyone who is in blue, definitely that's a partner who can do a full breeding pipeline. There's also those who are in orange. These are more or less like niche markets which are identified within a given country. And probably in terms of resources, they can source their own resources, or it's a national priority which they can focus on. And then green represent countries that can be given resources in terms of just evaluating and release. So through this work, we also need to understand how then do we allocate these resources. So costing of all these pipelines has been done. This is a typical example where Zambia, after assessment, it's a tier 4 country, Malawi, 3B, 5B. All these are just showing the level of capacity that breeding program is. And from that, you can see that this is a full budget for the whole breeding program in terms of the crop network for sweet potato for Southern Africa. and to an extent there's also Uganda, which is in East Africa. So this is ongoing work. We've completed for maize. CIMIT has done very well with its partners across East and Southern Africa. We've also started with IITA. We will go into sweet potato, soybean. All these is ongoing work, but there are some networks which we have already completed. And then maybe some would want to know the details in terms of this is at network level, what are the benefits at individual national breeding programs or any partner who is within that network. We also have even private sector participating in such activities. There we are just showing a full pipeline, which is being done by Sweet Potato Zari, which is in Zambia, where they've costed out the full pipeline from crossing up to on-farm trials, registration and release. All these are included. But of more interest is we try by all means to make sure that when we are doing this costing, we standardize in terms of what's the unit of cost. So probably as a network, you should agree. I'll give an example of maize. They say whatever they do, be it nurseries or trials, the standard length of each row is 5 meters. So such that as you do the comparison in terms of operational cost, you are having a standard cost per 5 meter row. So for all those who want the details, they are the cost in terms of per 5 meter row. So even within the network now, as you allocate resources, those who are doing just evaluation, you know exactly how much you want to allocate given your breeding schema, the number of sites that you are going to use, and then you get the cost for each and every partner. We also focus on the issue of trying to establish the current status of the breeding program in terms of their baseline for breeding. And for us to do that, we started off with digitization of data. That is making sure that any form of data they have, it's in a form of a database, be it BMS, EBS, or whatever was available. And from that, we went a further step and assisted them, the national partners, in terms of their establishing their genetic gains. So these are cherry-picked papers which are already available. You can also interact with some of the members who are here. Asia led this team, they have that paper. We have Veronica Mkaro, Mozambique also had their paper, and also I think Kauro Island Maize Breeding Program. So this is being done across all the crops or networks that we are working with. Sorry about that. Okay. And then the other thing that was also part of the recommendations or breeding objectives that had to be done within these networks was the writing of breeding manuals. This came mainly from the issue of one, there's need just to document breeding guidelines and also breeding and operational SOPs. And also the other issue which normally comes when we interact with national partners is the issue of staff turnover. A lot of these guys, they are trained, they are in the system, and they just leave. There is no continuity in terms of new personnel that are coming in. So with these breeding manuals, they help a lot in terms of staff continuity, guidelines in terms of breeding, and also even standards of excellence. And also in general, institutional memory. So we have helped quite a few of them. For CRI, those are the crops that are listed there. Naro, which is Uganda, those are the crops that are being worked on. Nigeria, it's the same. Zari and DR and SS. Veronica Mkaro, who is here, they have their own breeding manual, which is ready and available for them for use. And then in terms of the last slide, scaling of breeding operations, SOB grants. We had ran a pilot grants for NAS that we were working with. This was just the main thing that was coming out of the assessment was the operational budget. It was a limitation for most of these breeding programs. And then to start off, we just cherry-picked or identified 3 national breeding programs to work with. And these are a variable number of crops that they were focusing on. But the main issue was to make sure that we operationalize recommendations that were made in the improvement plan. These are basically breeding objectives that were agreed by these partners. So in terms of what was required, was to make sure that, whatever crop has been picked up, it's a high priority within that national breeding program. And then also to make sure that we accelerate genetic gains and variety turnover for these programs. And within each NAS partner, there is a list of breeding objectives that were being implemented. Some of them are common across, and others are specific to individual countries. So I'll not go through each and every objective, but this is the generalized breeding objectives that were implemented by each and every member of the NAS, which was issued out with the SBO grants. I think in a nutshell, this is part of what we have done with most of the crop networks. And if there's any additional information that you might require, please feel free to address the question or to approach myself, Bish, and the rest of the teams that are involved in the background. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Lenin. So we'll break into a bit of a panel discussion now with our four panelists up here in front. I'll introduce them very quickly and then we'll go into it. In the interest of time, we'll give each of them a question. If we do have time, we'll try and take one from the audience, but we may need to move forward. So firstly, we have Maxwell Asante, who is the director of CSIR, the Crops Research Institute in Kumasi, Ghana. So welcome to you, Maxwell. Thank you for joining the panel. Lenin Muzundire, who we just heard from, Transform NAS Coordinator for East and Southern Africa. We've been working closely for 5 years. In that time, I've lost most of my hair and gone gray. Lenin looks evergreen. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Aparna Das, namesake, but no relation that I know of. And Ronica Mukaro, who's from the Zimbabwe National Program and the maize breeding lead there. So Maxwell, you're closest to me, so I'll ask you the first question, if you don't mind. So as the Center Director of CRI Kumasi, what are your center's ambitions and priorities regarding crop improvement? Where do you see the CGIAR contributing to your agenda? And are there areas where you think the CGIAR could potentially pull back and allow CRI to take more of a driving seat? So over to you, Maxwell. Easy question. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Vish. Yeah, so in the area of what we really want to focus on, there's a big issue in our country on import substitution. So crops like rice and tomatoes, we spend a lot of money to import. So our government naturally wants us to focus on those crops. So, and then also maize in terms of poultry, we are self-sufficient. We eat a lot of maize, but when it comes to poultry, sometimes we have to import more. So one of the biggest issues is to focus on these crops that we import parts, at least part of it, so that we can be self-sufficient in those crops. So in that direction, we focus on high yielding varieties and varieties that are very much adapted to the environment that we have. The other one is food and nutrition security. So there are many crops that are food security crops, many of our root and tubers and stuff like that. And then nutrition is also very important. So we also want to focus on those crops and also nutrition when it comes to those crops. And then, of course, in the area of climate change, we want to breed for resilience to the climate. In the area of what CG can do with us, germplasm exchange is still very important for us. So we want more germplasm, elite germplasm from the CG, but it has to be a little more targeted. So for instance, for rice, for instance, in Ghana, aroma or fragrance is a must-have trait. So if I receive a bunch of 100 lines from Africa rice and only 3 is aromatic, it doesn't help me. So it has to be a little more targeted based on the country's needs. And then, of course, as Lenin mentioned, we have serious challenges with operational budgets. So if we could develop projects together so that we source for funding for our breeding work, it will be very much useful for us.
Through the Crops to End Hunger project, our station infrastructure has seen a huge improvement, but Oliver asked for more. We need more as the time goes on. So those are the things we would require support from partnership with the CG. On the side of whether there are areas where CG should not come in at all, not so much. We only say that anytime you have to deal with the private sector or government, it is better to work through us. So that it's not good to go directly to any private sector, so that we together have an impact on the ground, because we are really familiar with what is on the ground. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Maxwell. So we're getting more targeted interventions of technologies aligned to your needs, joint fundraising, and better coordination of activities in country through the national system. Thank you very much, Maxwell. Lenin, I'll come to you next, as you're next in line. So Lenin, you've worked most of your career in the private sector in Africa for a multinational company. So in your view, I mean, what are the biggest differences you've seen between what was happening in the private sector in Africa and the public breeding sector? And what opportunities do you see for public-private partnerships in Africa?
Okay, thanks, Bish. I think there are a few differences that are there, but most of them, they are subtle. And then a few are quite huge. Maybe I will list them first and then try to go over them. The first one, I think, which is the major one, is funding capacity. Usually when bridging objectives are set within the private sector, usually they are fully funded to an extent. Here and there are limitations, but the funding is really there, and they work towards their breeding objectives. And then in terms of the second one, there's the issue of market-driven investment, which is more or less linked to funding. And then the third one, maybe we might also talk about they are profit-driven, which is not much in terms of the public sector. In the private sector, investment, or in terms of incentivizing people, that motivates the team in terms of bonuses, dividends, such that, anyone who is within the team, there's always that drive which is there. And then in terms of product uptake, it's really guaranteed within the private sector. They have the full value chain in terms of from research, production, market development, and all the other functions that are there, including production, such that whenever they have a product which is specific for the market they desire, all the systems are ready to make sure that, the product is available in the end. Unlike in the public sector, CGI for that matter, maybe let's talk of CMIT, or maybe let's talk of CMIT. They might do whatever they do in terms of coming up with a good product, but somewhere the ball is usually dropped. The issue of production comes in, who is going to do that, who is going even to license that product for sale. And then in the end, sometimes a good product doesn't even make it to the market. There's also the issue of competition within the private sector. This one is an open thing, which is there, everyone knows. Any other institute within the private sector, be it all these multinational companies, they are always striving to make sure that they are sitting there on top. They can't sleep on duty. Obviously, the competitor will take over, even in terms of market share, and even going to the extent of even poaching personnel, among us, other things. There's also the issue for well-defined KPIs within the private sector. Each and every member of the team who is there knows exactly what is desired and what is required. Sometimes we look at the public sector, people are doing it maybe for the sake of they are there and it's business as usual. And even sometimes things they are doing is because of national priorities that have been set. Does it have any impact? No one can answer that, or no one is accountable to that. So these are some of the differences that are there. Going on to the issue of opportunities, partnership within private sector guarantees market for anyone who wants to partner a private company. Like I mentioned earlier on, they have almost all the departments within the same institute. So if you are to partner them, CMIT, SIP, SIAT, or whatever you are doing across the different crops, you are guaranteed whatever you do with them, the end product will sit on the market. Whether the farmers will then embrace it, that's another issue, but the market is readily available. There's also the issue of joint products. Sometimes when you give a product out after it has been developed by a public sector, there's the issue of also resistance which comes within the private sector, or they also have breeders. They can't just get a product and then push for it. Breeders within the system also try to push for their own products. But if you are to work with them in terms of joint combinations for hybrids, or even lines that have been selected at the different filial generation, it makes a difference. They are also pushing your products as they go in. We have classical products on the market which are making waves, is because they are joint combinations that are put on the market. So it's also an opportunity. And then in terms of network reach, most of these companies, they are spread across countries. They are spread in terms of reach within country. It's quite huge. So if you also partner them, you are entitled, or you are likely to get in terms of products that reach far in terms of both within country and across the region. And also even for those who are into research, testing sites that they have. And then there's also the issue of funding opportunity. As you collaborate with them, definitely where they are interested, they always put the money. So it's also an opportunity that is there for public breeding programs. Make sure that you also collaborate with them. And maybe the last one, in terms of opportunity, it's the issue of capacity development. Some of them, they've been structured or they've optimized their system over a long period of time. They have the personnel who know everything or who can assist. So it's also an opportunity to work with them such that you also get attachment and also even research projects in terms of your capacity development. I think that's all I have in terms of opportunities and also the advantages that.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Len. A lot of rich feedback there, and we appreciate that. We're running short of time now, so I'm going to ask for some quicker responses, if you don't mind, from Aparna and Ronika. So Aparna, you've been involved in a lot of this partnership work from the CIMMYT side with maize in Africa, but you've spent most of your career actually in Asia, and that's one of the areas we want to expand into in B4T. So what advice would you have for us? I mean, what is the nature of partnerships likely to be different, and what advice would you have for us to establish strong partnerships in Asia?
Thank you, Bish. Yeah. So my experience, like you said, I was like 20 years in Asia working in public and private sector, some of the biggest multinationals, and I have worked around 7 years in Africa. So I can see the scenario, how it is different, especially in the public sector. So in the public sector, apart from funding, which is always there, that there is a difference in levels of funding, going beyond that, I think in Asia, in public sector, there is a greater emphasis on technology transfer. So public sector in Asia really makes efforts to make sure whatever research they are doing, it is going out in different forums. So it can be like commercializing their research outputs that they have, whether they do it themselves or in partnership with private sector, or fostering innovations with private sector. So they have sort of tried to develop platforms where they are not competitors. The public sector is not competing with the private sector, but they are working together as partners, where both are mutually benefiting from each other. One of the examples I can give is when I was in Thailand working for an MNC over there, there is something they called as cooperative trials. These cooperative trials is where every maize player in the country submits their best entries for a trial. And this trial is conducted by each of the partners. So if 1 year it is in a Syngenta field, another year it's in a university field, another year it's in a Monsanto or Bayer field, and then they evaluate this trial together as a team. So including private, public, farmers, everybody visits that on one day, and they evaluate and see what is the strength each of the partner has in the products. So it was also, that's something where I learned that the best selling product may not be the best product. It may be they have an excellent sales and marketing team, which has somehow managed to push it and make it a dominant product in that country. But when it was evaluated as a team, I think that's where the biggest lessons are learned by working together as public and private sector, that they understand this is what market needs. on the scientific basis, and this is what we can do to push the product to the farmer, to the smallholder farmer or the big farmer. So those are some differences. I have observed how public and private work in Asia and how we work in Africa, and there's a lot of things we can do in the Africa scenario where we can improve on things to do. And Asia, I think, again, they are working well together, but there is, of course, a lot that CG can go in and bring in that change that we are looking for.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aparna. I think it's clear there's a lot of opportunity for cross-learning. So we'll ask the final question now to Ronica Mukaro from CBI in Zimbabwe. So Ronica, you've been working intensively with CIMMYT, of course, for a very long time, and then with ABI, Transform, and CIMMYT for the last 3 years. What has been the impact of that collaboration and this new way of partnership on your program?
Thank you very much, Bish, for this. Previously, I can say we usually get support from CIMMYT, from ABI, but the support is not customed, can I say, to our needs. So at times it fits into our needs, but at times it doesn't fit. However, with the current approach, can I say, yeah, we are doing things together, starting from a breeding program assessment. We've done this together. We have done this together and we have identified the gaps. Those gaps has led us to develop the improvement plan that we have been using. So there are some success achievements that we have achieved on the improvement plan. Probably I need to indicate the product design meeting that was recommended. So we had a product design meeting, and from the product design meeting, we have identified niche markets in Zimbabwe, which include the ultra early target product profile in the yellow target product profile. We also had an opportunity to migrate our data to the BMS platform so that all the data is on BMS platform. So with the data that we migrated to the BS platform, we managed to publish a paper on genetic gains. I think Lenin has indicated this, and you can access this paper online. This is the hard copy of the paper on genetic gains using the data, our data that we migrated to the BMS platform. This is the data from 2000 up to now. We have our data, so it's easy it's easily accessible. Yeah, well, so we also had a recommendation of genotyping our founder lines. We had already genotyped our founder lines, and we have managed to group our lines into different heterotech groups. And also, it was a recommendation that we need to develop a manual or to document our breeding procedures. And I think Lenin talked about the breeding manual. This is the breeding manual. You can also find it online. It was also recommended that we cost our breeding program. So we managed to do costing of our breeding program. All the pipelines were costed. So this has helped us actually to optimize our breeding program. I can say we are now using tablets for data collection to collect our data. We usually use pen and paper, but now we migrated to use tablets. So in this case, I can tell you the quality of data that we are getting is super good. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, Ronika, thank you so much. So there's a lot being done and a collaborative effort also with colleagues from BRS who are here. A lot of the things that she was mentioning were supported from BRS. So let us give the panel a big round of applause, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. And with that, I will hand over to Morag. And I apologize that we're even more squeezed for time now.
Thanks very much, Bish. Is there a, okay, is there a pointer? Okay, thanks very much, Bish. So now we're going to switch gear a little bit, and we're going to be talking about trait discovery and deployment. Now we've got quite a broad audience here with different backgrounds, both here and also online. So I'm really going to give a bit of an overview of what trait discovery and deployment really is, and then talk about some of the complexities and the decisions that need to be made within it, and then see how we can help in optimizing the processes and bringing some efficiencies and making progress. So first of all, let's start with a broad overview of breeding. So we've heard quite a lot about market segmentation informed by market intelligence. From that, we develop a target product profile, and then it's really up to the breeders to actually breed for that target product profile. Now, breeders tend to have a very optimum number of elite breeding lines that they tend to cross between that, and they keep it very closed in a system with a relatively narrow genetic base. Now, what happens if they find that they don't actually have the variation they need to meet the demands of the target product profile? So they need to go and look for variation outside of that closed system. The first place to obviously go is the other elite germplasm. Maybe it's in a different breeding pipeline, so that you don't introduce too much unwanted variation. If you can't find it there, you can go to adapted and unadapted land races. And really, if you can't find it there, you have to go to some wild species. Some of this variation of the land races and the wild species are contained in your gene bank. Alternatively, you can also go for biotechnology approaches and gene editing. So that is the discovery part of it. Then, in order to introduce that variation into your breeding population, you really want to only introduce your target trait. You don't want a whole lot of other variation that is going to be deleterious to your breeding population. So what we do is we introgress our trait of interest into an elite donor. And we can do cycles of recurrent selection and backcrossing to get rid of the unwanted variation and just introduce the variation that we need. And this is the deployment process, avoiding linkage drag. Now, there are quite a number of complex processes within this, but we can also develop tools such as molecular markers to help us make selections and do these processes more efficiently. So I just want to outline some of the TD&D outputs that we're aiming for. Firstly, we want to prioritize our traits, and we've heard a lot about prioritization this morning. We can't breed for all traits. We can't do TD&D for all traits. So we really need to prioritize based on the needs identified from the TPPs and the market segments, and also look at return of investments from market intelligence. We want to increase efficiencies and promote best practices through implementation of a stage gate process, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We want to capture the data. What is going on in TD&D? A lot of this information is not consolidated in one place. We want to increase efficiencies through better decision-making and also build capacity through sharing decision-making tools. Now, some of these processes, as I said, can be quite complex. So in order to simplify it down, we've taken a leaf out of the book of some private companies who do this all the time, and we've developed stage gate processes, both for breeding and for TD&D. So you probably can't see very well, but you start off with market intelligence here, and then you go on to product design. Then you get your trait discovery and trait deployment comes in, but this again has its own stage gate process. You then get into the hardcore crossing and testing elements of the true breeding. And then you come to product registration and seed system work. Now, in order to move from one stage to the next stage, there's what's called a gate. And in order to go through that gate, you need to meet certain criteria. And these criteria are very carefully and precisely constructed, and they are evaluated through a product advancement meeting, a multidisciplinary product advancement meeting. And really, this process really ensures or tries to promote best practices. So here's the TD&D stage gates, and you can see we have 6 stages. First of all, we have product scoping, and here is really justifying the need for trait development in your target product profile and market segment, and you define the threshold of your trait value that you really need. We also here can recommend approaches that you're going to take in your TD&D and your likelihood of success. The second stage is donor discovery, in which you need to, first of all, demonstrate a reliable and relevant phenotyping protocol, and you need to identify your trait donors. We then move on to locus identification, and this is where you identify an association between a marker and your trait of interest, and you can also prioritize the markers or the QTLs for further development. Stage 4 is locus deployment, in which you then develop low-plex, high-throughput marker assays and test those assays. And then you can start introgressing your trait into elite donors. The 5th stage is product testing, when you have well-validated elite material containing your new locus, and you test it across a number of genetic backgrounds and a number of environments. You can also then improve your marker by looking at fine mapping or gene discovery. The final stage is product introduction, where you deliver your elite donors and your marker system to the breeding program. and then get feedback as well. So for those of you who are not familiar with this area, the real reason for marker-assisted selection is increased accuracy. So unlike phenotypic traits, markers are not affected by the environment. So you don't have that added noise in the system from the environment. So you can increase accuracy. With this increased accuracy, you can also reduce population sizes and the number of evaluation trials that are being conducted. You can also reduce the cost of very expensive phenotyping trials and also make selections in the absence of your stress, whether that's an abiotic stress, a biotic stress, which makes it much easier. By looking at these marker trait associations, you can also give the breeder much more information on the architecture of the trait, which is very useful, the genetic architecture of the trait. So we're talking about a wide range of traits, from pest, weed, and disease resistance to yield-related traits, abiotic traits, nutritional and quality traits, and also agronomic traits. And within TD&D, we actually did an initial survey of what the different breeders or molecular breeders were working on. And we came up with a condensed set of 166 crop center trait combinations. So these traits clearly have very different genetic architectures. Some are very qualitative in nature, so they're distributed in very distinct categories. They're really governed by one or a few genes, show Mendelian inheritance, and have limited environmental influence. They're generally highly heritable. Other traits, on the other hand, are quantitative. These are your more abiotic stress traits, and they can be governed by many genes of small effect. They are also tend to be moderate to low heritability. So the way we start investigating these traits and looking at the genetic architecture and finding marker trait associations can be very similar in different cases. And you can use several different population types depending on the nature of your crop. And we're dealing with a broad array of crops here. So this can be from biparental mapping populations, single seed descent, F1, F2, genome-wide association panels, and many variants of that, nested association panels, etc. But what we really want to do is genotype these populations, phenotype them in a number of different environments, and then bring that data together to find marker trait associations. Now, here's some examples of some of these traits. Here we have a highly qualitative trait. This is from cassava mosaic disease. It's a CMD2 locus from the work by Ismail Rabi. And here you have a very strong single gene effect, which contributes to over 70% of the phenotypic variation. And it's quite easy then to develop a marker for that. We generally use CASP markers, competitive allele-specific markers, and you can carry on and do initial marker validation from that. On the other hand, you can get very quantitative traits, and this is actually rice seeds area data. And you can see there are many different QTL. And then you've got decisions to make. Do I pick out the best ones and try to follow those in a marker-assisted selection approach? Or do I just go for genomic selection, in which we are not tracking individual markers, but rather relying on breeding values of the parents? We then move on to locus deployment. And this is where we start introgressing into elite donors. And we can also use markers in this way through foreground and background selection. So foreground is when you're actually selecting for your trait of interest, and background is really getting rid of all the unwanted linkage drag traits from your donor genome. So moving on and now looking in that context, what have the achievements been of the Discover work package? First of all, we now have a portfolio of CGIAR D&D projects. So these are now documented. We have a total of 325 distinct TD&D activities that were detailed through this survey, and these were consolidated down into 166 unique center crop trait combinations. We then drilled down further through some key informant interviews, and we interviewed breeders from 11 different crops from 4 centers. And this really helped us understand the approaches and schemas that each project was using, and to give us opportunities to assess how to optimize trait delivery. This also facilitated cross-crop learning and helped us identify bottlenecks in delivery. We also gained a lot of information to inform TD&D implementation decision tree that we're working on. So here's some of the information that we found. Basically, 33% of traits were biotic traits. What's that? 27% were quality traits, and 23% were agronomic traits. Now, 35% of the projects that were ongoing actually involved scoping for new variation. 65% of TD&D activities were actually just mapping variation that was already in the breeding program, which is fine because you're still developing tools to use in your breeding program. And of these, QTL had been identified in 79% of the traits. So it was relatively easy to identify QTL. But then only 27% had actually been taken through to the deployment phase and were being used to track QTL either in the introgression phase or in the breeding program. So coming back to our outputs in TD&D, in terms of prioritization, so traits have now been associated with target product profiles and market segments. In terms of increasing efficiencies and promotion of best practices, we've developed stage gates for both the breeding and TD&D. In terms of data capture, we are now developing a section of the breeding portal for capturing data related to TD&D. We are increasing efficiencies through better decision-making by developing a decision-making tree that's linked to TD&D, so people can get guidance on the best strategy to take in this process. We would also like to link some tools, possibly developed through the breeding analytics, to this decision-making tools to extend the scope and the utility of the decision tree. With that, I would like to thank people who have worked together on this: Sarah Hearn, Gabby and Banjo, Marianne Benzinger, who have all helped in putting this together. So I'm not sure whether we actually have any time for questions. We're out. We don't have any time. Sorry about that. You could always contact me later if you have suggestions on how we can fulfill the needs of the community and where you think we should be going in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Morag, and thanks to all the speakers and panelists. I hope that all of you in the audience now have just a little bit better idea as to what it is we do in accelerated breeding and are as excited about the impact that can be achieved as I am. Yes, can all the accelerated breeding panelists and speakers from this last session go outside and follow Rose, who's in this red suit here, and we're going to have a photo. And thank you very much. And I'll pass it over to Ing to talk to you about breeding resources. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Michael. We're 5 minutes behind. We're trying to make up some time. All right, good day, everyone. And we'll right now go into a session to talk, share some updates, more detailed updates on the services and offerings that breeding resources are currently providing to the CG and NARIS breeding networks. And thanks. So if you guys were present on Tuesday when we officially launched the Before Tea science program, I've touched on these 4 core units for breeding resources. So today we'll cover 3 of them, given the time we have. So we'll start off with global share services, which will be presented by my colleague Gustavo, and then I will go into business process management, presented by Amir, and then finally digital solutions. So this is really the intention to give everybody a glimpse of our past achievements and then what to expect going forward. And if whoever wants to find out more information, we're here. We got a booth, and then we got a QR code for you guys to scan and really get more details and more info on what we actually do and offer. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Gustavo.
Okay, thanks. My name is Gustavo Teixeira. I lead the Global Shared Service. Yeah. Okay, so why we need Global Shared Service? First, of course, because the service needs to be for everyone. So we need to ensure that every single breeding program has access to the services. Program in IRI in Philippines or in CIMIT, but also in Zimbabwe, Tanzania. So the service needs to be for everyone. And with that, we can access or have better or bargain power to negotiate with service providers. So basically what we do, we connect research or researchers or breeding with the service providers. We ensure that everyone have access to either operational support service or lab services. Operational support services, you can imagine a breeding operation or a research operation. So there are many areas from agronomic practice, from farm management system, from seed processing, from greenhouse. So many areas in a research station that may require support either for improving operations or either for defining what will be the operations, define the process. So how can we help? Our team can help. So first, what we can do, we can go and for each either on farm, or on farm trials, but on the station as well. So we can have what we call breeding operation assessment. We support to define which would be the areas to improve. Based on that, or even if without that, we have our group of consultants or our engineering capacity that can provide support, in the engineering support, agronomic practice support, or process improvement support. So just some numbers. So this is an example of our assessment. This is the report. So we some of the stations we do the report more than on a year base, so we can track the progress in many different areas. We have already assessed more than 70 research stations. In 2023, we launched the service. And since then, we receive one request per week for for support in different areas from different users in different type of service. Since then, also last year, our team supported with the technical recommendations, reviewing quotations, reviewed the specifications over $30 million only in 2024. From our experience from reviewing this process, these projects, and also reviewing quotations, we estimated that at least $3 million in cost avoidance from those projects. What is coming next? We are evaluating now, we are reviewing to incorporate other services such as image analysis as a service. And now the lab service, as I said, we connect the researchers or the users with the service providers. We have agreement with service providers for genotyping, allowing users to access like QA/QC or marker seed selection, genomic selection, and also elemental analysis that we are partnering with Harvest Plus. Just some numbers. This platform is started in 2017. You can see down here the number of users in terms of breeding programs. That was in 2017. We had 16. Then we grew to 34, 77, and this year we have more than 100 users using this platform. And you can see in blue the line, the growth in terms of the data points. And in orange, you can see the reduced price or cost per data point. Of course, it shows that the demand, the growing demand, the more users, we have the capacity to negotiate better price with our vendors. So an example of that is what we will have now. So this year we have just started. We will start now the new agreement with new price agreement with the vendor for the low density genotyping. This new price is a price agreement, so it depends on the number of plates, the number of how the sample is sent to this partner. We can have a better agreement. So this agreement will represent or may represent, depends on the process, 7%. Cost savings, meaning that we will be able to, with the same budget compared with last year, do at least 7% more data points. And this without considering inflation, so it is even better, no? So that is a good news for those that require low dense genotyping. How to access our service? We have our service request portal. So everyone, you can go there, request our service. Our team will contact that after we request. We have a regional support team, either for operational services, but also for lab service that can support you later. With that, I will hand over to Amir Najim. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Amir Najm, and I'm the Business Process Management Coordinator with Breeding Resources. Okay. So breeding innovation strives on efficiency, and this is where business process management team comes in. We support CGIAR and NARS partners with smarter operations. We're driving I'm sorry, what happened? Excuse the technical glitches. This way. So as I was saying, we are driving smarter operations, streamlined services, and data-driven decision-making through for the different breeding programs. And we are supporting that with the service management system as we drive the improvements of the workflows, and we boost our efficiency using lean methodologies. With the quality management systems, SOPs, and the work instructions, we are trying to improve on the quality of our research, and we are helping the teams to turn data into meaningful insights using different dashboards with relevant information that are effective for decision-making and effective for the networks and the breeding pipelines. In capacity development, we are trying to help our CG and NARS partners to scale out their impact with powerful tools and systems that would drive their efficiencies. If we look at the industry and what we've learned from the industry, you can see so many different examples from research operations, and what we can see are examples like increased efficiency and reliability in phenotyping, for instance, 53% increase in quality requirements in veterinary parasitology labs, 80% efficiency rate, for example, in FPA in the Philippines, 20% increase in crop productions while maintaining 15% less resources or water resources, and for example, in California and Oregon within farming communities. What these things teach us, or what we can learn from these examples, are things that we can also administer within our CGIAR and NARS partners, and we drive those and try to accomplish them by, as we tried to establish, for example, in 2024, through development of SOPs for operations by end-to-end SOPs from pre-trial all the way to post-harvest, for example. What we started, for example, as being crop agnostic, we are trying to work on to move in with the collaboration of Transform, with the collaboration of the networks to create more crop-specific work instructions. We're also working on the SOPs for lab services to boost the quality of our research and analysis. With capacity development, we have rolled out 108 events last year, or courses, with more than 700 trainees or participants. This is also while documenting 40% representation of females, and we have also launched our LMS in the service portal to share this knowledge that we have created throughout all of those events. Furthermore, we have initiated a knowledge exchange program to create shared experiences across different centers and across regions, and we are trying also to duplicate that this year and expand it further. With the service management system, we have defined the framework for our services and are working with the teams to develop more quality and more impact of those services for our partners. And with the data visualizations, we have developed similar, as I have introduced at the beginning, some dashboards that are relevant and some center-based also dashboards that are relevant for the networks and would help also allocate resources across the partners. With continuous improvement, we have launched the Lean Leadership Microlearning trainings, and those will foster a more, develop more culture of continuous improvement and operational excellence across the centers. If we look at examples from CGIAR in terms of operations and what impact these tools have developed or these tools have shown, we have, for example, 70% decrease in lead time for seed dispatch at Erie, 60% increase in turnaround operation of processes in Erie as well, 20% improvement in the nursery seedlings at Summit. And if that shows anything within our communities, that within CGIAR, if we adopt better processes, if we adopt better systems and smarter operations, we can reach a higher impact and much meaningful research. I'll leave you with this at the end, that at BPM, we're not just about improving processes. We're trying to empower, foster highly efficient, more relevant, better processes across the different research centers, and this is something that we can collaboratively do together. So please connect with us so that we can all drive this type of impact across CGIAR and NARS partners. I thank you so much, and I'll leave the floor to Andre.
What is the
Hi everyone, thanks Amer, thanks colleagues for the opportunity to be here and talk a little bit about digital solutions. Digital Solutions is the team that is responsible for the creation of digital and data solutions for the CG research ecosystem. We not only create, but we also maintain some of the solutions already created by other areas inside CG. My name is Andre, and I will tell you a little bit more about the value that we deliver and the impact that we create. I thought it was quite important to mention a little bit about our story, how we got here, which started in 2017 with the team focused solely on developing the enterprise breeding system. The enterprise breeding system then evolved into different steps, but in 2022 it was when it was for the first time deployed as a fully operational system being adopted by different crops and different centers in CG. This system main intention, main vision was and still is to unify data, breeding data and breeding decisions under one single platform. And this continues to be our vision and will continue to be our vision because we've seen all the great results that all the great results and impact it's been creating so far. So what is exactly EBS? And EBS is all those items that you see there. It's an open source system. It's license free. It is it's in the cloud solution. It's easy to access. It's friendly to use, and it's just starting now with the development of even further features and improvements for more crops. Because in the beginning, what we had, the goal was to serve only 3 crops: maize, rice, and wheat. But of course, we couldn't stop there, and that we continue our journey, which took us here. And now we have more than just cereals. We have RTB crops starting to join. We have legumes that have already joined. And our road to the success will continue as we evolve our team and EBS. Here is just a small sample of the successful impact that we've been creating under CG. You can see on the left-hand side, we have some of the centers and crops already using EBS. The number of users has grown in a very significant way over the last 2 and 3 years. We are about to reach by the end of this year 1,000 users, which is something, as far as I know, very unique in CG, around one same system that is serving and creating different breeding networks around it. We have in that picture at the center, at the top, Dr. Buka receiving her certificate on the train of EBS. That was from last year, end of last year, when legumes at IHA adopted EBS. At the bottom, we have some of the numbers that tell a little bit of the story of the impact that we are creating, number of users, number of hours of training, because we also have our own capacity development team providing training and creating the capacity in the local teams so they can keep growing and bring their partners together without too much support from our end, without needing too much backup from our end. What we are working right now in 2025, based on the building on the success, structure, and relevance of the enterprise breeding system, is to help CG build its own research ecosystem. As I mentioned previously, we create some of the digital and data solutions, but we also help other teams working on their own solutions to improve, to expand. If a refactory, for example, is necessary, we'll be partnering up and help them with that. If we're just inheriting system to make them better or more efficient, this is also part of the activities that we develop. So here we can see just an example of how we are creating these ecosystems. For example, for images captured by drone, it's something that we are working on this year to integrate the data extractor from those images into EBS, and that also can serve into later steps of the analysis that we run through BioFlow. And the others are examples of further integration that we are creating between EBS and the other systems in the ecosystem. How we will continue to do that in 2025, more specifically, and until the end of this first cycle of 3 years, is to obviously we will continue to invest and do everything that we can to make EBS keep growing. This is just an example of our very ambitious plan to have all the CG centers, all the breeding programs in CG Center starting to use and adopting EBS by the end of this year. And of course, we won't forget, and we don't forget about the national partners. We have a few of them already using EBS, and some of them will start adopting this year. And later in 2026, 2027, they will become the focus of our attention. Another part of the ecosystem and of the expansion that I've been talking about goes through the egg pile. Keep that word in mind. It's something that is happening right now. We just kicked off this project. This is a federated hub of data that is based on fair data, on fair principles, on responsible AI. And this is something that will create a lot of benefits for everyone who have their small pockets of data and small systems running data for breeding, for research in general, in a siloed way. EggPile is a system that will bring everything together. So if you want to know more about us, we have our support desk that you can access through that QR code. You can submit, for example, requests to know more about EBS, to know more about the work that we do, to have access to demo instances for EBS, so you can start getting accustomed with the system. You can request adoption, access to start discussing adoption of EBS. And one last reminder, there's still time to visit our booth. We'll be there. We still have some goodies left, but more than that, we have a lot of time and patience to listen to you, to talk to you, engage, and continue the conversation after the Science Week is over. Thank you very much.
Thanks, speakers. I think we managed to make up a few minutes. So we will move into the next session on CTH, crops and hunger. So we'll make some logistics set up here, and we'll call for all the panel members to move to the front. Thanks. All right, so we are right on time to kickstart our session on crops and hunger. So this is a 1-hour session, and does it work? Okay, so what is crops and hunger? I see a lot of familiar faces here. I think this is probably not a new project or initiative that many CG partners, especially in the breeding space, are familiar with. It is a multi-funder coalition that started around 2018. We started talking about it, and the official launch of Crops and Hunger as a multi-funder coalition to support a common goal to modernize CGIAR and NARS network breeding. That really, the whole effort really officially kickstarted in 2019 with the support of multiple funders aligning around a common goals to really make some of these one-off, no regrets investments to help modernize our CG and NRS priority crop programs. So of course, for Crops and Hunger, there are a couple priorities. We focus on crop by region prioritizations that we've been continuously honing to be more focused on every dollar we spend. We also consider the very powerful comparative advantage that we have as a breeding network within the CGNRS, and it has gone through a very extensive consultative process across all the key stakeholders and partners, and of course the national program partners, and trying to also align the CGIAR agenda versus the national agenda, to considering the importance of the crop. So it's really it was a bit of a slow start to get all these things together, but it's and then, you know, in either way, it also is a very good sort of learning for us to understand how can we work better together as a group. So a quick flow of events or flow of this session. We'll kickstart with our opening remarks from Dr. Sarah Schmidt from GIZ, followed by Dr. Bram from CIMMYT as host center for Crops and Hunger, and we'll go through a very interactive panel discussion. And yes, Sarah, thank you.
Is it working? Yes. Can you hear me good? Yeah. Okay, so it's my pleasure actually to start this session. And it's so nice to be in the room and to see so many familiar faces. So I'm very happy that I have the opening words here. I'm also delighted to have Bram next to me, who actually helped us to administer our German Crops to End Hunger funds. It's very nice to see Dr. Godfrey Asea, the director of NARO, and also Dr. Maxwell Asante, whom I have met for the first time today, director of CSIAR. And also thanks to Eng, who we interact a lot, sometimes on a weekly basis. So I'm very happy he still likes to see my face up here. So Eng already gave a brief introduction to Crops to End Hunger. I'm going to give you a slightly longer one. What is Crops to End Hunger? So in 2018, basically a group of donors and also CG breeders realized that the aging infrastructure and equipment was slowing down the breeding process, and also there was a slow adoption of, and sometimes a lacking adoption of new varieties. And that in an area of climate change, where actually farmers need new varieties quite quickly to adopt to the changing climate, and also in an area of global hunger. So since the pandemic, global hunger rose sharply again after decades of decline. And we now have like more than 730 people facing acute hunger. And almost every third person in the world suffers from hidden hunger, so from a lack of vitamins and minerals. And that is especially affecting women and children. And I've said this before, if you've been there before. So especially for children, I'm very worried, because every 13 seconds a child dies of hunger and malnutrition. And that's a situation we cannot have, well, we cannot allow anymore. So in 2018, a group of donors got together, and that was the Gates Foundation, USAID, FCDO, ACAR, and Germany, represented through GIZ and BMZ. And the idea was, the dream was to modernize the CG crop breeding and to accelerate the uptake of new varieties, to have a return on investment, so a clear path for donors where you can see, okay, this is the investment I take into breeding, and this is the impact that I will see with that investment. And it was supposed to be a holistic approach and across centers, and in many ways, it was a forerunner of what we now have with CGIAR, with the one CGIAR, now with the integrated partnership. So the plan was very simple. We will have a breeding program assessment. We will know the weaknesses and the strengths. Then the centers will do a prioritization of what needs to be modernized. And then donors will hand out bundles of pooled funding in like $10 million steps. When I joined in 2020, we were in the middle of that process, and it was not as clear-cut as initially planned. The prioritization was more difficult. The pooled funding was also more difficult. So in the end, we had to tweak a bit, and this is still what we see now with the integrated partnership. Prioritization is difficult, pooled funding is difficult. So in a lot of ways, Crops to End Hunger encountered these kind of problems already a little bit ahead of the whole CGIAR. And I think we can learn a lot from that. So Germany contributed around $40 million to Crops to End Hunger for one-off investments. And then, of course, the Gates Foundation and USAID and FCDO contributed their parts. They are not in the room, so sorry, they need to speak for themselves. I'm not going to outline their contributions, but they were also substantial. So we set up a new process, a competitive process to speed up the spending. And we are now close to having spent these $40 million for 13 crops and for a lot of different kinds of investments. So ranging from irrigation to a charter account for genotyping, speed breeding facilities, direct seeded rice, a lot of capacity building, and a lot of cross-center work, like with Gustavo, for example, this modernization of 15 breeding stations in Africa that are used by both CGIAR centers and NARS. Looking to the future, I mean, Germany remains a very committed funder to CGIAR, very much committed to the pooled portfolio. We are shifting more towards portfolio funding and less to designated funding. On average, we contribute around 35 million per year to CGIAR, and we plan to continue that. Now we have a new government since today, so that's very promising. The Ministry for Development and International Cooperation, BMZ, will continue to exist with the same minister. So hopefully we can maintain our funding to the CGIAR at the current level. And let me close by thanking Eng and Michael Quinn, who's standing in the back, Gustavo and Bish and Bram, and also John Derrera, if he's still in the room. And the whole Crops to End Hunger team, because it has been, it has been quite a journey, and it was a lot of fun to do that together. So that's, it was a great project, and I look forward to seeing the impacts of these investments. So far, we see the impacts for the breeders and for people working at the stations, but of course, the ultimate goal is to see the reduction in poverty, reduction in hunger, reduction in malnutrition for the people who need it. And that will take some time, and we knew that, but I'm looking forward to that in the long run. And with that, I think I give it back to Eng.
Thanks, Sarah. That was very inspiring opening remarks. Now I'll hand over to Dr. Bram.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, and good morning. I know we are at the last day of a very long week. It actually started with a visit to the Kalro Kiboko station, where we all could see the impact actually of Crops to End Hunger. So, and it will close with the potential visit tomorrow to Njoro, where there's also a substantial investment from the crops to end hunger. Before I present a few slides, I do want to take the opportunity to first and foremost highlight that I'm here as the Director General of CIMMYT, but also as a voice of the CGIAR entirely. And I will come back to that, as I think Crops to End Hunger is indeed an example of how we can work together. I want to thank all the donors that have invested in this effort, but of course, Germany is here. So a special thanks to the German government. And I do want to highlight also that Sarah, as a representative of that government, is not only here, but she's I want you all to know that she's an ambassador for biodiversity at work towards results for farmers in GIZ and in the German government itself. I think we sometimes forget, or it seems obvious, but I think we sometimes forget that also our representatives of the donor need to do a lot of effort to advocate within their own system for priorities, because there's multiple priorities, education, agriculture, multiple organizations. So a big thank you for clearly a successful advocacy, because today we have a strong investment. Yeah, I think that deserves this. as Sarah already said, it has been a journey, and I think Sarah's steadfast, fact-based, but also challenging approach that challenged us to go faster, to make sure that we implement it on time, but also towards the best return on investment. So I also want to highlight that this process per se was a change process also within our own institution, be it the CGIAR, be it CIMMYT. Yeah, it has resulted in a proof point today that we can deliver as one CGIAR. We can bring together the different breeding efforts, and it has shown that it is possible to create a multi-donor investment. You see, it's multi-donors, multi-center and partner. Let's not forget the NARS, who has been very, very important in this effort platform. So that has created a whole new set of capabilities within CIMMYT, within the CGIAR, and I consider Eng and Michael the kind of the personal champions of that new capability. So quickly, why invest in crops to end hunger? Why is this important? I think this donor investment has accelerated our research and development capacity as an ecosystem from the NARS, including the international centers. And it does pay off to invest in breeding. And of course, I know the numbers for wheat. For every dollar invested, between $70 to $100 return. For every dollar invested in maize in Africa, between $22 to $35 return. Imagine now with this accelerated capability, thanks to the crops to end hunger investment, we have been able to upgrade not only brick and mortar, but also to upgrade staff capacity. And I think that is very important because more and more breeding becomes less crop specific and probably more conceptually shared, data sharing, doing the breeding from a very different perspective. And I think that journey has just been kicked off with the Crops to End Hunger project. And in that sense, also want to recognize the visionary view of the donors that stepped into and their representatives that stepped into this process. So particularly for CIMMYT, it helped us to accelerate the capacity for breeding for maize, wheat, dryland crops at a CGIAR level. It really supported multiple crops to accelerate, but also in-country capabilities. For example, the example of Malawi, done clearly with, or Senegal, done clearly the national system, equally as here in Kenya with Calro, is housing the capabilities. And I think that the Calro CIMMYT, but also other centers have an example, are an example for that. So with that, once again, thank you. And you can see how this has supported from a one center view. You can also see, I hope, how this has supported to bring centers together. And I think now today, the breeding for tomorrow wouldn't be what it is, led, of course, by the chief scientist, Sandra. The portfolio wouldn't be what it is if it weren't for all the learnings that came out of this visionary project. So once again, thanks for everybody that made it possible. And several of you are in the room. I'm not going to call out your name one by one because that would take me too far, but you know who you are, that has been silently behind driving the change that today proudly we can present to partners, to investors, and hopefully soon also impact in farmers' fields. Over to you, Eng.
Thanks for the very inspiring remarks. So we'll dive right into our interactive panel discussions, and I will do a quick intro of how we're gonna go about this today. So the most, I guess, recent phase of Crops and Hunger is made up of 14 different projects. We call them sub-projects. Of course, we only get 1 hour. It's impossible to really highlight all the contributions across all the networks and all the good work that we collectively had delivered or will deliver in the coming months on time before the end of the Crops and Hunger by investment by end of the year. So, of course, more information, more highlights of all the videos and all the partners and all the content. If you would like to know more, please, there is the information, and we have actually a dedicated website for Crops and Hunger on CGIAR. that for everybody to learn more, to find out more, and hopefully jointly fundraise and align our efforts going forward. This is not this is not the end. Even Crops and Hunger is ending. I believe a lot of these science programs, the alignments of various funding sources, I think the principle of Crops and Hunger really stays, and it lives on beyond this investment period. So today we have representations from CG, from funders, from various key implementers within Crops and Hunger. We have NARS representation. So this is really a diverse partnership for a very, very long time. So the flow of the discussions will start off with a thematic video highlighting a key focus or investment focus of Crops and Hunger, and followed by some Q&A. If time permits, we'll open up for some questions. So we'll dive right in. So the first one is going to be on operational improvement, which is a core investment for Crops and Hunger, the one-off investment. So Julie, do you just have a 2-minute video to sum up everything?
The Crop to End Hunger initiative or the project has been really beneficial for the breeding stations. What the Crop to End Hunger did was it sort of gave funding to work across the site, irrespective of what project you are working on. So the improvements that we were doing is totality at the site, and it is for use by any of the project that is operating here, any of the crop that is operating here. So it's just not for maize. So whether it's related to mechanization, whether it is related to digitization, whether it is related to irrigation upgrade, whatever investments have been done through Crop to End Hunger can be used by maize, by wheat, by dryland crops, by our national partners who are working over here.
So this research station not only serves CIMMYT, but also it serves ICRISAT and CalRO and some private companies. So earlier we used to have mostly research projects, so which support the operations but not real capex investments. But the Crops to End Hunger changed that, and they supported us with a lot of advanced machinery for farm operations. They supported us to improve the irrigation systems by providing drip irrigation system. They also helped us to improve some of the processes through some training opportunities to me and also to our research technicians that are based here. So through multiple like providing good equipment, providing these training opportunities, as well as continuously improving the breeding operations. So this CTH project helped to streamline these breeding operations to a higher level of efficiency and accuracy.
We have had a lot of equipments being purchased, like planters, threshers. We have been allocated a project of nearly 2 million where this whole station will be upgraded, which includes right from the seed processing to the seed storing and putting up a new office. You will see a new structure here with all the workflows in place, a new office, and I feel a more motivated team that wants to work together to deliver what is the mandate for the Kiboko station.
Thanks.
I do have to apologize. I need to leave the room because there's a host country lunch that we are hosting with the Kenyan government, the Mexican government, and all host countries. So if you kindly would excuse me, I will unfortunately have to leave this very interesting panel. Don't tell them, but if you ask me, I would have preferred to listen to these science facts here, but don't tell them, okay? Thanks.
Thanks. So the video we just we just saw here really highlighted some key upgrades in terms of machineries, irrigation capacities. All these are, to me, very basic operational requirements to run successful breeding operations. Now, I will probably direct the first question to Gustavo on what's the okay. So Gustavo, can you explain a little bit, like in your view, because you've been sort of like core to implementing a lot of these investments, like how has the irrigation really led to changes and operational efficiencies in a positive way across all these stations?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Zeng. So when in 2018, as I said, so we started also this assessing some of those stations. And definitely one thing that was kind of consensus is the need to improve the irrigation. I would highlight three main points. The first one is definitely the capacity. Can you hear me? Can you hear better now? Sorry. So the first one is definitely the capacity to run more than one cycle per year. So increase the capacity or using that for breeding. The first one is directly impact the genetic gain, because when we do twice. Can you hear me? You still here? Okay, thanks. Better. Feeling more comfortable. Okay, so then when you do more cycles per year, you increase your capacity or breeding, speed up the breeding, the delivery of variety. So this is the first one. This is direct impact on genetic gain. With that, it's not only because that increase the capacity on in terms of genetic gain, but also it has a direct impact on the operational efficiency on each station, because we can run more cycles, mean that we use more the station, and then we reduce the impact of fixed cost in the operation itself. So this is the one benefit. The other benefit is what we call plotmanship. When we have that was clear in many stations, the bad quality we had in the plots because the lack of irrigation. Maybe we couldn't, for example, ensure germination or proper management of the agronomic practices in general. So this is the second one. And the third one is, I would say that, of course, that is in specific or breeding for specific traits, and in this case, mainly drought. So that is in most cases an important trait for many crops. So those three main traits, or three main factors, are the most important or most relevant reasons why the breeding programs prioritized the irrigation. In the graphic, you can see that we developed this framework for assessing, and we assessed these stations. Most of those stations that received investment from CTH before the investment and after the investment, at least in terms of operational capacity, in terms of quality of their operations. We have a comprehensive framework for that, and you can see clearly that irrigation is one of them that improved more. With that said, I think that is the main points that I want to comment, Eng.
Thanks, Gustavo. So the video earlier also mentioned some of these investments actually can benefit not just a single crop, like right now we're talking about, as Bram mentioned, multiple crop investments. We all work as a collective network, irrespective of whether we're CG or NARS. Now maybe I'll direct the next question to you, Dr. Maxwell. What has all these sort of crop neutral or crop agnostic upgrades, what kind of impact do you see right now in your organization? Because CSR Ghana is one of the bigger beneficiaries actually for this current phase of crops and hunger.
Yeah, thank you, Eng. Yeah, so it's been very beneficial. I dare say that it's been a game changer. I've worked for the Institute since I was a young boy, and I've been there for 25 years. And this is one of the largest infrastructure support that I've seen. And it's been very good. So from things like the irrigation, we have a 28 hectare sprinkler irrigation, which enables us to plant all the crops on the fields across the year. And that's if somebody also wants to do a drought trial, they can easily work on those things. Things like multi-crop threshers, which threshes the grains and the legumes. So, for instance, we have a recent addition to our portfolio, which is wheat. And we didn't need to go and get a new thresher for wheat. The thresher was able to work on the wheat very well. So these things have really turned around the way we do our things, and it helps us to also save costs, because these are crop neutral equipment. So we are able to standardize maintenance and stuff like that. And then for the first time, we have a common working area for all the crops where the equipment are based. And then if you have to do something, threshing, some phenotyping, weighing, seed counting and stuff, a common working area, which was also, by the way, refurbished by the CTA project to be able to do those. I'll stop here for now and come in later.
Thanks, Maxwell, for that very insightful response. Another follow-up question is also coming from that very impactful video that we've seen, the changes that the CTH has brought about is really around the people, the staff motivation, and not having to work in a really sort of dilapidated, having to deal with very old and no longer functioning equipment. So I'll also point maybe the next question maybe to from our NARS partner here, Dr. Godfrey Asseya, on, you know, from your perspective, NARO is also a key recipient for a lot of these investments. How has that changed in terms of the people day to day in the research? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me start by appreciating the support for CT8. On behalf of NARO, we have 2 station upgrades, which is shared facility, and it is helping to professionalize our operations in the seed, field, plot management, but also germplasm storage in terms of cold storage facilities. I think that is also another game changer. Number 2, it also has really motivated staff who are working in this area, because from the feedback you can see, number 1, staff are now more focused on what they are doing. Number 2, they take pride and care in the actions and activities in the field, in the storage, in the seed systems. And I think that is also very good. 4, we see it will drive to improved precision and heritabilities, because now we have irrigation that is functioning on about 100 acres. And this is a shared facility across crops, which are both grain-based and RTBs, but also across institutions that are working on these stations. And I think that is a very good collaborative also arrangement. And lastly, I want to add one of the changes that is coming on board is now timely operations, and also increased efficiency and work being timely. And I think that is good for breeding operations. So we're really grateful. Thank you.
Thanks, Godfrey. Okay, we'll move on to our next thematic area, which is around facility that would allow greater regional collaborations. So we'll just play a.
We work on what's called vegetatively propagated crops. So these are cassava and banana and sweet potato, and these are propagated through little plantlets, not through conventional seed. As they're propagated through plantlets, virus diseases or bacterial infections can actually be transmitted with the seedlings, and if they're transmitted with these plantlets, then if we move the plantlets across borders, international borders, or from one end of the country to another end of the country, these diseases can get transmitted with the planting material.
There are so many challenges in the current lab, especially power. For the power, the equipments, we have many equipments, heavy equipments, which use a lot of power. So the power in the lab is inadequate. So you find that there's a lot of breakdown of our machines because of the power. We also have a problem of water challenge because of the current water in our station. So that has led to breakdown of machines, especially the water distillation machine.
The building is so old that the contamination of bacteria and fungi is all over, even in the walls, and we are not even able to control it. But in the new laboratory, we are expecting that the lab will be clean and we will be avoiding all those kind of contaminations. The turnover in production will be quite good.
The Crops to End Hunger program is not only providing us with a brand new laboratory with clean, hygienic facilities, but it's providing us with equipment such as PCR machines and real-time PCR machines in which we can do state-of-the-art diagnostics and indexing for all the diseases that are carried by these RTB crops. We really see it being able to facilitate the efficient transfer of planting material of roots, tubers and bananas. So we'll be able to get relatively earlier generation breeding material out of breeding programs. We'll bring it to the RTB Eagle Lab, ensure that it is virus-free and clean, and then we'll be able to distribute it, whether it's East Africa or Southern Africa, even West Africa, Central Africa, distribute it to different national programs so they can evaluate that germplasm and that breeding material in their own environments.
Outcomes are related to economic growth, are related to delivering more sustainable varieties to the farmer's field, and of course creating a hub that it's a place for training the new generation of scientists.
Thank you. So that was a video about really riding on the spirit of CTH. You can see multiple CGIAR centers, NARS partners, regional entities all come together, aligning on a common goal to solve a very specific crop network needs for roots, tubers, and banana. So this facility, which is scheduled to be completed by end of the year, is really going to transform our network capacity around distribution of planting materials for clonal crops, which has been a very a major bottleneck for the region. Now, with that, to set the stage, maybe I'll direct the next question to you, Morag. Can you describe a little bit more on the significance of this collaboration? Because you've been in the deep trying to sort out some of the challenges and building the partnership and building the business case. So I guess I'll hand it over to you to share some of your insights.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Thanks very much, Eng. Yeah, we've been, so that this really facilitates partnerships on several different levels. First of all, you know, IITA and SIP have been working with KEFIS for many years, but as you saw from the video, we've been working under extremely difficult conditions. And not only are they difficult to produce clean planting material, and as you heard from the video in terms of contamination, but it's also then difficult to, I mean, to have safe working conditions for the people in that lab. So really the working conditions are very important as well. So as I said, we've been working together with CIP, the International Potato Institute, and IITA and KEFIS have a long-standing working relationship. But this new injection of this new lab, these new facilities are really motivating all of our institutes to consolidate that partnership. We've been working very informally, but now we're really talking about getting business plans together, which we've never had before. So there's much more than the actual facilities themselves. Then there's partnerships as well in terms of the breeding networks. As we've heard this morning even, the exchange of root, tuber, and banana germplasm has always been a really critical issue, and it's slowed down both evaluations and characterizations in different environments, and it's slowed down the process of actually getting germplasm to farmers. This is really going to be a game changer in the fact that we can encourage breeders as well to send relatively pre-release varieties in the late stages of testing to the RTB Eagle. We can make sure it's virus-free. We can even fingerprint it with low-density fingerprints to ensure that the identity of that germplasm is maintained, and then distribute it to national programs. But in this way, we can have several different national programs evaluating the same germplasm. Then we can pool that data together, and we can really expand the number of environments, but not just the environments, the cultural conditions that these varieties are being evaluated in. And then, so we can pool data, which will be very useful to inform the breeding objectives. In addition, we can, by getting the germplasm to the national programs earlier for their evaluation, they can start multiplying it earlier and start evaluating it. And then once it's already in the countries and being multiplied, and we can get it to farmers quicker than otherwise. Thank you.
Thanks, Morak. And I think you really sum it up really well. And this is a very exciting upcoming investment that is going to really materialize end of the year. So I think we'll all look forward to that happening. So we'll move to the next thematic area for crops and hunger, which is around gender and sorry.
In sub-Saharan Africa, where we have one in Kenya in Kiboko, which is around 200 kilometers from the Nairobi office, where we have the administrative area of work, and in Harare, where we are maybe not very far from the city, but it's still a research station area. Efforts were made to bring in more inclusive working conditions. Like we have upgraded our facilities so we could attract more women in the just not for the manual labor which we are getting from the villages around, but also attract good talent from the city areas.
With these office facilities, all the staff are able to work in a safe and secure environment, and it's also very encouraging for women. Now earlier to engage women it was not so easy because this location and the facilities we don't have properly, but now with having all of these facilities help us to engage more women in the workforce.
We have made sure that we have the necessary facilities upgraded for breastfeeding, the mother's room, good facilities for having washrooms in the field areas, so the women don't have to walk long distance from the field to the main office for their needs. These were small measures which were done after deciding at the strategic level that we really wanted to create an environment where we could bring in more women into the research station and the operational areas. So we worked very closely with the breeding resources team, who provided us support with a lot of investments in upgrading the facilities, and this helped us to create, attract more talent. We now have technicians. I think 3 years back we did not have any research technician, any woman research technician, but now we have like around 50% of the technicians are women, and in some crops it's only women research technicians, so they have the men working under them. So these changes that we have made in the workplace area, I think it has made people more confident that it's a workplace where they would want to work, they would be encouraged, and they would be recognized for the efforts they are putting in the work.
Thanks for that, Julie. So gender has always been a very, very deliberate attempt to strive towards a greater gender and women empowerment for crops and hunger. That is actually a very well aligned underlying reason why as we invest in a lot of these facilities, it's the core focus. So that said, Aparna, you mentioned that women are now working as women technicians. From the numbers, there's a sharp increase in the number of women getting more involved in research and breeding. In your opinion, with your experience in the region, operating in a very challenging environment, how is that? What kind of changes have you observed over the past year or two as CTH really ramping up some of the investment being put in place? So maybe you can share with us some insights or some thoughts or some how do you see this going forward?
Yeah. Thanks, Eng. I think as you saw in the video previously, that we have really made significant strides in having more women participation in the core area of breeding. I was reading somewhere that men are drawn to traits crops that can be commercialized, whereas women interest is for crops for home consumption. So men cash crop, women subsistence crop. But thankfully, this was labeled as a myth. So I think that's the major change that we have brought in, is now we have, with women participating more at the core breeding level, there is a better understanding of the gendered traits and their importance. So there is no more like it's only one way of thinking. As more and more women are entering this field, we are having a better understanding on that. And having more women on the ground, like we mentioned, Kiboko is one of our major stations where we have CIMMYT, ICRISAT, Kalro operating. It's a big breeding station. And some years back, the major issue was we had women at the field manual labor, but we were not able to attract them at the lead technician level. So what was it that was, what was the gap there? I think it was something like more of a mindset. Even when we were trying to hire, we would assume that women would not want to be based there because it's far from city, they have small children. And our focus has been trying to say, let the woman decide. I remember in one case when we were in Kiboko, we were asking the station manager, how many women tractor drivers do you have? And the station manager at that point of time said, you know, we are very protective of our women. We don't allow them to do the heavy work. So they had decided on their own that woman is not able to do that. But when we reached out to our workers in the field, the women around, and we said, asked them, how many would you want to drive tractors? We did have volunteers who would want to drive tractors, who would want to learn how to drive a tractor. And we were working with the breeding resource team, Vinicius, where we're trying to identify such staff, give them training, and bring that change at the ground level. So bringing this balance and diversity in the workforce, it's really making it more dynamic, more innovative. Now we, like I said, 50% to 60% lead technicians are women in Kiboko. Now while giving instructions, so none of the people at the station have to worry. They don't think it's a woman I'm giving the instruction to, or whether it's a man I'm giving the instruction to. It's like, this needs to be done, this trial needs to be planted, this mechanization thing has to be done, just go ahead and do it. So those mind shift change is what is bringing in the difference, and having this balance and diversity in the workforce, I think that's making it more dynamic and innovative for all the breeding stations at which we are operating. Thank you.
Thanks, Aparna. Now we know we have a fleet of women tractor drivers. Very empowering indeed. So we'll move to our next topic, which is around breeding for some specific traits that has been really challenging without some of these crops and hunger investments. So we'll also have a short clip.
It is very critical to develop new products or varieties. Some of these varieties, they were released more than 40 years ago. They were not bred for the current climate scenario we have. We have so many challenges at the moment. Look at the lens, they are very unreliable. Look at the climatic patterns, they have really changed. So those varieties were bred for the climate that is not the current climate. And those varieties that the farmers have been growing cannot be resistant or cannot withstand the diseases that we have at the moment.
How can we effectively carry out direct seeded rice production in the country and reduce on the labor and cost of production that is associated with transplanting as we try to move towards climate change and climate resilience varieties? We want to actually move in tandem with conservation of our environment through reduction of the water that we are using in our farming system.
Crops to End Hunger has been very instrumental in upgrading the DSR facility at 3 locations. One is at the IRI headquarters, which is Los Banos in Philippines. Second one is this location, which is Calro Moya. And third location is in India, which is which is inside the ICRISAT campus. Now, through this support, through crops to End Hunger, we have been able to kind of transform these 3 sites in a way that this becomes the model site for demonstrating DSR, which is direct seeded rice, as a full technology package. We also have been supporting many national partners under this initiative to really identify the gaps. And together with Crops to End Hunger, with their support, we also try to fulfill those gaps.
Something we are very proud of is one of a variety that we released here in the country called Komboka, which means to liberate, kukomboa in Kiswahili, to liberate. And this variety has really come as a game changer in the country.
The advantage to the dissemination of Komboka to the farmers has been specifically on yield, because farmers have been able to achieve almost double the yields that they have been achieving previously with earlier released varieties in the country.
While Pishori is yielding about 2 tons or maybe 2.5 tons per hectare, this new variety which is called Komboka, so that is yielding significantly higher, about like 6.5 tons to 7 tons per hectare.
In addition, this variety matures 2 weeks than the variety that the farmers grow. So they can be able to save on water, they can be able to save on labor, and also means that lowers the cost of production. In addition, this variety has moderate resistance to some major diseases like blast and bacterial leaf blight.
We are a minute or 2 behind time, but I think we're Still all right. Okay. So you saw here, this was a video around some of these investments, how we're tackling some specific enabling capacity for us to really breed for certain criteria and traits for rice in this case. Maybe I'll direct this question to you, Maxwell, since you're rice breeder for a long time. So how do you see this type of investments making impacts in your lens?
Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, so first of all, I'll talk a little bit about the genotyping support. So we have had very good genotyping support since 2020. And through that, we were able to develop products within 2 years, which would have normally taken us, because we were breeding for disease resistance, for recessive traits like rice yellow mottle virus, which would have taken a longer time. We have those products now within 2 years, and it's a very helpful thing to be able to get those products to the farmers at a very short time. So as you can also see, there's an investment for us for our seed storage. So we are able to have our seed very close to us, and we are sure that we are able to keep the germ, and it helps our turnaround time. Helps with our turnaround time very much. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, the tractor services we used to have in the institute, it could take up to 2 weeks when you request for a tractor service for the actual work to be done for you. Our tractors were really old and were struggling. With this support now, it doesn't take more than 3 days when you request for a tractor. So that has a lot of implication for our turnaround time. When it comes to the digitalization, we now take our data through handhelds, and therefore there's a quick turnaround time for our data. Yeah. So in short, it's been a great investment, and it's helping us with selection accuracy and the speed with which we do our work, and therefore it will result in genetic gain on farmers' field. Thank you.
Thanks, Maxwell. If I can summarize, I think those seem basic investments for all crops. Is also after the careful planning and design can actually, in fact, make some very significant improvements in terms of your breeding efforts towards particular or specific traits of interest within your region. So here's a slide summarizing the high-level CTH outcomes. We, as mentioned by previous presenters, we're really mostly focusing on one-off investments. A lot of these are capital investments, and there are also some elements of priorities around improving, uplifting, driving institutional change, uplifting staff motivation, focusing on gender, collaboration across network, across region, across different centers, working on different crops. So with that, maybe I'll point the last question to you, Sarah, from your funder's perspective. What is your expectations for us, or some insights, or some things for, oh, sorry, microphone.
Yeah, let's start with the expectation microphone. Well, so I think the most significant change that we achieved with Crops to End Hunger, and that's hard to see now, is actually the change of mindset. So moving towards a more inclusive way, more collaborative way of breeding. I'm very happy that the NARS CGIAR breeding network really took off and is working well, and that you have this really collaborative way of breeding. And also the shared services across the centers. That's a fantastic development. And I think that's the direction. So breeding can really take the leadership for the CGIAR to move here. And we can learn a lot from Crops to End Hunger. And that's what I would like to see in the future, like taking these learnings that we have from Crops to End Hunger to the whole integrated partnership now. And some of them are very positive, and I've mentioned the positives one. Some are, for some, we can have a bit more challenges. Like one thing that we realize is that it's so difficult to define baselines, to see like for a mindset shift. Once it happens, you cannot assess that anymore, right? So you need to have the baseline before. How was it before? And how is it after you changed something? And that's something we need to learn also for the future, especially given the current investments and donor landscape, like the shortages of money everywhere. We need to have very clear cost-benefit analysis. So what is the cost for investment and what's the impact that we get from that? And I think we've learned a lot with Crops to End Hunger, how to do that and also how not to do that. And it's important to take these lessons forward. And then I was really happy, actually, Aparna, to see your video. I mean, that's such a small improvement to install washrooms for women, and it makes such a huge change. So sometimes very small changes can make a huge difference, but somebody needs to think of them. So having this, and I hear this a lot, that there's a changed mindset, better way of working together, people are more motivated, it's more diverse, and I love to hear that. So that's fantastic. And I look forward, as I said before, to translate these modernizations really into benefits for people outside of the stations as well. And to see a reduction in poverty and more sustainable crops. And maybe another mind shift that we could consider is to have a different way of approaching breeding, like a more diverse production system, taking intercropping into consideration, which is so common here in East Africa. So really learning from people and making sure that all the voices are heard to come up with the best solutions for the problems that we are facing.
Thanks, Sarah, for taking the last questions and helping us be on time. Unfortunately we do not have any more time for Q&A with the panelists. I would want to invite all the panelists to be out there for a group picture as we transition over to our next session on seed system. So again, thanks everybody for being here, to be part of Crops to End Hunger, and we'll just end as people are transitioning. We'll play a short 2-minute video on impact. So we'll be around, so keep in touch, and thanks.
In Eastern and Southern Africa, rice is just becoming, important from the food security perspective and also from the cash or income security perspective. Annual consumption is increasing by about 13% in Kenya, and so is the case for Ethiopia. And if you look around, the neighboring countries in Eastern and Southern Africa, rice demand is on the rise.
In terms of consumption, there has been a lot of changes in terms of dietary requirements, and also increasing population, and also increasing the number of youth. Rice is very good in terms of like cooking. It takes shorter time to cook. So this increase has led to the country importing 85% of the rice that we consume.
So there's a huge gap between the annual consumption or annual demand and the annual local production, domestic production. Now in this process, actually we are spending about 6.5 billion USD across sub-Saharan Africa just to make sure that our people have enough rice on their plate.
Fruits, tubers and bananas contribute around 40% of calories to the population of many countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And as that population increases, and the population is predicted to double in the next 25 years, if we're going to feed people in these countries, we really need to increase the productivity of these RTB crops. And one way of doing it is getting improved varieties to farmers more quickly than we're currently doing.
Cassava is a vital crop in sub-Saharan Africa, providing daily intake to more than 500 million people, particularly smallholder farmers, women, and children. Known for its resilience.
Yeah. It's okay? Good afternoon, everyone. Those who are joining the seed system session or inclusive delivery session, would ask you to please take your positions as we wait for the slides to be uploaded. You are all welcome to this session on inclusive delivery or on seed systems for the CGIAR. I know there's some people transitioning out, but I know there are others also transitioning in. Those who are transitioning in, you're most welcome. Please come in and take up your seats so that we may start. We're probably going to run a few minutes late, but hopefully not too late, because the team before us has tried their best to save time and compensate for the time that was probably lost in the previous session. So this session will run like this. We'll have a panel, but before the panel, I'll be making a few slides, just introductory slides to inclusive delivery. And the panel is mostly composed of our partners who work with us in the seed systems in various parts and in various categories: private sector, public sector, policy makers, all those categories of people that work with us in seed systems that are helping us to be able to be inclusive in delivering the genetic gains from the work that is done by breeders. I think you've listened quite a bit this morning to breeders, and you've listened quite significantly to the work that they do also with market intelligence and with breeding resources. But as I always put emphasis, after the varieties are developed, we need to get them to the field as a pathway towards impact. If they don't reach the field, if they don't reach the farmers, then we fail to reach the CGIAR impacts that we intend to achieve. And so I always put it as seeds as being the vehicle, the critical part. So I would say where the rubber meets the road. So as I wait for the slides to come, allow me to keep introducing, inviting you. We'll start with a slide. We'll start with a few slides. After the few slides, we'll get the panel, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions too. And we'd also wish to get feedback from you, the participants, especially in areas where you feel we can do better to be able to achieve impact, because we acknowledge and we appreciate that partnerships are critical for us to achieve impact, but we also acknowledge and appreciate that there are some of you who are already doing very well in this seed system space and could give us advice and feedback on what we could do better in this space to be able to serve our farmers, and not just farmers, but other clients beyond the farmers, the post-farm operation actors like processors, like traders, those doing value addition, consumers, etc., and who all have different needs, and all those needs need to be met through the vehicle that carries the improved genetics to the farmers, the small organ of the plant called seed. Are we ready? Okay, good. So slides, please, and mine. Said you ready? And finally, the slides are coming up. Just pull the presentation mode. Thank you, and hopefully I'll be able to click this as we move forward. Perfect, thanks. So a quick overview of inclusive delivery, and I'll try my best not to tell you things that you probably had in different sessions, because I know we've talked about inclusive delivery in some parts of our sessions. Just to mention as an early introductory slide, to mention that inclusive delivery focuses on improving access to affordable, improved varieties and quality seed use, particularly for smallholder farmers. And our intention is to accelerate the delivery of climate resilient, nutritious, and market preferred varieties to emphasis on smallholders, but definitely we are not limiting our service or support to larger or medium holders if that would accelerate our impact. Also designing, implementing strategies that deliver these CGIAR and NAS products, because we do a lot of partnerships, as you've had in the previous sessions. So we have lots of CG, NAS partnerships, maybe going beyond to CG, NAS, private sector partnerships. And the goal essentially is to increase both the demand and delivery of quality seed, and with strengthening of capacities and engagement with the partners. I mentioned this in a few words that I was doing my introduction, but let me just re-emphasize that if you think of the CGIAR impact areas around nutrition, health, food security, poverty reduction, gender equity, climate change, and the environment, and think also of the work that the breeders are doing in terms of developing varieties. Let me see if I can be able to use this slide. And think of these parts as traits that the breeders are packaging, maybe nutrition, maybe climate resilience, maybe earliness in terms of maturity, maybe yields. All these traits as they're being packaged in the seed. And so seed is the vehicle that then takes us to be able to achieve these impacts. And I would say it is the basic, it is first the most important before we get to soils, to fertilizers, to water, to unpack and be able to get the improved genetics to reach the farm. I mean, the best out of the improved genetics to reach to the farmers. I try to avoid this joke that I say that every other thing that you plant will not germinate except the seed. It's only the seed that germinates, and others unlock the seed, the potential within the seed. And so to say, if we wish to get those impacts, there are challenges, there are seed systems challenges that we want to address. And part of this is basically the issue of fragmented value chains, of misspeak between demand and supply. And we like, as best as possible, to demand to speak with supply. Besides that, we are working very closely with the breeders and also with market intelligence team to say, the varieties that we deliver to farmers, varieties that will be delivered to stakeholders must have a sufficient value proposition so that those farmers, we don't struggle to promote them, but the varieties sort of sell themselves into the hands of the farmers. And the other thing around this is basically the data that support commercialization decisions. And commercialization is not just about the private sector seed company, but commercialization is about the value chain actors making decisions to invest. Even farmers do invest. Even purchasing a product to go and consume at home is a decision that requires some sort of data, and how we present that data is critical. And last out of this list of challenges is in terms of investment in creating awareness and in creating demand so that varieties that are developed are getting to be known, particularly those varieties that are publicly developed, and particularly OPVs, where profit is not the first motive. Sometimes they end up on the shelf because there was very limited investment in getting to create awareness and getting to create demand. Next, looking at an example coming from Africa, and I hope this slide is visible from your end. If I leave the right side where I'm talking about the criteria that was used to develop the seed systems performance index, but look at the example, the colors showing from extremely poor to excellent, and you see how many countries are scoring themselves as excellent within Africa as an example. Most of them are scoring themselves between poor to fair, with a few saying they're even extremely poor. So that is not a situation that we are happy about, that we rejoice about. It is a situation that we'd like to get changed, we'd like to get transformed. We'd like to move to a situation where most countries score themselves as excellent. But of course, we are appreciating the fact that there could be differences within crop, and there could also be differences even within a country, within geographies, especially where there are projects that are making interventions on specific crops like cereals, legumes, roots and tubers, etc. But overall, this is what the countries are scoring themselves in terms of their status, both internally scored and externally reviewed. That said, we as people coming from the CGIAR, we think in terms of research. So there are some research questions we're trying to answer. We work around some research questions. If it may not be very clear from your end, essentially it's about how we can how the demand for quality seed can be improved and enhanced and sustained, and how we can improve the effective delivery of accelerating the delivery of genetic gains into the hands of the farmers. What seed production and distribution technologies will help us to increase the quality and quantity of seed that end up in the farmers' fields, and what technical and functional capabilities the farmers require and other seed producers require for us to be as inclusive as named defines us, and also what are the necessary policy changes that we need for us to have an enabling environment that enables us so that to function in an inclusive way and enabling us to reach a last mile, and what are the strategies that will enable us particularly to address elements like youth, gender, and others within the system. That said, we also operate around some activities and interventions that try to address the challenges that I mentioned, and some of those involve basically unpacking demand in terms of varietal traits and value proposition. What are the traits that drive the varieties to be adopted, and what's the value proposition about those varieties? Then linking that to demand creation and analysis and evidence generation with robust data that altogether help us to do what I call varietal position within the right market segments. And the second stage is about designing response mechanisms to those demand signals, like the seed business strategies and models, as well as seed roadmaps, inclusive value chains, as well as product handover and life cycle management. And lastly, having had a design of processes, then it's about deployment of varieties that increase access to seed production and inclusive delivery, varietal registration, alternative, let me say, innovative varietal registration and quality assurance, partnerships, as well as capacity sharing that are critical for us to be able to achieve inclusivity. And some of our top priorities this year is basically defining the status of seed systems in country by crop production combinations, identifying lead varieties by market segments, reviewing evidence on varietal identification and tools, outlining our plans on interacting with other programs within the CGIAR that have similar ideas, especially those in doing scaling, and then increasing our emphasis on nutrient-dense varieties, especially those biofortified, and then building communication tools, particularly platforms that communicate internally and externally, like the seed toolkit. Towards the end of this presentation, we have high-level outputs that I would recap: position, deploy, track, and power, and leave it at that. And to say that this should lead us to outcomes that involve engaging partners, that involve seed sector partners acting together to increase demand and quality of seed, and also responding by promoting uptake of this quality seed, and responding particularly to elements related to tracking, adoption, as well as performance of the seed value chains. Government partners, particularly those involved in policy systems, accelerating adoption and use of the policy solutions that we are designing and better reach to women and youth. That said, I would like to move towards a conclusion by saying, let me make this a quote. If we think again, I just want to do a recap in terms of the CGIAR impacts, the 5 impact areas, and say if we want to reach them, we think seed, and nothing ever grows without a seed. Everything grows, everything that has life, allow me to say this, grows from a seed. I know that you will say that there are some that grow without a seed, but I would say by our definition of seed, everything grows from seed. It's a more broader, all-inclusive, nothing changes without a dream. So our dream to reach this impact is through the seed. That said, we conclude by saying, yes, with science we can, but for us, with seed, we can. I want to hand over to Ajay to introduce the panel that will enable us to, okay, let me break English, will enable us to can.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. I mean, what a way to say, with seed we can. Absolutely, with seed we can, definitely. So thank you, Chris, again. Thank you for excellent overview about inclusive delivery. But at the same time, thank you also for taking us through some of the challenges that we usually face in seed system. And we also know that we cannot really address those challenges alone. So we surely need partners, right? And for us to be able to address those challenges, today we have excellent speakers, panelists, to really brainstorm and guide us through some of those questions, some of those challenges. So before I invite panelists, can we go to the next one? Oh, sorry. Oh, I have this one here. Sorry. All right. So these are the challenges that Chris has already elaborated enough, I would say, and that's what I think. The only reason why I really wanted to put this slide up on here is that this definitely is very important premise for us, for the panelists to really talk about. And secondly, as I already mentioned, that we cannot really address those challenges single-handedly. For that matter, no organization can address those challenges single-handedly. So we surely need partnership. And this is a slide that I have shown before, also not to this audience, but then in some other event. But I really wanted to show this slide one more time because this really talks about the importance of partnership. While we are kind of like at the advantageous position on the left-hand side, which is kind of like upstream research and so on, we surely need good set of partners when we go towards the delivery side. So with that, I would like to invite the panelists for today's session. So I would like to invite Dr. Jenny Ninda. She's the head of seed research at AGRA. Jen, please, can you please come up to the stage? Thank you. So we also would like to invite Beatrice. Beatrice is the policy officer at African Union. Beatrice, please come up to the stage. We also have Dr. Abdurazak Ibrahim. Abdurazak, yeah, please. So Dr. Abdurazak Ibrahim is the cluster lead specialist at FARA, that's Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. We also have Dr. Clement, and Dr. Clement is the program lead for AUDA NEPAD. AUD is basically African Union Development Agency. So welcome, Clement. We also have Catherine. Catherine, where are you? Yeah, Catherine. So Catherine is the technical manager with APSTA, African Seed Trade Association. And she's going to talk us about, she'll bring the private sector perspective for sure. And finally, last but not the least, and very important, Manzoor Dar, who is from ICRISAT, one of our CGIAR center, and he's the global seed system leads and principal scientist with ICRISAT. All right, so yeah, so this is the panel that we have today, and which is, if you notice the composition of the panel, I'm very happy also to bring to your notice also is that we have very interesting mix. We have policymakers, we have private sector, we have NGOs, we have government side and so on. So which means whenever we are talking about partnership and relevant partnership to address some of the challenges in seed system, I think we have all of them with us today. All right, so maybe in the next about 40 minutes or maybe 45 minutes, what we want to do, so probably we want to take turns and go one by one and to try to see what they have to say about some of the challenges that Chris has spoken about. Maybe, so Jen, probably let me start with you. Maybe let me pull my chair here. So Jen, let me start with you. Agra has been at the forefront of seed systems and kind of like delivery for a very long time and good time. And often when we talk about strengthening seed system, we also see that when it comes to like public-private partnership, right? So we see that engagement from private sector and typically for African region is not yet at that level, right? So how do you see that? How do we ensure that there is enough participation, enough engagement from public and private as well, whenever we're talking about strengthening seed system in Africa? Yeah, your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for that question. So yes, my name is Jenny Ninda and I work with ANGRA. Yes, this question is very good and very pertinent for us, and particularly for seed systems. When we look at the seed systems, just like Chris has just alluded in the previous slides, we find that there are different areas that need to be given sufficient emphasis for a seed system to function. Starting with the breeding, which happens in the nurse, early generation seed, commercial seed production, seed markets, farmer awareness, planning and coordination, and also in the areas of policy. That means that they are all different partners, who play in this space. And each partner has a role. And each role is very, very, very critical. And therefore, the participation of all these critical areas, critical partners in this space is very important. So the inclusivity, and when you look at all these partners, some of them are in the private space, others are in the public space. Some of them are the governments, this is what we call like permanent partners. They are always there. The NASA is always there. Private sector comes in, but they can change. But all these partners are very, very important. So one critical thing is the area of participation of these partners, what we call national planning and coordination. When ANGRA conducted a seed system assessment, which looked at what is broken in all these areas. If you go into a country, what is the first thing that you need to invest on or in, to make progress in seed systems? And rating all these elements, what was found is that in all these countries that we work in, we did this in 16 countries, they all score less than 50%, meaning that they are really way below average when it comes to bringing the partners together to actually collectively, we need seed demand. Where is the early generation seed? How can we forecast the seeds? So bringing these partners together is very critical. And right now, for inclusivity, what actually we are even doing and even working with the CG, we are actually having a system where we are making these coordination units functional. Can governments have a functional national planning and coordination unit, particularly for seed? Secondly, the second thing I want to say is for these partners who actively participate, they need financing. We have heard about resources. Breeding programs are underfunded. Seed companies are underfunded, but we can have different models which can enhance the participation of private sector. How can we get financing so that we can be able to support, these private businesses, support breeding? The third thing I wanted to say about this inclusivity is all about the issue of access to material, what we call intellectual property access. We know some countries are already doing very well when it comes to IPR issues. The governments have developed regulations. They have policies which are supporting this, and even tying this into the policies. Can the governments have good seed laws? The regulations are there. We need to have them implemented. But in some countries, there are actually no regulations. And so these are some of the things that need, to be worked on so that we can have all these partners participate together and so that we can upgrade the seed system. Also, the area of capacity building. If we don't support these enterprises, particularly the private sector, even the breeders in new breeding methods, what is new? How can we move faster? So these are some of the ways in which we can bring this participation of both public and private sector, and so that we can have this inclusive participation.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jen. So you've spoken about private sector. You have also spoken about kind of like investment that we need from private sector. And one of the ways that private sector, at least for Africa, has been practicing is to really leverage on the regional policy harmonization. And that takes me to Beatrice Yu. I heard you the other day when you said you're representing 55 states, right? So I'm sure you also have been like at the top of regional policy harmonization and so on. So when it comes to regional policy harmonization, and typically, if I could just take one example, maybe COMESA for that matter, right? But when it comes to practical implementation of COMESA, we have heard from many private sector people that it's not yet at that level. So what are those practical challenges, at regional policy harmonization, and how do we address that?
Hope this mic works. Oh, I need to get closer to it. Thank you so much, moderator. I think I'm not the right person to talk about COMESA, but I'll try.
That's an example. That's an example, Beatrice.
Yes, but what I would like to mention, since you have started that I represent 55 member states.
Is the mic on?
Yes, it's on, but I don't know, maybe I need to stand up. Yeah, maybe this is better. Yes. I would like to mention that since you started with 55 member states, I think I should talk at that level, talking about harmonization. And maybe I would like to pick on some of the words that Jane has mentioned about inclusion and equity and participation. I feel they are becoming catchy words for us at the AUC because it has become difficult to make sure that 55 member states say the same thing because they maintain their sovereignty. And that will, as much as inclusion is a technical aspiration, but it's also a continental imperative. And we've tried to include it in all our programs, including the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program, especially the recent Kampala Declaration. In the recent past, we tried to develop a harmonization framework. But, you know, if you are talking about 55 member states that are divided into regional economic communities, yet the member states maintain their sovereignty, then it becomes very difficult because every country will want to, has its own aspirations. And that specifically, I'll talk about maybe the COMESA variety catalog. I'll talk about the ECOWAS seed regulations and maybe the SADC harmonized seed regulatory system. And imagine those are the three regional economic communities that have some of those policy frameworks, but others are also absent. So maybe this brings me to the challenges, and I had outlined them here so that because me as a politician, normally I talk for so long, I don't want to miss them. And the challenges that we found out were the misalignment between regional frameworks and national laws. Every country is sovereign and they want to trust their own thinking. And then that becomes very difficult for us to enforce harmonization. Then another issue that we found out was because of the sovereignty of member states is the redundancy in testing and variety release requirements. So they have protocols in those harmonized seed systems, but again, they do not respect them. So it means that they have to retest from every country, and that wastes time. Another element that we found out was limited capacity and infrastructure in national seed regulatory agencies. And that means that the digital systems cannot work interstate and intrastate. So for us at the African Union Commission, and I want to be very clear, as a secretariat, we don't have guns, we don't have courts where to take you, but we just suggest that maybe this would be the best. So we know we have always suggested, and we are still suggesting that we should have a continental mutual recognition accord. Maybe that one will help to boost intra-African trade. It will also help movement of seeds and in fact movement of people, because you don't expect to move your seeds when you cannot enter a certain country without a visa. So we are also in another argument, we are thinking that joint investments in digital platforms maybe would be very helpful. This can be challenged by scientists, but for us in our political space, we think that that one would help to share, in terms of transparency, but also to share real-time data on variety performance, release, and certification. And the third element that we propose is trust-based, compliance-driven harmonization mechanism. This means coordination through our partnerships with regional economic communities, development agencies, but I must put a disclaimer on coordination or even partnerships. We are yet to find genuine partnerships. We are yet to build mutual trust. And maybe in this CGIAR week, we will find a mechanism where we can measure some of these elements that ultimately will help us to ensure regional integration, innovation diffusion, and farmer empowerment. I may leave it at that so that I give a chance to other people to speak. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Beatrice. Thank you so much. Excellent points. And good to see that you emphasizing enough on the partnership. You also spoken about movement of people, movement of seeds, and so on. So that takes me to Catherine. So Beatrice spoke. She has spoken about movement of seed. I'm sure, like you coming from private sector, or maybe you representing private sector other, I'm sure your member companies are facing some challenges. So what are the challenges that your member companies are facing, and how do we really address that? Anything that you would like to urge to Beatrice?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ajay, for that question. And yeah, just by way of introducing the Africa Seed Trade Association, we are an association representing private seed companies in the continent. Currently, we are having 27 national seed trade associations across the continent. So basically, we are slightly more than 50% coverage, but we have footprints almost in above 40 countries. So yeah, when we talk about challenges, Ajay, and I'm happy to just follow up on what Jane has said and Beatrice. I'll highlight just some key points of some challenges that our members have faced, starting from where Beatrice has stopped in terms of regulations and policies. I think it's very clear in the continent that, yes, there's some countries that are way advanced in terms of policies and regulations, but in some countries it's either outdated or non-existent. So it really makes it challenging to move seeds between borders. Also, there is that aspect of lack of coordination, and Beatrice has clearly highlighted that, we may need to come into a harmonized way and really implement harmonization of the seed regulations with the different regs being in place. We see that this will call for trust. So again, here comes back to our policymakers, trusting each other and trusting what one policymaker does across the border. The second challenge that maybe I'd like to highlight, and I have two more on that, is on issues of marketing and trade. And here we see that, yes, there is quite a lot of, first of all, illegal seeds or counterfeit seed, and it makes it very challenging for a private seed company with the issue of intellectual property, plant variety protection. So when you release an elite variety and then there's counterfeiting of it, it becomes not only demoralizing, but also the lack of return on investment. So that is quite an issue that we see. Also, there's fragmented seed demand, and also coming back to forecasting of the seeds when the farmers need the seeds. I think there's lack of information, so it becomes sometimes very challenging to know which area or where seeds needs to be taken in the continent. The third challenge that maybe I'd like to highlight is in terms of infrastructure and supply challenges in the continent. And here I'd like to just recall that seed is a living commodity, and you only want to avail it to the farmers when they need it. More often than not, it's during the rainy seasons that we plant. So most of our countries in the continent rely on rain-fed, on rain. So you have to transport the seeds during the rainy seasons, and the roads sometimes are not only impassable, or almost you cannot be able to really deliver the seeds. So when we talk about the challenges, I wouldn't want to omit that aspect of infrastructure that sometimes can become a challenge in terms of transport networks. And the fourth point, and maybe this is where I'll stop on the challenges, and then I'll share with you some solutions that I think we've been working on and could help us going forward, not only the private sector, but this whole seed systems in the continent. So the fourth aspect, and it has been mentioned by Jane in her remark, is on financing constraints. And here we see that, yes, seed companies are really underfunded. There's also quite a lot of high interest rates. Sometimes the risk aversion is too great, so it becomes very challenging for local or small seed companies to not only set up but also to reach out to the last mile sort of farmers. So what are the challenges? I mean, it's not all gloom and doom. There's some, what are the solution things that we can work towards, or things that we're already working towards? And I'll come back to what Beatrice has highlighted on really not only advocating, but also implementing harmonized regulations within the continent. So it's applaudable to have the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement in place, but we are really, as the private sector, anticipating that this will be implemented. It will become not only a good document, but really we'll be able to not only move people, but also move seeds across the borders. Yes, we need to empower the local seed companies in the continent, and here it means focusing and having partnerships and even corporations in investing in research and development, because producing seeds is quite not only an expensive but also time-consuming activity. So if we have partnerships, corporations to just support that, I think that will be very much welcome. And here I would also like to highlight the private-public partnership. And earlier this week I had this private-public consumer partnership. It's the 4Ps, partnership. So really going beyond the norm and trying to make sure that, yes, we are not working as silos, but working towards a common goal, joining all our efforts together. Well, I'm still on the empowering of seed companies. I'd like to also underline what we are doing at the Africa Seed Trade Association level, where we are empowering the national seed trade associations. As I've highlighted, we have almost 30 national seed trade associations that are existent. So trying to empower them, trying to make sure that they are well aware of information, not only in terms of market, but also up to date in terms of innovations that are coming on board. The third point that I'd like to propose as a solution is also on, catalyzing innovation. And here, just coming back to some of the consortia that we are currently partnering with the different public sectors, the Africa Vegetable Breeding Consortia, the Africa Cereals and Legumes Breeding Consortia, the Hybrid Rice Consortia. So these are areas or ways that we can continuously, catalyze innovation and make sure that we scale up whatever innovation is currently being released by the public sector, the private can take on board and make sure that the farmers who need it the most in the continent have access to that. Intellectual property rights, I cannot miss saying this because linked to what Jen has mentioned and also what I highlighted. Seed is a business for the private sector, and in as much as, yes, we are contributing to climate, the climate resilience and releasing, food security, contributing to food security, but more than that, making sure that we can be able to have the return on investment. So regulations that empower intellectual property rights is something that will certainly catalyze innovation. And the final aspect that I would like to highlight is just a proposal of a solution is also making sure that we have functional seed markets. And in this case, I talked about illegal seed practices, so combating that and making sure that the farmers surely trust what they get, because sometimes the farmers are getting, going to the agrovets, purchasing something that, and then later on they're disappointed, not getting value for it. So making sure that, this is a concerted effort, not only from the private sector, but also from the policymakers, the governments, to make sure that, yes, we curb illegal seed practices, and also making sure that, for functional seed markets, we have information publicly available. I was happy to see the slide that Chris presented on SSPI, and this is quite a good system as a continent to have information out there. And I'll stop here. And then
all right, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Well, I think it's really good to see, private sector organization acknowledging some of the consortia that CGIAR centers are really leading. Yeah. So thank you so much for that. Let me now change gear a bit. Yeah. Let me go to you, Clement. From CG perspective, it's really important that we also take into consideration the marginalized farmers and the most unreached section of the society. So do you think that marginalized groups do they have equitable access to quality seed? And unlike you have vast experience in that. And if not, then how do we ensure that there's equitable access to the quality seed? Thank you, Clement.
Thank you very much. I think that's an excellent question, and I'm happy that it's posed to me, and then it evokes emotions to answer it passionately. Because when we talk about the marginalized groups, we know by definition, they are groups that have limited access to resources and inputs, particularly when it comes to food production. our smallholder farmers will fall in those categories, people in the rural areas. So do they have equitable access to quality improved varieties? Let me be frank and say often not. They don't. And they don't because of a number of underlying systemic barriers that prevent them from having equitable access. And how do we address that? And I have three and a half points to take us through briefly in the interest of time. I think one of the strategy would be strengthening the participatory seed breeding approaches by involving marginalized groups like the farmers. And on top of that is to also ensure that breeding programs meet local needs, because where they live, their environment, their agroecology, their culture, and what we might seem good for them might not always be perceived good for the marginalized groups. So we need to meet their needs. So participatory breeding programs should be reinforced to address as a strategy. We should also decentralize our seed systems so that we can have seed distribution closer to marginalized groups. That will also cut down on logistical costs and ensure that they have timely access to seed. The very important one that I cannot let go is the whole aspect of policy intervention. And this is where I'll build on Beatrice's submission to say we need a robust policy and bold policy intervention that will help support the marginalized groups. And here we can be very bold and say, let us not shy away by providing incentives that will help marginalized groups. We call them marginalized because they are the tail end. So let's not be shy to ensure that policymakers institute incentives for marginalized groups, and that also will include tax breaks that should be instituted to help them. We should also support them with grants, and we should also promote the whole seed emergency strategies in this area. So I think those are the three that the list can be longer, but I think I will prioritize these three and yield back. Yeah, thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Clement. I think you raised very important points, I would say. So let me now come to you, Abdul Razak, and purposefully I really wanted your view to be at the end, of course, before Mansoor. I mean, you have extensive experience. You're representing FARA. You're representing TAT. You have experience in Africa, in Latin America as well. You were with Embrapa. I mean, having heard private sector, having heard some of the policymakers, having heard national system, right? When it comes to kind of like varietal replacement, when it comes to new varietal adoption, we are not yet there. So, I mean, in your opinion, where are we lacking? What is it that we should do differently?
Thank you very much, Ajay, for that question. So first, let me start by thanking you actually for bringing me on this panel. And I would like to say that as someone who works at the intersection of Foresight for food system transformation, seed system, capacity development and technology outreach, the context of inclusive delivery is very, very interesting, and encouraging to me. And I think it is not only vital, it is also timely at this time when new partnerships are being unrolled. We witnessed 2 days ago how FARA and the other Africa agriculture. Okay. So I'm saying that as someone who works at the intersection of Foresight for food systems transformation, capacity development and technology outreach, as well as the seed system, the notion of inclusive delivery is quite encouraging to me, because it's also coming at a time when very important new strategies are being signed We witnessed, like I said 2 days ago, the signing of MOU between the African Agriculture Research and Innovation and Education Institutions, ARIS, with the CGIAR. And that really is a new partnership model that, if leveraged, can foster inclusive delivery in the seed sector. So let me also say that, inclusivity in delivery is not something we can achieve by accident. It has to start with inclusive design. Many of our current models, delivery models, may be characterized as being broad-based and one-size-fits-all. But we have seen that access to seed, varies from gender, by age, by geography. So at FARA, what we have learned is that inclusivity thrives when you actually contextualize the innovation to the local situation. And I'll give a few examples from some of the work that we're doing in capacity development and technology outreach, Compact of Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, TAT program of the AFDB. So basically we go all over the continent and bring together stakeholders and support them to establish what we call innovation platform. So through the instrumentality of innovation platform, you are able to really zero in on a specific problem. Could be, in this case, for example, access to specific kind of seed, and that can foster adoption. And also through our work as the Secretariat of the African Seed and Biotechnology Partnership Platform, where we support all the different CG centers who are the custodians of technologies and therefore custodians of new seeds. We bring together the wide stakeholders and support in fostering collaboration and ensuring that access is enhanced. And we have also seen that when collaboration is grounded on foresight and evidence, right, you stimulate adoption. So just imagine what it will look like if, for example, women groups are leading, for example, mother trials, or if you engage young people in cooperatives in managing commodity seed banks, right? So adoption improves because of the fact that, those seeds, they're not only good, but also the stakeholders trust the origin of those seeds, right? My two sisters, both Catherine and Beatrice, mentioned trust, and I think that's really very important. Perhaps one of the reasons why we've been stuck in debating so many for a long time, the technologies and adoption of some of the new varieties, perhaps it's because at the design level of these programs, of these seed programs, the marginalized stakeholders are not involved in the design and adoption. And so to ensure that they are taken into consideration, we need to strengthen local seed ecosystem, not just by focusing on, say, for example, the quality of the seed, but also awareness, issues around affordability, and so on. So I'll stop here. Perhaps in the next round, I can come with more.
Sure. Thank you, Abdul Razak. I think you brought or rather you emphasized a very important point about inclusivity, a very important point about making sure that we have customized models, right? So that then takes me to Manzoor, because Manzoor, as some of us, or maybe probably all of us know, that he also has been part of some of the successful models within CG system when it comes to seed systems. So Manzoor, in your experience, what are those lessons that we really would like to draw from some of those successful examples or successful models that you have been part of?
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you for asking the right question. So let me start with this statement that these successful models, which are demand-driven seed models, have been increasingly found very effective and have been found enhancing adoption of new varieties, particularly in the regions where traditional supply-driven seed system models have struggled. Now, there could be many lessons from these, models. I would just like to draw attention for three areas, three lessons that, that I want to highlight out of many. So the first one is, of course, understanding farmers' needs. I think the earlier speaker also mentioned about the successful demand-driven seed models. They begin with understanding of what farmers are looking for. So I think the best example of any successful demand-driven seed model would be the kind of requirement that farmers have, the needs they have, the preferences they have, and also the challenges they face. So in this area, participatory plant breeding becomes an essential part, because that leads to developing the varieties that fit to the context where farmers are looking for, what farmers are looking for. So that's one. Another point which is very important as a lesson from these models is participation of the communities. And we understand the need of participation of the communities in dissemination of the varieties, but we sometimes do not recognize the value of communities for creating demand about the new varieties. So we do a lot of activities, people talk about these trichots, people talk about some models where we demonstrate new varieties. The idea is to demonstrate the new products in a way that that creates a kind of environment for demand. So when I say, demand, so the farmers have to really realize the potential of the new products. And that has to be translated into demand creation. And finally, that demand creation has to be communicated to the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders who are responsible for the seed production and supply. So this becomes very important in the areas where the networks of, input seed dealers or public sector, private sector seed dealers are not very robust or very vibrant. The final part, lesson which I would like to highlight here is the market linkages. I think it's very important to establish strong market linkages between those who are producing seeds and those who are using seeds, particularly the customers. So, and it's always linked with the market of the commodities. Farmers can only ask or can only find value of using new seeds of new varieties when they find good market for the commodities. So it's always, essential that we see those market linkages are in place. And incentivization. When we talk about, the stakeholders who are responsible for producing seeds or taking seeds or delivering seeds to the stakeholders, customers, how are they incentivized? Who are going to be those personnel? Who are going to be those organizations who are incentivized to market the seeds or to disseminate the seeds? I think we have good, successful models from private sector where they've used input dealers who are incentivized to create information, to disseminate the information, and also disseminate the seeds to their customers because they have business interests. So if we take that concept into consideration, in the context of different countries, so I think this becomes a very essential and very important part where demand is created through participation of people who are the end users and the people who are incentivized to disseminate the varieties, and then those who are producing. I think I will just highlight these 3 points. Thank you.
Sure. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mazur. I think you raised a very important point about the market linkage. You also mentioned about business interests, right? So when we look at the market, and increasingly markets are actually dissolving boundaries, right? So it's not only about Africa, it's not only about like Asia alone. So that takes me to you, Beatrice. I mean, you representing, let's say, 55 states. So in your opinion, how important some of those international partnerships, for example, South-South cooperation or international cooperation, right? I mean, we started with North-South cooperation, then we are into South-South cooperation. We also have triangular cooperation, then we have circular cooperation. But then how important these international cooperations are from your perspective to basically to strengthen seed system in Africa?
I think I'm going to answer a question that really demands an obvious answer, that those interactions and cooperation, they are really imperative. They are very important. But before I reach the South cooperation, I think charity begins at home. In this room, how many people work together before we go to the G77 and we are all, many of us are based here. So before I go there, I think charity begins at home. So cooperation should start from here and should be deliberate. But I would also like to comment, because I've been given a question. If you had not asked me, Ajay, I would have set the question myself and say, let us cooperate. Let's start from here and cooperate from here before we go to Asia and before we go to China and G77. But on a serious note, at continental level for us, the South cooperation is very critical. And it's not just cooperation, but it's continental co-leadership. I think I mentioned the issue of mutual trust. And it seems that Africa believes more in that kind of cooperation because they have seen gains in terms of sharing lessons on what has worked well, what has not worked well, and they have genuinely shared their experiences and their technologies. So for me, I think it's very critical. And in order to institutionalize the cooperation, I think through the African Seed and Biotechnology Program that Farah alluded to and what AFSTA also alluded to, if we could bring those elements that have worked through the South cooperation and we institutionalize them in the African Seed and Biotechnology Partnership Platform, I think that would be good. But also we should not ignore triangular cooperation. The Global North can bring some of the cash, and we also incorporate it in our activities. We work with the North, we work with the South, and we work among themselves. I think that would be good. But I would also like to mention that in order to ensure that the South cooperation outcomes are embedded in continental science, we need FARA, for example, we need AUD and NEPAD, for example, we need regional economic communities, we need the private sector, we need AGRA, and in fact, AGRA, we need some of that money to really ensure that the African Seed and Biotechnology Platform works very well. Maybe this could be a conversation that we shall add on when we live here, but I'll leave it to the House to say that, okay, if we are really to cooperate properly, whether from the North, whether from the South, East or West, the cash must be there in the center so that we can tap on it. And for heaven's sake, let us cooperate deliberately, let us cooperate transparently, let us cooperate respectfully. And that way, for me, I think things would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. Yeah, well said. So we did cash from Global North, right? Thank you, Beatrice. All right, so let me change the track a bit, and Clement, let me come to you. So these days, everybody's talking about AI, digital tools, and so on, right? So in this era of AI, I'm like, because you also have been digital expert within AUDA. So in your experience, how this digital platform or AI can really step up and help strengthen seed systems, at least for Africa?
Thank you very much. I think we all know that we have had at least 4 revolutions from the first, second, and third, and then we say we are in the 4th industrial revolution. If some argue that we are into the 5th already, where machines and digital systems work with humans to improve efficiency, productivity, and that extends to even the seed systems overall. The use of AI and allied technologies, I think, has become indispensable given the current conditions, we have to operate seed systems. We need seed to get to the users. If I take access to seed, for example, in my earlier intervention, your question was more focused on marginalized groups. The use of, if we still stick to that group for analogy's sake, AI can help us or the digital systems to establish a digital marketplace that will provide access to seed exchange and trade issues can be more efficiently managed with the help of those digital systems. I think we can also use it to facilitate farmer registration and also implement interventions such as e-voucher systems that are more transparent, are trustworthy. So AI can bring trust into our transactions. We have things like blockchains that has been around for a while now. How do we employ blockchains in the system to improve transparency, to improve transactions and so forth? So we can really be able, but again, from the R&D point of view, I think many researchers in the house will agree that today you can also deploy AI technologies in the R&D space for system development perspective. So I think it is the era we are in terms of the digital transition. We have to embrace it, and we have to encourage early adoption. Of course, there is always what could go wrong, because when we talk about AI, it evokes different school of thought. There are those that feel perhaps it's not the right time, or there are risks that cannot be handled. But my personal point of view would be, let's use them responsibly. Let's be aware that there's always what could go wrong. Let's have the safeguards so that we can use these digital tools responsibly within the seed systems to the benefit of the system as a whole, I mean the whole value chain. So this is what I would say. Like, we should also just say that technophobia, we have to manage it. I recall many years ago when we were plowing the fields with horses. When tractors came, some argue that we need to breed better horses than using tractors. Here we are today. The tractors even have AIs on board that are able to plow fields by themselves, that are able to help to do the whole farm management. So AI and the seed, and the food system start with the seed. And let's try and use the AI to power the food system. I will end there.
Thank you, Clement. Yeah, so I think we need to use all these tools very responsibly. So I'm also really happy to share with you that there have been a couple of digital tools which are currently being used from CGIAR side. Like, for example, there's something called Seedcast. There's something also called Seed Tracker. Maybe so that takes me to maybe Manzoor. So Manzoor, I mean, whether it is Seedcast or Seed Tracker, some of these models or some of these tools are actually helping us to strengthen seed system, including EGS. Having said that, we are not yet there. When we look at the EGS supply and we match that with the demand, we are not yet there. So what do you think? What could be some more innovative models that can strengthen EGS supply?
Thank you, Ajay. When it comes to EGS, I would link it to my earlier response about the demand. I think early generation seeds have to be highly demand driven. We cannot afford to have the first generation of seeds produced and not used by the stakeholders. So my first point, you talked about the innovations in this one. I think in the question itself, it talks about the timely supply and also the sustainability. So when we talk about sustainability, it's a continuous production of that early generation seeds and its timely supply. I will give a couple of examples probably from two different regions. So let me start with India. India is a huge country, and there are many states, and we have a very robust seed system where early generation seeds are being produced by different institutions, and it's all coordinated at a central level. So you need to indent for your requirement of breeder seed a year before, and then it's all compiled and it's allocated to different institutions for producing those seeds. And then after a season is over, and this is then supplied to this one. But we do face challenges in this system as well, particularly when it comes to timely supply. So many times we find that the seed, even if it is being produced, is not timely available, which has a cost. And many a times the indented seed production is not basically produced to the extent which is required. So we see shortages of seeds. And in some cases, we have also seen that in the same season, you also have a shortage and you also have a wastage. So your institutions who are looking for the early generation seeds of a particular crop variety, you have that variety produced by somebody else, but there's no linkages. At the same time, I want to just give one example from Africa. I think the public-private partnership becomes very important, very, very important. In terms of who are, we need to move from traditional arrangement of early generation seeds, probably doing some alternative contracts between the organizations who are producing the early generation seeds, institutions, and also those who are going to use that. Let me cite an example from Nigeria. Nigeria, I was informed that in pearl millet, there's shortage of foundation seeds. And there's a lot of projects which basically require early generation seeds, particularly foundation seeds, which may not have been mapped earlier. So you immediately need them. So can we have arrangement where these projects who are looking for early generation seeds, because there are a lot of international NGOs and other projects who are working on climate change, resilient agriculture, and are looking for such type of seeds. So the model could be probably linking these organizations together in a non-traditional way. Decentralized seed system could be one more effective means, because there's a lot of issues we see in transporting seeds from one area to another, and then having these seeds produced at the level where they're required, and probably using the right ecologies for their production. I think digital platforms is already discussed, I would not say. And then finally, some of the regulatory reforms. I think there are some regulatory reforms that are required in different countries that can help mainstreaming the production and delivery of early generation seeds. And there are some policy recommendations, and some of them are being adopted and some of them still not being adopted. But I think there is a huge opportunity at policy levels that can drive early generation seed systems going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Manzoor. So I'm also mindful of the time, because we also want to give audience a chance to really, interact with the panelists. But let me go to Jen. So Jen, we heard Chris presenting about inclusive delivery, what are those important overview and all that, right? So in your opinion, how does success for inclusive delivery look like? And how do we measure it? Very, very briefly, if we could, we are pressing against time. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So let me start with the Africa map, which Chris showed. So the seed sector performance index is a very good measure of success. There's the study actually, which was commissioned by the African Union, Beatrice, you know that, and Angra did it with Tasai, is an accountability measure. If you look at the way the map was, some countries are doing well, others are in red. It means that some countries are already left behind. And one of the other things that we have found, it means that these seed systems are not moving, or they need improvement. And one of, even to make it, let me say, worse, is particularly when you look at the adoption rates between women and men. It has been shown that the adoption rates for crop varieties is actually very low for women. So you asked me a question, how does success look like? So one of the things that we are doing, we have 17 indicators which we are tracking. And actually a lot of these indicators speak to variety turnover. It means that, if farmers can grow newer varieties, if farmers can get adoption of better varieties, it means that it's already an indicator that they have the seed volumes, they are getting the seed. So that's a very good indicator. So out of these 17 indicators which are being tracked, we want to see whether seed systems can improve based on the implementation of the seed investment plans that the countries are now having. And if they can implement these recommendations which were made by the stakeholders, then it will automatically speak to the improvement in the seed sector performance. So some of the things that will show that actually we are having success is increased variety turnover, seed supply gap. Like you measure how much certified seed, how much seed is going to the farmers. And right now, as we know, in all our African countries, the actual seed supply gap is above 80%, meaning that almost 80% of the farmers are not getting improved seed. Improvement on that scale, which is actually an accountability measure, will also show that seed in different countries are implementing their plans, and they're actually taking action in the areas of, as mentioned by some of our panelists, early generation seed, policy intervention, markets. So in general, all these things will speak, to what is a good indicator for success in seed systems improvement. So that's what I would say.
Great. Thank you, Jane. Thank you so much. And looking at the time, I really would like to open it for the question answer session. Yeah, here's one. Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Just please be brief. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Devin Dono. I'm a researcher and also a smallholder farmer. My question is to Jane. Jane, and the question revolves around extension and last mile delivery of seed to farmers. Taking into consideration how important this is, I still think that maybe we are not investing enough because there is a huge need. But is there a way that AGRA is, for example, demanding of their grantees that they make sure that they spend more on the money that you give them? And also, are there newer models that that AGRA is bringing on board for extension? Thank you.
Yeah. So, Jane, if you could just respond.
Yes, so I can quickly respond to that question. I mentioned that there are different areas which make a seed system functional. And one of these critical areas is actually what we call farmer awareness and participation. And one of the things that ANGRA is doing together with all our other partners, including Seed Company 1, CG, is to make sure that we are able to promote, the latest varieties. One of the models that we are using is a village-based advisor model, and we are using this, as an interface between agro dealers, seed companies, and farmers. And this model is very, very useful because these are small entrepreneurs at the interface with the farmer as well. So actually, that's a very critical area. But I also want to say it is one of the areas which has been identified as very critical. I mean, it has a very low score. If farmers are not aware of the new varieties, they cannot adopt these varieties. And so definitely there's a lot of work going on in that area.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, so any other question this side, the other side? Any burning question? Even if it is not burning, that's okay. Any question? Well, okay, that's fine. Yes, Rose.
Thank you. A number of colleagues have talked about regional coordination, regional collaboration. But if you look at COMESA, and you indicated you don't want to talk about COMESA, there are very few crops represented in the regional seed trade. Mostly it's maize and a few other crops. What are we doing to actually bring on board other crops that can be traded regionally in terms of seed trade? Thanks.
That goes to Beatrice. Beatrice, okay. So Beatrice, would you like to take that first? And probably then, Catherine, you can reflect as well. Oh, you want to go ahead? Yeah.
That's a very good question. Thank you. Yeah, I think with all fairness, I think we've seen the regional economic corporations, particularly COMESA, ECOWAS, and SADC having or striving to have this framework where at least if it's registered in one country, then it can be registered in a different country. Yes, I highlighted in my one of the challenges that we foresee is the implementation of these regional harmonized regulations. And implementation here means that, okay, as a breeder or as a seed company, if I register my variety there, what does that mean? Does it mean that I can be able to sell it in Zambia if it was registered in Kenya, or it being in COMESA catalog? Does it mean that indeed a farmer can access it in any way? So we've seen that the challenge here of seed companies putting it there is they have not really seen that value. And I think this is where you see, of course, crops like corn, maize is a very important crop in the south and east part of Africa, and that's why it's part of that. But it doesn't mean that it's really not working. So I think we need to not only incentivize the seed companies, but also to make sure, again, looking at policymakers, that this will really be functional in the sense that a farmer, once it is registered, then we see the value of a farmer really getting that variety. So it's a two-way for us as a seed company to really be incentivized, but also the policymakers to make sure that there is action and there's really real value to have it there. So Ajay, this is what I can allude to. So I don't know if any of my other colleagues could have something on that. And maybe now I'll forward it to the African Union. I think the African Seed and Biotechnology platform is also a very good platform, because if we have the RECs in there and we come together through this platform, because it's continental, to share the value of such, varieties being in the catalog, I think it will also, we'll have the peer-to-peer exchanges, and it will become easy to trust that indeed if a variety is in the catalog, then a farmer can access it, then a breeder can, or a seed company can put it in the market. So again, I think the African Union is doing quite a lot, but this is a concerted effort. It's not we cannot point fingers at one entity or one institution to do this. It's all of us holistically to make sure that the regulations we have are really being implemented at the end of the day for the benefit of the farmer in Africa. Thank you.
Maybe just to ask that, it's a very important question. We cannot address the food system if we have seed silos across its various. Should every country produce its own seed when we're still talking about Africa integration? Should one country trust that if seed is certified, registered in one country, they can trust their sovereignty of seed security with that country? If we are integrated, you should, because we say we are fully integrated, and we acknowledge that 55 silos is not the solution to our food systems. We have to be integrated. So from the policy perspective, we are doing African Union Development Agency, the Commission, hand in hand with the member states, trying to address some of these constraints so that we can break the barriers.
So thank you, Clement. I think this is an excellent point. And since you spoke about seed silos, so I have one question, maybe that goes to Abdulrazak. So, whenever we're talking about seed silos or maybe integration, right? We know very, very well that the farmer managed system or farmer organization, or let's say local seed chain, plays a very important role. But I'm not sure if today, if we can confidently say that they are part of mainstream. So what are the priorities, or what are those policies that you would like to really put forth so that we can make them the part of mainstream?
Thank you very much. And I think before answering the question around policy, I will pitch it to Foresight, which I earlier highlighted, because really the outcome that you get from Foresight is a set of information or intelligence that allows you to implement policy, to formulate and implement policy. So in this case, around seed. So I would say that we need to embed Foresight in the way that countries advance in their national planning, including seed access and breeding, because Foresight allows you to really anticipate changing seed preference. It can also allows you to identify emerging constraints in the seed sector, and also evolving value chain. So that's one way I will put it in terms of policy. So to develop a policy, you really need to conduct and to mainstream national investment plan that's really fully grounded on evidence and foresight, because it allows you to really anticipate the changes that might disrupt the system, the seed system across board. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Abdulrazak. Any other question? John, Harish, any question that side? Oh, okay, please.
Yeah,
Please
thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm joining late. I'm sorry if I'm putting this question again. So as a seed systems group, what strategies do we bring in to strengthen the seed sector in the conflict zones? Actually, I'm coming from West and Central Africa, where there are frequent conflicts arising. And the most of the seed sector, if you see, it is 80% informal seed sector. So now we are formalizing here the things. So how far we are able to take this to the ground level and it reaches the end users in such cases? Thank you.
And the question goes to...
No, I can comment on that. Yeah, again, I want to say that, seed systems are not at the same level for all countries. And particularly in, you talked about Central Africa and also some parts of even some countries in West Africa, we have found that these seed systems are very underdeveloped. Currently, actually, ANGRA is having some interventions in countries which we say they are behind in terms of seed systems. These are countries like Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, DR Congo, and what we have found is that actually for you even to move seed systems in these countries, there are those critical intervention areas that you need to intervene in. You go these countries, there are no seed companies. There are only 2 seed companies in Togo. The DR Congo has only 4. I mean, we are talking of these are private seed companies. You can't compare with a country like Nigeria, which is going to over 300, Kenya over 300. So that means that farmers are actually not getting there. So one of the things that we are doing is to, even the breeding programs, they are very rudimentary, very few breeders. The best maybe qualified breeder, we have a BSc, no masters, they need training. So intervening, in first building the breeding programs, and secondly, intervening in supporting, what we call establishing private seeds, local private seed companies. Actually, in these countries, which we are saying they are left behind, you'll find that government seed programs is what is dominating. That is not healthy. It does not bring seed business. It cannot propel improvement in seed systems. So building local private seed companies is very, very important, and that is key. Connecting them to agro dealers, how the farmers get the seed, creating a farmer awareness. So these are the these are the key primary interventions which actually build seed systems, in these countries. So there is a solution, but we need again support, to be able to do that. You need resources to do that. And so I think these are the things that we need to think about. And we have found that it is not as easy to work with, with those countries, because the governments also need to understand what moving or development of a seed system means.
Excellent. Thank you, Jane. And can we have a big round of applause for all these panelists? They have been so wonderful. Thank you so much. So as we close, maybe I may request all the panelists to please maybe go back to the respective seats. And thank you again. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can take our seats now. And with that, I would like to now introduce and invite Dr. David Spillman, who is the Director for Innovations and Policy Scaling at IPRI, but he is also the co-lead for this initiative called Inclusive Delivery. But again, thank you, panelists. Thank you so much. I think this was really, really good, very productive, very insightful discussion, rather. Thank you again. And David, all yours.
So I believe my task is simply to summarize a little bit of what we've heard today. And maybe I'm standing between you and your lunch. or the tea break. So I'll be very quick. I don't want to waste anybody's time, but we did hear some fantastic messages. Maybe I'll sit down, but I won't get comfortable. So first, Chris Ojewo opened up the conversation by saying, with seed, we can. And I think that's a sentiment we all share. With seed, we can. Abdul Razak Ibrahim from FARA then pointed out to us that inclusive delivery, which is the name of this work stream, starts with what? Inclusive design. And that only occurs when innovation is contextualized to the situation at hand, to the people, to the agroecology, the weather conditions, the markets, the crops, and the trades of interest. It's important to keep that in mind. We then had interventions from Jane Aninda from AGRA and Clement Ajololo from the AU Development Agency, and of course, Manzoor Dar from ICRISAT. And they reminded us, and many of you have heard this for the last 5 days because it is fundamentally important to what we do, that cross-cutting engagements, substantive partnerships, and robust participation are a recipe for success, right? And that means what? Partnerships in design, so innovation platforms and other mechanisms such as consortia and joint ventures and things like that, that engage farmers, national agricultural research systems, extension services, the private sector, and CGIAR. We also need partnerships in planning and coordination. That's public, private, farmer, partnerships at the country, at the crop level, at many other levels. We need partnerships in implementation to engage farmers starting from, but going well beyond, just participatory breeding and varietal selection, or tricot approaches to varietal validation, and so on and so forth. We need partnerships for inclusion, social inclusion, to address the needs of marginalized groups, women smallholder farmers, youth smallholder farmers, farmers in fragile and conflict-affected areas, farmers particularly vulnerable to climate shocks, and many others. But there was another thread going through today's conversation that I found really interesting, that I think should be on everyone's mind. Markets and trade, or the policy and regulatory systems required to make markets and trade function not just efficiently, but also equitably. At this moment in history, trade should be on everyone's mind. Tariffs, non-tariff barriers, we know that those are going to affect all of us. Me as an American, I know that my cost of living is going up very quickly, but many of you coming from countries that export to markets in not just the United States, but also Europe, will be affected. But in our sector, in the seed sector, remember the movement of seed is also a trade consideration, and so is the exchange of germplasm. All of these things are affected when the international global trading regime is adversely affected by the unilateral moves of a single country. So I appreciate the clear recognition of the challenges discussed around trade, especially in the African context and the context of regional harmonization of seed and varietal recognition. It's very tough to align national laws and regulations with regional policy regimes, especially without the simultaneous investment in infrastructure, technology, and capacity. And I thank both Beatrice Agulu and Catherine Langat from AU and AFSA, respectively, for making those points, I think, very boldly. We also know that inter-African trade is efficiency improving and productivity enhancing, and potentially equity improving as well. And we know that there are tremendous economic gains to be realized from the African Continental Free Trade Area agreement and other regional agreements. But we can't get there unless we update and introduce appropriate and sensible regulations. We build the hard and soft infrastructure for roads, finance, data and information systems, and plant variety protection, that we forge greater trust across, within, and without the seed sector, and that we measure success over time and space. And ultimately, by investing in catalyzing innovation, through what I described earlier, cross-cutting engagements, substantive partnerships, and robust participation. So finally, let me close by thanking the panel, Chris Ojewo, Ajay Panchbai, all of our panel members, not only for their contributions today, but also for leading by example. This is something that I think we really have to recognize. We don't just talk the talk, we walk the walk. We are involved deeply in the seed sector development process in every country we engage. And we care about what we do, they care about what they do, and they're leading by example in doing so. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much again. So please don't go away. There's something which is very exciting coming up about genome editing. But before we go there, I request all the panelists to really assemble outside. We will have a group photo. All the panelists from the inclusive delivery session, please assemble outside. And now I hand it over to Lina for exciting genome editing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So is it still not the lunch time? We still have one more session on genome editing. I would like the presenters to come in front. Inez, Ruth, if you can come sit here. So in this session, actually, we will just go through few presentation and showcase what CG is doing in terms of the genome editing. Few centers are working and where we are right now. So we have a few presentation, and then we will also give you some glimpse of the guideline, regulatory guideline. So we'll give you one example, like what's the regulatory guideline looks about in Kenya for the genome editing. So maybe I'll go first and I'll introduce the topic and also tell you a little bit like what's the gene editing for, like what is potential for the sustainable agriculture in Africa. As you all know that we have major challenges in agriculture. Mainly the biggest challenge in front of us is like how to feed the increasing global population. And when we come to Africa, actually that challenge is even higher because the population is increasing much faster in Africa. And in order to feed that many people, we need like our production to be increased like 60 to 70% for all different crops, which are the staple food in Africa. On top of that, like climate change is again devastating because, you know, we already started seeing the negative impact of climate change. But, you know, agriculture in Africa is very important because over 60% of sub-Saharan Africa's population are a smallholder farmer. It means like, you know, there is a 23% of the Africa's GDP is contributed by agriculture. But it's still, you know, not full potential has been utilized. But Africa has a potential to triple the cereal and the grain production, boosting the global output by 20%, but also for the other staple food crop. So with the challenge we have with the increased demand for food and limited resources, we need to close the yield gap, what we have in different crops. And then, you know, not any single tool is a silver bullet and can do that. So, you know, we need actually to utilize all the tools available in our toolbox, including the breeding innovation, the new breeding tools like genome editing, high throughput phenotyping, digitalization, farm mechanization, and the climate smart agriculture in order to get that 60 to 70% increase what we are looking for. When we talk about the genome editing, basically this is a technique which is used to more precise and efficiently, and it can actually accelerate the breeding program, right? But it is not new. Nature has been editing for a very, very long time, but those ones were very random. In 20th century, you know, mutations were accelerated because those was not only random, but also very slow using the chemicals and the radiation. But later on, the technologies were developed for more precise targeted mutation using like meganucleases, zinc finger nucleases, talents, and then more recently is the CRISPR technology. which has now become like really the choice of the technology for editing because it's easy to adapt. And the technology has a lot of potential. Starting from in the morning session, who are the people who were here, you have seen that people were talking about that this can be used in the functional genomics, like for the gene discovery, but then the technology can also be used for the trait development, for the biotic stresses, abiotic stresses tolerance, for also the yield improvement, and also the nutrition enhancement, and also for the herbicide tolerance. The technology has already been used on several crops, like about 40, and in different, like across 25 countries. The one good thing about this, that this technology is more into the academic sector. If you see the bars there, I think this one is okay. As if you see here, like, this is the public sector, and you can see this is the more products in the pipeline, the public sector in comparison to the private sector, because this is more affordable, affordable technology. These are some of the examples I would like to show. Like, there are few things which are in the market or actually very close to the market. One is high oleic soybean, which is already in US in the market. These were developed using talents. Then there are high GABA tomato, which are released in Japan, and they are actually done by CRISPR. And also Pairwise has released the Conscious Green. Actually, I've tasted it last week, and they are very tasty. And then also this Waxy corn, which is almost closer to the commercialization into the market. Lot going on in Africa. If you see this one, there's a lot of scientists who are working on, starting from Egypt to Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, like they're working on teff, mustard, Ethiopian mustard, but also countries like Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria are working on cassava. Ghana is working on sweet potatoes. Burkina Faso on rice. And now Ghana is also working on rice. But Kenya is really leading. Kenya has a lot of projects in agriculture as well as livestock. I have listed a few of them here. But I will now give you some examples, like how it can be utilized. So I'll give you example from banana. Banana, as you all know, banana is very important staple food crop in Africa. But its production is really constrained by several diseases and pests, including fungal diseases like black sigatoka, fusarium wilt, bacteria like bacterial wilt, also viruses, banana bunchy top virus, banana streak virus, and also nematodes and weevils. The problem is not that so many diseases and pests can infect banana, but the problem is that many of the time you will go to the farmer's field and you will find several of them in the same field, like they are coexisting. As you can see from the map here, the multiple color, I think from the far you might not see, but these dots means like a different pest and pathogen. And because of that, this is one of the factor that, there is a big yield gap in banana. The orange bar is the potential for the banana production, the cooking type and the plantain, and the purple is the one which farmers are getting. So, there is a huge yield gap, and that's what I was talking about, that we have to close that yield gap. So at IITA, we have a very strong genetic improvement program where we utilize all different tools available to us, starting from the selection of the resistant varieties from the germplasm. Through our partnership, we have access to a lot of germplasm, and our aim is actually to develop, improve varieties which has broad spectrum of resistance. So, and then we have the conventional breeding program. Some of the varieties through our conventional breeding program has already been released in Africa. And then we have a biotech program, including the genetic modification as well as gene editing. And we use them complementing each other. The traits which can be handled by conventional we use conventional, but the traits which we cannot be handled through conventional, because if there is no resistance in the germplasm, then we go into the biotech tools, like for example is the banana Xanthomonas wilt. But also we are right now also trying to utilize this genome editing to improve the appearance, so that the breeding can also be accelerated by that way. One example is, this is very good example how the gene editing can be utilized, the streak virus. So streak virus is a double-stranded BADNA DNA virus. And so before I go there, I think let me explain to you, banana comes from two different parents like AA and BB. So these are the diploid, but majority of the cultivated varieties are triploid. So either they are AAA, or AAB or ABB. Sometimes they can be diploid as well, like AA or AB, and then rarely hybrids like a tetraploid. But so this virus is a problem when the banana varieties or the germplasm has the B genome in them. So basically, banana streak virus is a monopartite genome. As you see here, it has 3 open reading frames. The open reading frame 3, which is red here, it encodes all the essential genes of the virus. But this is a polyprotein which gets cleaved at the aspartic protease, and that's when they become functional. But these 2 small open reading frames, these are the one which are used in the virion assembly. And this is very important. That's why I'm explaining, so that you will understand how we are editing it. But this virus, the major problem is that it integrates into the banana genome, into the B genome, in a multiple tandem repeats like you see here. And when they are in an integrated form, they sit very quietly and plants has no symptom. But then when this is activated, it can be activated during when plant is stressed. So the stress can be the drought, even the tissue culture plant feels stress, and that's the time they are activated and they become like into the episomal form, and then that's when they show this disease. And because of these symptoms and the disease, and then this is a very big problem in the breeding program, but also the dissemination of the hybrid. So we have developed a strategy. Actually, this strategy I have followed from one virus which affects the human. So, you can also learn from the other, and that's from where that strategy. So we wanted to we don't want to touch anything on the plant genome. We just wanted to make the virus genome the way that it can be inactivated, so that during stress it doesn't get activated. So we have designed our CRISPR reagents actually targeting all the 3 open reading frame, and then for open reading frame 3 we targeted aspartic protease. After this, we have actually deliver. We put all the guide RNA into the one plasmid, and then we delivered into the banana cells. And then after that, we regenerated the plant, and we have characterized the plant to see the targeted mutation. We also check for the off-target mutation. We never found any off-target mutation in our edited events, but we found all the mutations were targeted. And after that, we did the greenhouse evaluation. So we mimic the drought. So we have the potted plants, and then this is our plants, which is non-edited, and you can see it has the symptom. Other majority of the events, like you see here, they had no symptoms because they have the mutation in all the 3 open reading frame. Very few events, like basically only 2 events, we saw some mild symptom, and this was because the mutation was only in the 2 open reading frame 1 and 2, and not in open reading frame 3, which is actually the essential open reading frame, because it encodes all the essential genes. So now we have proof of concept. We are now trying to develop the parents, which can be used for the plantain breeding, where we can actually inactivate this virus, so that when the hybrids comes out, then they don't have the problem with this virus. The another example I'll show you is for the bacterial wilt resistance. And this is a very good example, because here we know all the cultivated varieties of banana are susceptible to the disease. So we also checked some of the wild type progenitor, and we found that Musa balbisiana, which is a wild type progenitor, has the complete resistance. So we can transfer that information from the wild type to the cultivated susceptible variety without actually physically transferring any gene or anything, So this is a beauty about the CRISPR or gene editing tools. So what we did was we did comparative transcriptomics, where we did the RNA-seq. We compared the early infected plant of Musa balbisiana with a very susceptible variety, and we got a lot of differentially expressed genes, and then we mapped those genes against the biotic pathway, and through that we got a lot of information why this Musa balbisiana had resistance. And we tried to mimic that into the susceptible by either knocking out some of the susceptibility genes which are involved in the disease development, or the transporter genes, or the transcription factors involved as a negative regulator of defense pathway. So we have tested a lot of susceptibility genes, like about 12 genes we have tested in our lab. Not all of them gave us like enhanced resistance, but I'll show you a few examples which has given us really very great results, like with enhanced resistance. So one of them is the early nodulin like protein. So basically, as you know, that nodulin or noduline protein, they have a critical role in legumes, in the symbiosis with the rhizobium bacteria. But early nodulin-like proteins are also present in non-leguminous plants, so that means they should have some role there as well. And we have actually did the phylogeny to show this whole early nodulin family gene in banana in relation to the other non-leguminous plant. And then after that, we have actually, because we saw in our transcriptomic result that Musa early nodulin 3 gene gets activated during the early infection in the susceptible variety. So this is one of the gene which is a susceptibility gene. We thought we should knock out and see what happens to it. So what we did, we have also checked the relative expression during the early stages of infection. So this is Musa balbisiana, which is a complete resistance. We didn't see any activation, but in a susceptible variety, we see that this gene gets highly activated during the pathogen infection. So that means it is a negative regulator of the plant immunity. So we have designed the guide RNA targeting this gene. And we have generated the edited plant, and then after that we did molecular characterization, like by sequencing. We sequenced the target early nodulin target in the banana genome, and then we saw a lot of mutations in that one. But these genes are also involved in other things. So that's why we also took the measurement on the growth parameters, so that we can see it has no negative impact on the plant growth. And as you can see, there was no significant difference. After that, we did the phenotyping. We have challenged the plants in the greenhouse with the bacteria. So this is our control plants, which got completely wilted, whereas our edited plants, majority of them has no symptoms. So it has shown enhanced resistance. This picture was taken actually 60 days after the challenging them with bacteria. The another gene we tested was POP2223. So in this case, actually, we targeted 2 genes simultaneously, and we have created the double mutant. So this is also the POP2223. These are the E3 ubiquitin ligase, and they have the role in immunity, but particularly 2223, they are actually a negative regulators of the plant immunity. So we created double mutant, and which has shown the enhanced, actually it has shown 100% resistance. So we also characterize the whole gene family of the POP family, and then we saw that, with the other crops, and then we also checked for these 2 genes, the relative expression, and then we saw like, okay, during the early infection time, they were highly activated. So we have knockout these two together. So that's why I'm calling them double mutant. And these are So after that, we have edited events. We did sequencing. So during the sequencing, we actually differentiated the mutation in both the genes separately based on the SNPs on those, because the sequences of these genes are quite conserved. So we actually found few SNPs, and based on that, we have differentiated the mutation in both genes. We found several edited events where both genes were knocked out. And so we also checked the growth parameter for them. There was no negative impact on the growth after knocking out this. And then we have done, this is the greenhouse result. So this is the control plant. This actually, the double mutant actually showed us 100% resistance against this disease. And then, the reactive oxidative burst is one of the indication for the plant disease resistance. So we also saw high oxidative burst in the edited event. This is the control, and these are the leaves from the edited upon staining. So the third gene which I want to show you here, which actually we picked based on the literature. So DMR6, this is downy mildew resistant 6. This is a very well characterized susceptibility gene. So we found out the ortholog in banana. We found there were 7 orthologs, but carefully we picked one ortholog because we knew from other crops that, if you knock out all the ortholog of DMR6, then the plants become dwarf, or so we didn't wanted that. So we have only knock out only one, and then we generated the plants. And we also have very efficient, robust in vitro screening method. So we have screened through that. And then the lines which show enhanced resistance, we have screened in the greenhouse. This is control, this is mutant. And, we also did the sequencing to detect the targeted mutation. And we also took the growth parameter to check if there is no negative impact. You might be wondering, like, why I'm showing like so many susceptibility gene. Maybe one we have done, we should be through. But, the pathogen, like particularly the bacterial pathogen, evolve very fast. So we also want to like multiplex, knocking out several susceptibility genes together for the broad spectrum resistance and for the durability. So these are the plants. This is my excited result, because when we have knocked out the 4 genes together, I was thinking if we knock out 4 susceptibility gene, maybe the plant will become lethal, but these plants are growing very normal, and we have checked them through the mutation, and we found several events where all the 4 genes has been knocked out. So, CRISPR-Cas9 has also the IP challenge. So that's why we have developed another tool called Cas-Clover. And this, so that, we can, if we take the product for the commercialization, we should not have any hitch on that one. Okay, because this is a new tool, we are heavily involved in communication and capacity building. So, at IITA, we do a lot of training, all like a short term, medium term, and the long term. So like we are training a lot of PhD students. Currently, there are 5 PhD students in the lab, but then there are 3 PhD students who are already been graduated on the genome editing. And then most of the time, we bring actually the scientists and the regulators together so that, they can also cross-talk, like, okay, what scientists need and what regulators can help. But the PhD students, when they graduate, they look for the opportunity and then they leave the country. So that's what my experience was. So now we have developed a different type of capacity building where we can have critical mass of people in Africa. So we are now working very closely with UC Davis, and we have developed this African Plant Breeding Academy CRISPR course, which is a part of African Orphan Crop Consortium. And in this course, actually, we bring the scientists from the national program. We are running right now cohort 3. This is a 5-year project. It started in 2023, and our target is to train 50 to 80 African scientists. This training is a little bit different from a regular training because here we bring them from, so they are from January to October with us, 6 weeks in 3 different sessions in the lab. And remaining time, they work virtually. Each of them are assigned a mentor. And then, they also have a post-mentorship after the training and for 1 year. And we help them taking through the whole pathway of the genome editing, is starting from the CRISPR tool designing up to the stewardship, IP and everything. And then we help them actually establishing in their country. We have several criteria for selecting these people because we get huge number of applications, but we can only train 11 every year. And so the one criteria is that they should have the biosafety framework in their country so that when they go back, they can establish the genome editing in their lab there. So I think with that, I would like to acknowledge my team, my plant transformation team, the molecular team, the bioinformatics team, and also various partners and the support from various donors. Right now, I will ask Anindya, who is online, to actually take us through what he is doing at CIMMYT. Anindya, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you, Lina. This is a great session, and I think we should showcase our work on MLN resistance in CIMMYT. Next slide, please. Yeah, so why genome editing? Lina briefly has mentioned, but one example from one of the companies I thought I will show you that whether breeding takes from first deployment, it takes almost 9 years, and due to long regulatory transgenesis or transgenics take 13 to 15 years, whereas our partner private company could generate an editing line and brought it to the field within 4 years. So time is much shorter than breeding or transgenic development, and precise edits with a beneficial trait can be made in short time. Next one, please. So in CIMMYT, we go for multiple crop editing and maize, wheat, pearl millet, groundnut, sorghum, and PGNP. We have these 6 projects at this point of 7 projects, in fact, at this point of time, and we are editing these crops for better traits. Next one, please. Next, please. So here in before going to the MLN story, just a couple of slides that we have developed high throughput genome editing system for maize, and most of our 4 of our important inbred lines. Next. And we have also established a genome editing system with non-baby boom shell with the help of our new joinee Easter. And also we are working in RNA targeting with Blake Wendenheft from Montana State. Next. Now, coming to the MLN story, MLN is a devastating disease of maize. And basically, it's a combination of 2 viruses, MCMV and SCMV. Sugarcane mosaic virus is one of the viruses among the group of potty virus that comes with MCMV and creates this devastating disease called maize lethal necrosis, MLN. Right-hand side of the slide, you can see the effects. Now, next, please. Yeah. So now, when it was first seen in Africa, in eastern part of Africa, it basically was responsible for almost 500,000 ton crop loss. Next, please. Yeah, and this is the effect of this disease. Right-hand side of the picture, you can see 2 cobs, which are completely without seeds. And this was the most popular variety or commercial variety at the time. And you can see that due to this disease, it was completely devastated. Next. So CIMMYT started working on it. And in the germplasm, we could find that there is one QTL, and that QTL was mapped in collaboration with Corteva, our partner. And after fine mapping, the target gene was identified. And this target gene was then knocked out by CRISPR-Cas9. And you can see at the left-hand side bottom diagram that the edited lines are showing better resistance, much better resistance with respect to the non-edited lines. Next, please. Field trial was done in Naivasha, Kenya, which is considered as one of the MLN hotspots in Kenya. And 6 of our lines were approved as a non-GMO by Kenyan Regulatory Authority. And left-hand side of the picture, you can see one side, the left of the picture is completely devastated crop with the MLN infection, but right-hand side, you can see the edited line. The green plants are growing happily in that same environment with the same challenge of MLN viruses. So it was pretty interesting for us. And go back, please. Yeah, so and also we could find a second mode of resistance. I'm not going in detail due to the interest of time. So second mode of resistance was EIF4 double knockout. That was also identified. Next. And this was the whole team. So initially, USDA helped us. We did MLN fine mapping, cloning, editing, testing, deployment, and in collaboration with Calro, in collaboration with Stack, Cotiva, and fund was given by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Next. So it was a great learning that 3 countries were involved, transferring seeds, transferring basically the constructs, etc. A lot of like movement of stuff from USA to Mexico, Mexico to Kenya, and then finally doing the field trial and equivalence test in Kenya. And in this context, we have found that editing is much less costly with respect to marker-assisted backcross breeding, which is expected in the beginning I mentioned. Next. Now the next phase of the project is ongoing, and it's our task to bring it to the field, bring it to the farmers, and we are developing hybrids. So our technology partner Cotiva is about to provide us humanitarian license. Our discussion is ongoing, and then this will happen with the involvement of AATF and QBS. And then we are also discussing with regional developmental banks and insurance companies so that in any kind of future possibility of any issues, we can mitigate that. So in the second phase of the project, we are expecting within a couple of years, we'll be able to disseminate and give the seed to the farmers in Kenya, the hybrids, gene-edited hybrids, to the Kenyan farmers. Next, please. So that's it from my side. The major work was done by Kanorpal Dugga and Kevin Pixley and the full team, Yosef Shures, etc. And also at present, Sarah Hearn is leading from CIMMYT side. And I, being the biotech head, I am also taking care of this project. And from Cotiva, Todd Jones and team was key while development of this project, and rest of Calro and Stack team was also very much central in this whole project. So, I mentioned some of our collaborators, and I thank the funding agencies, especially Gates Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anindya. I know it's a very early morning for you, and so still taking time to give presentation. That's really appreciated. Now I'll invite Ines to give what they are. You'll give from there? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share this SGP3 initiative on accelerating crop improvement through gene editing technology. I am actually co-lead this initiative with. Is it better? with Judy Chambers from IFPRI. And so there are 6 centers involved in this initiative, and we hope to expand it further. And we work with the National Agriculture Research System, with private sector, and with academia, and participating centers. Focal point here for IITA is Lina Tripathi, for SIP Eric Magembe, and for CIAT Paul Savariaga, and for CIMIT Anindya. Okay, so this initiative goal is a co-development of innovative gene editing technology and enabling conditions to deliver accelerated genetic solutions that are difficult to achieve with the conventional technology within coordinated breeding mindsets. So we have 2 work packages here. The work package 1 actually deal more with to create a platform within CG for research enabling and oversight platform, as well as facilitate the enabling environment. And while the work package 2 is the innovation itself, but currently, which is covered by this initiative, is one per center, more or less. But it doesn't mean that the center only work on this gene editing technology. And this is a new initiative started about 1.5 years ago. And I think Lina and Anindya has been mentioning quite a bit why CGIAR decided to use genome editing to complement the current breeding tools. So yes, because it's highly precise and a number of things that I won't go in detail here, but it's also, we hope that we want to ensure equitable access and benefits, not only for the CG, but also for the NARS partners. If we look at the current global regulation landscape for gene-edited crops, it's actually, it's moved to more balanced approach. And it used to be red, this map. Oh, sorry, didn't move. Right. Wait. So this map used to be red all over, but now it's more and more green, meaning that more countries consider this type of gene editing, particularly SDN1, SDN2, or even SDN2 when there's no transgene, as product which is considered as a conventional breeding product. And even in Africa, I think Kenya is one of the pioneer, which would be explained more later. And then we have Nigeria and Malawi, Ghana already considered this product as non-GMO. And I think Ethiopia coming in, and in Asia recently, Bangladesh and Indonesia has also developed guidelines. And even New Zealand, which is red now, has released proposed updates on gene technology framework. Just going back to this initiative, the work package 1, it's the idea is that we at CG who work in gene editing technology has the same platform in the messaging, in the stakeholder engagement, IP, FTO licensing, and stewardship. And while we're working together with our partners, and within this 1 year, I think this research and enabling oversight platform has been formed, and we developed a communication plan and conducted communication training, IITA together with IRI for African countries, and also we developed gateway decision point for gene editing product. So for this editing tool, IPFTO, as mentioned by Anindya, we want to develop a friendly licensing agreement with the technology provider, and we discussed, CGIAR System Office created a basic licensing template for one of the technology provider. In fact, one center onboarded and others are ongoing now, and we are looking forward to further discussion with technology provider for a friendly licensing, which is more on the humanitarian basis for the commercialization, because a lot of us has the R&D licensing, but not the commercialization licensings. And we also started a joint research project initiated with Wageningen University to have a potential open source genome editing system. And we also assist each other center now in internal, for example, that IRI serves as internal auditor for IITA, and they're successfully obtained the second round of the ETS and also now the PBI management certification. So the idea is really to get us together working on this. For the work package 2, which is the genome editing, the enabling technology, the innovation itself, for the SIP actually, genome editing was employed to enhance resistance to potavirus in potato cultivar Changi by modifying the susceptible EIF4 E genes, which is for the transcription of the virus, to resemble the resistant allele, which is found in wild relative. And 7' editing construct were used to transfect protoplasts isolated from Changi. And the regeneration of the transfected protoplast is currently being optimized to establish an efficient gene editing protocol for developing PVY resistant varieties potato in Kenya. So I think Lina already explained about the transgene free genome editing work in banana, so I won't go in detail about this. And for CIMMYT aim to develop resistant to rust and powdery mildew in wheat. Also, this is led by Anindya. And for IRI, we work on the, we utilize CRISPR-Cas9 system to target a gene involved in nucleoside catabolism in rice. The aim is to improve nitrogen remobilization. The progress has been made in characterization of the lines, and we are going to apply for non-GM certification to be able to test it in the field. And actually, we also work on the prime editing, which is to replace the sensitive allele to the resistant allele in the Asian direct seeded rice and African rice. We have a very high throughput genome editing for rice in IRI. And to our surprise, that we got a very high efficiency of the prime editing using the dual pack RNA strategy on the Jasmine 85, on the Faro 66, Faro 67, and 2 direct seeded rice. And just this week we got the result is about 60% more resistant compared to control to the neck blast. And this project is actually co-funded also by Gates Foundation. Together, we work together with Evans Laguda and the team. And I will just show this slide quickly that we have also the gateway decision system. And the main point here that the result will in the seed propagated plants will feed to the breeding system, to the pipeline of the breeding work. And on the cross-cutting activities, see, this one is the example of the workshop for scientists and regulators at IITA in IRI conducted in Nairobi with for technical workshop and also for the regulators to engage African scientists and regulator on genome editing, biosafety, and IPFTO. And we got a very positive feedback about this. And I also want to show here in CIAT, actually Biodiversity Alliance and CIAT use CRISPR-Cas9 to edit the promoter of sweet genes in cassava variety 60444 to confer resistance to cassava bacterial blight together with IRD, which is caused by Santomonas. And they managed to get around 100 edited cassava lines. And the three were selected for infection assays. And so this was just showing a picture of the training in Colombia. And what we want to do also together to develop a transgene-free protocol, not necessarily with whole genome sequencing, but because a NARS partner has a reservation about using whole genome sequencing, but we started to work on the PCR and qPCR, and this is standardized for rice, but we're going to work together with multiple crops here for the submission to the regulators. And I think we further do the continuation of trade prioritization. We have done consultation with market intelligence, accelerated breeding initiative, and center breeding teams, NARS breeders. And the current one remain relevant, but new suggestions have arisen like drought, salinity tolerance, enhanced hybridization, trade apomixis, improved nutrition. And these are the partnership that we have to co-develop this product with the NARS partner and also other partners. And why this genome editing have a strategic, what is the strategic value for CGIAR engaging gene editing technology? I think because of the crop trait combination may lie outside the commercial interest of the non-for-the-profit organization and currently intractable by current breeding tool, but it is essential component of the TPP. And we would like to increase NARS equitable access and implementation, and also CG has a global infrastructure. CG and NARS has ability to act as a global convener and also consistent voice to messaging opportunities. I think that's it, Liza. I just want to thank the FCDO and ACR and Gates Foundation, and also for USAID for supporting this initiative. And I cannot mention one by one, but we have a number of collaborators here. And thank you for the opportunity. And we look forward to building on this partnership in a broader capacity.
Yeah. Thank you, Ines. And now I would like to invite Ruth from National Biosafety Authority to give the brief overview of what is the regulatory guideline related to genome editing in Kenya. Whatever you want, you can go ahead. You want from here or you want to say? Sorry.
Slides? Okay. A good afternoon to all of you. My name is Ruth Okongo. I'm here to represent National Biosafety Authority on the regulation of genome edited technology in Kenya. Well, the journey to come up with a regulatory framework, a biosafety regulatory framework in Kenya, commenced in 2000 when we signed the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. In 2006, we developed a biotechnology policy that helped in the enactment of the Biosafety Act of 2009. That gave rise to the National Biosafety Authority that's developed further regulations. There are 4 in number. We have contained use, export, import, and receipts, environment release, and labeling regulations. So for the contained use, these ones cover all activities pertaining to GM research at the lab, greenhouses. And for you to undertake this particular research, you have to undertake it in affiliation to a registered research institution or a university. And the institution must have a biosafety level 2 facility, as well as an institutional biosafety committee. So for the approval of this, you require it at 3 parts, at NACOSTI, the Institutional Biosafety Committee, and from NBA. On the import-export transit, this covers all activities pertaining the import, transboundary, and export of GMOs. And for you to import, it needs to be in a milled form, and you have to give an evidence of approval that it's been used in another country at the commercial level. And if you're exporting it or for transit, we need a letter of consent from the destination country to indicate that actually they have approved that particular export. On environmental regulations of 2011, this is all about placing in the market of the GMOs or open cultivation, and the approval is for 10 years, renewable once, after which we actually, during the period, we undertake the post-release monitoring. This is done in conjunction with the applicants, or it can also be done independently. The biosafety labeling regulations, these are basically to enable the consumer to make an informed choice whether they want to utilize the product or not. And it's for GM food or feed that has GM content above 1%. We are in the process of developing same labeling regulations for the seed. Now let's get into the genome editing bit. Well, the Biosafety Act defines a GM as any organism that possesses a novel combination of GM material that's obtained through the use of modern biotechnologies. However, our Act does not provide for anything in genome editing, but from 2015, we started receiving applications on GE and GED, and we had to come up with a way of regulating them because they are not GMOs. They don't fall in the bracket of the GM definition. So this, we commenced our journey with the stakeholders on to develop the GED guidelines, and they were published in 2022. The aim of these guidelines is to provide technical guidance to the applicants on the criteria to determine which genome editing organisms or their derived products that can be regulated under the Biosafety Act. In terms of application, before undertaking any GED activity, you have to come to NBA to seek for an approval, and this entails filling in an early consultation form. This form is, once it's filled in, it comes to us, we do an administrative check to ensure that it's complete, even technically, and it comes with a payment of 170,000 shillings. Then the regulatory pathway will then be determined by the authority, and a decision will be communicated within 30 days. And once an approval is given, all we'll be doing is just monitoring for sustained non-GM status of this particular product. This is a flowchart on how the regulatory pathway is determined, whether to regulate it under the Biosafety Act or under the genome editing regulation. And the gist of all this is, does it contain any foreign gene integration in the final product or in the organism? Well, genome editing has got three possible outcomes. There's the first one, that's where you might find a permanent integration of the foreign gene. In this case, that will be treated as a GMO, and the Biosafety Act regulations will actually take precedence. And for a scenario where you find that there's no integration of foreign gene, or maybe you've used genes from sexually compatible species, in this case, this will be regulated as a conventional, and it will be regulated by 6 different agencies. There's NACOSTI, KEFIS, Directorate for the Veterinary Services, Pest Control Board, Pest Products, and as well as the public health. Where NBA comes in this is that we'll only do confirmatory tests. We'll come to the field, we'll sample the products to just make sure that there's nothing GM in them. Then we have a third scenario where you have that, you begin with a foreign gene, but you segregate it along the way. In this case, the GMO phase will be regulated under the Biosafety Act as a GM, but thereafter, it will be regulated as a conventional, and it will take the same pathway as in scenario 2. This is a list of commercialized GED crops. This is not in Kenya, but they are elsewhere. These have been commercialized to just show that this technology actually works. And these are a list of genome edited projects, but these have been regulated under the Biosafety Act, meaning they have an element of GM in them. They're beginning with GMO, and we believe that the end product should be just like the conventional. It should end up as a genome edited product. And these ones, they have no foreign integration, foreign integrated gene into the genome of these crops. So we have just regulated them as conventionals. And this maize, lethal necrosis resistant maize is already in the fields. Actually, the trials have already taken off. I'm sorry for the updates there, because actually all these projects have taken off. The sorghum, Striga resistant sorghum, and we had Proven 40. This was like a bacteria that was fixing nitrogen, and it was genome edited. So once we've released them from our regulatory process, they are taken over by KEFIS and they undergo the normal processes that the conventionals undergo for variety release. And this is all from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth, for explaining very clearly the guidelines. I think we have time for few. We have time for a few questions, so maybe you'll take, we'll take 3, and then please also indicate to whom you are asking the question.
Hello, hi, I'd like to ask 2 questions. Well, I'll try and be quick. So one for Ruth is, how do you expect regulatory regimes of GE to evolve in sort of other countries in sub-Saharan Africa in the coming years? And my other question is perhaps for Inez or yourself, sorry, which is how might CGIAR and other organizations deal with challenges in obtaining commercial licenses for genome-edited crops or genome-edited techniques? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, maybe other question? I think we have 2. Any other question? Yes.
Okay, so my question will be about the concerns that the different audiences and citizens have concerning the gene editing of the seeds and all that. So maybe how do you ensure that the safety is undertaken, the safety measures, and in cases where there are concerns among the seeds that have been rolled out or among some of the products, how do you then follow up with that to ensure protection of the audiences in terms of health? Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with Ruth, then I'll add, and then I'll give chance to Inez. The first question was that how genome editing regulation is coming up in other countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Or do you want me to answer that? Okay, let me answer that. Working very closely with AU NIPAD, so that's why I have a quite current update on that in Africa. So right now in 5 different countries, the regulatory guidelines are already there. Actually, Ethiopia, which Inez showed yellow, is green right now because it's approved just a few weeks back. And then there are few other countries which are developing the guideline. And then AU NIPAD is now playing a very critical role in that because they are helping the countries in establishing the guideline. But as a CG, we are also doing something called sensitization. So like last year, we did several workshops in the countries where they have interest on the genome editing so that they can learn from the other countries' experience. So we go there and we show like, oh, what's going on in Kenya, the guideline and the research. And so, but then the another thing is like, maybe several countries can develop the guideline, but we also want the harmonization of the guidelines, right? Because we have the very porous borders here. So that's what AU NIPAD is doing. Actually, right now they're doing a survey. And so to know, like, in each country, what's going on. And then in July, there is a meeting a high-level meeting, actually. There is a ministerial meeting in Ethiopia. And that's where actually they are more discussing about that. Regarding the commercialization, so for the commercialization, there is several factors, including the IP, which Inez has mentioned, because, that's what we are making sure. We don't want when the product is ready and then you feel like, oh, you don't have the freedom to operate, right? So, we are actually, as a CG center, we are coming together and we are developing those IP licenses, but we work very closely with the regulators, but we work very closely with the NARS partners. Because for the CG, we are not the one who actually commercialize and release the varieties, is we do it through the CG centers. The last question about the safety, and because you see, we are not bringing any foreign gene there, right? So it's basically the endogenous gene. So these genes are already in the plant. So the very, very critical aspect here is that you have to prove that, your product has no foreign gene integration. And we provide all different evidences at the molecular level to the regulators, because they are the one who approves. When she says we have approved as NBA has approved as a conventional, they have already convinced with that. Maybe Ruth, you want to add anything there? And I think that's how we are ensuring that is safe. And then once it's proven as conventional, they go the similar path of all the regulation, the way the hybrid varieties goes. Yeah. You want to add anything on the approval?
Yeah, Shea said it well. Well, we go through the data. And one of the things we make sure on the submitted data is to make sure that there's no any foreign integration, not a marker, not any foreign gene that is within this product. And that is not just it. We'll follow it to the CFT. We'll be sampling to make sure that it doesn't manifest any GM, like, you know, it has a foreign gene in it, because we'll go run PCR on the samples to confirm. And again, this GED technology, most of them is like the plant breeding technology. It's only that it will take longer if you go the natural way. So there are changes that would take place actually naturally, but over a long time. So they really do not pose any risk to the environment, to humans and animals. Thank you.
Now I'll give chance to Inez to add.
Lina, just a quick question. Someone seated next to me is asking, what is CFT? Because
Biofuel trial. I think it has been mentioned by Lena, but I just want to underline first that at CG we only work on the target with the target country that has already regulation on gene editing, and of which that the gene a certain product of the gene editing is considered as non-GM. And we only work on the type of gene editing which is considered as non-GM in the final product in the target countries. And also in terms of FTO, just to underline that we discuss with the company to give the humanitarian licensing or friendly licensing, which work also for the diverse partners, because we don't release varieties, but the partners who's releasing varieties. And in terms of safety, I just also want to underline that we do not create a new protein, right? In the final product, we only either use the allele is already available in nature, but in land races of the, or in the wild counterpart. But so there's no new protein developed from in the product. Thank you.
Any other question before we close? Yeah.
Yeah, so quite briefly, what's the current scope to develop a double or triple stacks at once using editing, please?
Yeah, very good question. You were not in my presentation. You came late. So I presented, one of my slides was actually where we have done multiplexing, where we have knocked out 4. So in one, simultaneously in one event, and the plants are normal, because that's what my worry was, that, whether plants will not become lethal. So the plants are normal, but, it will depend upon which genes you are knocking out, right? Because if you're knocking out very essential 4 genes, definitely it will have the negative impact, yeah. So I think we are pretty much at the end of the time. So because there is also plenary, so I have to be mindful. Please, I would like to thank you all for coming. I know it was, some of you has sacrificed your lunchtime. So I appreciate that. And then also please help me in thanking all the speakers and Anindya online and all of us here. So thank you very much. And I would like to close this session now.